Controlling his emotions, the aged Haydenstein, Your Holiness, solemnly rose. Lord Regent, I believe I understand your intentions. The imperial state religion is willing to serve you, to serve all humanity. But before that, please allow me to return. I must first convene a meeting of the imperial state religion. After all, not everyone is willing to selflessly dedicate everything to the empire. Power can make people lose their way, and the ignorant should be swept into the dustbin of the past. Guilliman, seated at the head, gazed deeply at the elder beside him. This original body, skilled in politics and deliberation, could see sincerity in the elder's eyes. Furthermore, Guilliman did not believe that the Haydenstein, Your Holiness of the imperial state religion would try any petty tricks with him at this time. Even if they were now labeled as ignorant by the emperor. Haydenstein, Your Holiness, I hope that the imperial state religion, in the future, can shoulder the important task of spreading knowledge to humanity. The imperial state religion has many followers, as long as we guide them correctly, then the imperial state religion will still be an indispensable part of the empire. Moreover, Haydenstein, Your Holiness, don't you think that priests and teachers are quite similar? Saying this, Guilliman, for once, showed a rare sense of humor. This lightened the atmosphere in the entire room. Even the two cardinals who had accompanied him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, everyone could hear the killing intent in Haydenstein, Your Holiness's words just now. Following that, the two discussed many issues regarding the reform of the imperial state religion and predicted some potential difficulties. At the same time, as the conversation progressed between the two, Haydenstein was completely won over by the wise and knowledgeable original body before him. When the sun once again shone through the crystal ground glass into the spacious reception room, the two finally concluded their conversation. Haydenstein, Your Holiness took a sip of the now cold black tea on the table, moistening his throat. Lord Regent, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about the doctrines and precepts of the imperial state religion. Ha 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 ha, Haydenstein, Your Holiness, I am also surprised by your understanding of human nature. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Haydenstein directly rose. In that case, Lord Regent, I shall take my leave. Very well, I will see you out. Guilliman rose with him, accompanying Haydenstein towards the door. But just in case, Guilliman, with a smile, spoke again. Haydenstein, Your Holiness, I will dispatch a large company of ultramarines to assist you in this operation. Ha 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 ha, that would be excellent. Haydenstein did not mind Guilliman's caution in the slightest. Then I shall take my leave. When Haydenstein returned to the solemn cathedral of the imperial state religion, he immediately ordered, William, announce that the Supreme Council is to be convened. Also, have the sisters prepare. Furthermore, this meeting is the highest internal meeting of the Church, so there is no need to inform the Imperial Ministry of Administration or the High Lords. Understood, Your Holiness. The cardinal named William, who had been accompanying Haydenstein, first bowed respectfully to the Haydenstein, Your Holiness, then slowly exited the hall. After the cardinal named William left, Haydenstein first stood before the golden and jeweled statue of the Emperor, praying for a long time. Only then did he turn his head again to the cardinal who had spoken rashly earlier. Astark, do you have something you wish to tell me? The cardinal named Astark hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered his courage. Your Holiness, do you truly believe this is the decision of the Divine Emperor? The saint would not abandon us. Oh? How do you figure? An expression of interest appeared on Haydenstein's face, like old tree bark, and at the same time, his hand gripping the papal staff tightened slightly. However, the cardinal named Astark did not notice this in the slightest, as if his floodgates had opened, wanting to express all the words he had been holding in. Your Holiness, in fact, I have already died once, on the day the Divine Emperor abandoned us. At that time, I was devoutly praying before the statue of the Divine Emperor in my home, and I was happy to have the privilege of hearing the Divine Emperor's sacred words. Because this was a glory that my father, my grandfather, and even my great-grandfather had never experienced. At that moment, I had never felt so close to His Majesty the Divine Emperor. But it ruined everything. It devalued my faith to nothing. It regarded our efforts as a burden. At this point, Astark began to become hysterical. Boo hoo hoo, everything we did was a joke, a joke. Astark then began to cry. And so, unable to accept all of this, I picked up the plasma pistol in my home and pulled the trigger against my chin. Bang! The plasma energy instantly burned through my brain. At that moment, I could clearly smell the burning of my brain matter, and I felt the back of my head fly off. But just as I lay on the ground, waiting for death, I heard a voice. It told me that there truly are gods in this world. As long as I chanted its true name, it would bestow its gaze upon me, and so I saw it, I saw God. The expression on Astark's face once again changed from sadness to ecstasy. God not only healed my wounds but also bestowed upon me supreme knowledge. Wrong, wrong, we believed wrongly. The Emperor deceived all of us. God truly exists, it is there, waiting for our service, ha 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 ha. So, we are not sinners at all. We should be the spokespersons of the gods in the mortal realm. The next moment, blue-purple feathers uncontrollably grew from Stark's eyes. At the same time, the bishop's robe on his body began to swell. Following that, 2 bizarre blue wings covered in eye patterns grew from Stark's back. His original feet were replaced by bird talons, and a serrated bird's beak grew on his face. Come, your holiness, chant with me. Smash! Just as Stark, with a frenzied expression, stretched out his hands to grab Haydenstein. A thick bolt of psychic lightning shot out from the papal staff in Haydenstein's hand, directly piercing Stark's bird-headed brain. The next moment, Stark's body slumped to the ground, and Haydenstein sighed in silence. My poor child, you are not the first to abandon the Emperor's glory. May the Emperor have mercy on your soul. 222 Vulcan's green skin. Virgo constellation. The addition of Vulcan and others, in fact, failed to turn the tide. After all, tens of thousands of greenskins plus a few thousand dwarves, on the entire planetary battlefield, really couldn't make much of a splash. But then again, if it were ordinary people there, it might indeed be useless. However, the person who came was Vulcan, which left a lot of room for maneuver. So, after the news of Vulcan's presence here was reported to the Solar System United Front Work Department. On the 3rd Terra Day, in addition to the Solar Auxilia 88th Legion, which was supposed to be here for support, the Empire also sent some other helpers. Inside the temporary command post on the planet's surface, 2 warband commanders from the Iron Scales chapter and the Dragon Spears chapter were overjoyed to see their original body. But at the same time, the 2 also noticed the greenskins and dwarves following their original body. As veterans of the former Salamanders chapter, Valen Glag and Harkin Meltspine exchanged uncertain glances. Dwarves were still within their tolerance, after all, these short-statured beings looked very similar to humans, only differing in height. In some underhives of hive worlds, they had seen even more deformed abhumans than dwarves. So the 2 warband commanders had no prejudice against dwarves. But greenskins were different, absolutely different. After all, it was the greenskins who had killed their original body, and the salamanders regarded the greenskins as their mortal enemies. But before that, the 2 still respectfully knelt on one knee, their right fists heavily striking their chests, lowering their heads and saying with firm and reverent voices, Our original body, Lord Vulcan, Lord of the Battle Lizards, Iron Scales chapter, Dragon Spears chapter, always at your command. May we burn out our last ounce of strength for your and the Emperor's glory. The next moment, Vulcan strode forward, his steps steady and powerful, each step seemingly treading on everyone's hearts. His broad, warm hands gently rested on the shoulders of the 2 warband commanders, helping them both up, his gaze soft yet full of power, his voice deep yet clear, spreading all around, My warriors, there is no need for such formality. I am deeply pleased to see your chapters fighting for the Empire under your leadership. Rise, for the galaxy is fraught with danger, and we still have many fierce battles to face together. And after helping the 2 up, Vulcan also keenly noticed that the 2 warband commanders kept glancing, intentionally or unintentionally, at the 2 greenskins behind him. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock, for who could have imagined that Vulcan, whom they revered and believed in, regarding him as a spiritual leader and role model, would be associated with a brutal, evil race like the greenskins? For salamanders warriors like them, who had been fortunate enough to fight alongside Vulcan, it might be all right. But if those new recruits under 1,000 years old knew about this, it would definitely damage Lord Vulcan's image among them. In fact, even they found it hard to accept for a while, falling into deep confusion, not understanding why the original body would take in a group of greenskins. On one hand, they had unconditional loyalty to Vulcan, believing that the original body's actions must have a profound meaning. But on the other hand, greenskins were the Empire's sworn enemies, and fighting them was almost a daily duty for the salamanders. This inevitably made the 2 warband commanders suspicious of the resurrected Vulcan. After all, the salamanders, influenced by their original body, generally had a Prometheus worship. And the salamanders loved close combat, preferred to use melta weapons, and were also known for their swift offense and tenacious defense. So even after Vulcan's death, the salamanders still fought on the front lines of the Empire's fight against the greenskins. Let's go for a walk, I think you must have a lot to say to me. Vulcan patted the 2 on the shoulders, the tall original body still so kind, with a faint smile on his lips. At your command, Lord Vulcan. The 3 walked out of the temporary command post under the gaze of a crowd of dwarves, greenskins, and humans. And outside the command post at this moment, it had already turned into a battlefield of continuous gunfire. With the addition of 2 salamanders sub-chapters in the Solar Auxilia 88th Legion, the human front line finally withstood the pressure and began to push back with the salamanders' warriors' repeated attacks. This time, the salamanders did not just send out 2 sub-chapters. In fact, in addition to the Iron Scales and Dragon Spears chapters that had already arrived, the salamanders also had 5 more chapters, plus an entire forge fleet invited from a forge world, plus 2 Titan legions, all on their way. On the trench, the salamanders wearing Terminator heavy power armor spewed hundreds of meters of flames from their Melta flamers, burning any Kern demons that dared to approach directly into ashes. And the long-range psychic spells unleashed by the Kern demons, which lacked long-range magic, made no splash at all when they hit the storm shields of the Terminator power armor. But the next moment, a Hellhound suddenly tore through space and teleported behind the Terminator power armor. The Hellhound, over 4 meters tall, had 3 heads, was entirely blood red, and also had hooks and barbs on its back and tail. It directly pounced on the Terminator power armor and began to frantically bite. The thick ceramite power armor was scratched with grooves by its sharp claws. But the next moment, a melta shot fired from not far away directly melted through most of the Hellhound's body. In the distant trench, a veteran elite of the Solar Auxilia wearing Guardian-type human power armor first exchanged glances with the Salamander's warrior inside the Terminator power armor, then ignored him and continued to look for enemies to fire at. Original body, we saw a group of greenskins around you, this makes us very confused. You know greenskins are our enemies, they have brought countless disasters and suffering to humanity, we have always been fighting them, why would you take them in? Harkin, the warband commander of the Iron Scales chapter, who was half a step behind Vulcan, spoke first, raising his question. I understand your confusion, my children. In fact, when I woke up and found myself surrounded by greenskins, I was also filled with rage, and then I started fighting incessantly. I killed many, but they seemed endless, always appearing and then pouncing. So I began to change my approach, let go of hatred, and tried to tame and change them. But, Lord Vulcan, greenskins are inherently brutal and warlike, how can they truly change? We have always been taught to eliminate them to protect humanity. This time it was Valen Glag who spoke. In thousands of years of fighting with greenskins, Valen never believed that greenskins could be domesticated. After all, the Empire had tried in this regard. I understand your concerns, and I understand the teachings you have received. But as the Salamanders chapter, shouldn't we understand even more about giving others a chance at redemption? Doesn't our faith also emphasize tolerance and hope? If we can guide these greenskins onto the right path, let them fight for the Empire, isn't that a more meaningful thing to do? Chapter 223 The Real Counterattack of the Two Regiments. Hearing Vulcan's explanation, the 2 warband commanders only felt that their original body was insane. If it weren't for the slight tremor from their gene seed bloodline, both of them would have been ready to pull out their melta guns. But Lord Vulcan, this is too risky. What will other warbands and the people of the Imperium think when they see these greenskins by your side? They might misunderstand you, or even question your return and identity. The 2 warband commanders still wanted to continue persuading him, but Vulcan directly interrupted them with a raised hand. Even in front of the 2 warband commanders, who had now become Primaris Space Marines, the towering original body was still half a head taller. I know this will be controversial, but we cannot only care about what others think. We must trust our own judgment and choices. As long as our purpose is for the greater good, we should not be afraid to face misunderstanding and questioning. I will explain our actions to the other warbands and the Imperium, letting them understand our intentions. Seeing their original body's resolute expression, the 2 warband commanders knew they could no longer persuade him. All right, Lord Vulcan, we trust your decision. But before that, we should still remain vigilant and ensure these greenskins do not bring harm to the Imperium. Ha ha ha, Vulcan patted their shoulders contentedly, caution is never wrong, very good, my children, I believe in your abilities and loyalty. Let us work together to bring change to these greenskins and new possibilities to the Imperium. But before that, let us end this war as soon as possible. We are honored to fight alongside you, the 2 warband commanders said, punching their chests again, a smile on their faces. At the same time, above the atmosphere of Virgo, a thrilling large-scale offensive had already begun. The elite forces from the 2 warbands, like 2 ferocious wolf packs, were now baring their fangs in the deep cosmos. Accompanying them, 12 light cruisers, like colossal steel beasts, slowly entered their designated orbits. The next moment, the torpedo tubes on the light cruisers' flanks, whose valves were originally tightly closed, sprang open. One by one, oversized bombardment torpedoes began to lock onto the hive cities on the planet's surface that had already been occupied and entrenched by demons. Simultaneously, the lance arrays also began to charge rapidly. Fire! With a command from the Space Marine commanders within their respective light cruisers, one by one, the torpedoes first broke free, trailing long plumes of fire as they plunged towards the surface. Immediately following, dozens of lance strikes arrived later but struck first, landing amidst the demon hordes. On the surface, evil altars constructed from countless human skulls were instantly targeted by the lances. And surrounding these altars were gigantic blood lakes that defied realistic logic. Countless Kern demons crawled out of the blood, like the most common bloodletters, flesh hounds, and Kern chaos, almost innumerable. Some elite bloodletters even rode mechanical demon engines crafted from brass. Their appearance was like living brass bowls, and their internal core seemed to be eternally burning with flames, though it was unknown which unlucky demon had been stuffed inside to serve as fuel. As the 10-meter wide beams of light enveloped the altars, a surge of psychic energy immediately appeared above these skull altars. But under the divine lance laser strikes, the psychic barrier was instantly shattered, directly enveloping the entire altar and vaporizing the skulls that formed it. A smell of charring and the churning stench of blood wafted far away, and as the planet rotated, these thick beams of light, like heated carving knives, began to move rapidly across the planet's surface. For a time, the blood lakes churned, and the ground swept by the lances began to melt, turning into a lava-like fluid. And those Kern demons unfortunately caught within, were instantly vaporized by the high temperature upon being struck by the lances. At the same time, on the planet Virgo, the demons who were still reveling in slaughter suddenly heard a piercing whistle. Immediately after, one by one, bombardment torpedoes fell into the densely packed demon areas and the fallen hive cities. These terrifying heavy bombs, upon contact with the ground, caused the chemical explosives within them to react rapidly, erupting in a flash of light no less bright than a solar flare. Then, amidst deafening explosions, terrifying shockwaves capable of destroying everything, mixed with an boundless sea of fire, began to rapidly erupt across all areas of the entire planet occupied by Kern demons. This was the salamander's tactic, to burn most of the planet Virgo into a glass sphere. Even after precise calculations by the librarians, these heavy torpedo bombs, affectionately called Prometheus Mercy by the salamanders, would not only avoid harming friendly forces on the surface when detonated in the appropriate areas, but would also provide a large-scale cleansing for the entire planet Virgo. At the same time, this destructive weapon, designed by the salamander's forge masters specifically for greenskin mushroom farms, was also filled with mercy and would not cause any burden to the planet after bombardment. If calculated properly, it could even create hundreds or thousands of artificial lakes on the planet's surface. Meanwhile, on the planet's surface, within a trench, a solar auxiliary recruit cautiously poked half his head out. Immediately after, he saw distant heat waves and seas of fire churning hundreds of meters high. This was a sight he had never witnessed in his entire life. So much so that this solar auxiliary recruit, who had been called a rising star in his home world's planetary defense force, couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, Emperor above! But in just a moment, the recruit's assault pattern human power armor helmet began to turn hot and red due to the high temperature baking. Idiot, do you have a death wish? The veteran squad leader next to him immediately dragged the recruit into the trench, scolding him irritably, "You scoundrel, if you don't want to be baked into a dried human, stay in the trench, this is for your own good, rookie." After a thorough artillery bombardment, the demons on the entire planet's surface had been largely annihilated. But the next moment, more demons continued to pour out from beneath several skull altars that had not been completely destroyed. At the same time, after the artillery barrage, Salamander's warriors, who had long been ready, boarded drop pods. As the large drop pod launch bay doors on the light cruiser's underside slowly opened with a low mechanical roar, nearly 1,000 drop pods, like meteors, were launched from the cruiser and plunged into the planet's atmosphere. During their high-speed descent, these drop pods intensely rubbed against the atmosphere, instantly igniting and transforming into streaks of brilliant fire, cutting dazzling paths across the night sky. The drop pods slammed into the surface at extreme speed, impacting areas near the altars that had not yet been destroyed. Chapter 224 Blood God and Holy Fire. With a series of dull impacts and flying dirt, drop pods directly smashed into the Kern demons. As a result, the frenzied Kern demons began to rapidly converge on these drop pods, wanting to tear apart the armored bugs hiding inside and offer their comical and round heads to the master on the brass throne. Kill! 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 Let blood flow! Let fear spread! Blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne! Roar, 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 ha 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 ha! In the name of Kern, let their blood water the earth! Amidst the almost insane roars of the Kern demons and Chaos Space Marines, the hatches of the drop pods that landed on the surface rapidly opened, like blooming steel flowers. Inside the hatches, heavy melta-flamers, already impatient, instantly spewed out high-temperature fiery serpents of thousands of degrees, like enraged dragons. Wherever these fiery serpents went, the bodies of the Kern demons, who were still roaring and charging, were instantly ignited, turning into burning fireballs. Nearly 1,000 drop pods, at this moment, immediately transformed into fortifications spewing flames. They cooperated with each other, forming dense fire nets that divided and surrounded the demons, like unyielding reefs in the midst of ocean waves. Even though Kern demons have extremely high resistance to fire, in the fire net constructed by heavy melta-flamers, they could only watch their bodies melt, falling into painful struggles and screams, unable to escape the raging burning and scorching. Immediately after, Salamander's warriors poured out of the drop pods one after another. They were uniformly clad in heavy power armor, wielding heavy melta-flamers, each step firm and powerful. Their eyes revealed determination and fearlessness, and after leaving the drop pods, they quickly formed temporary combat teams. They began to suppress the surrounding Kern demons with firepower. The Emperor's wrath will purify all this evil. A Salamander's captain, looking at a Kern chaos spawn that was recklessly rushing towards him, adjusted his muzzle and quickly spewed a fiery serpent, engulfing the entire chaos spawn and burning it to charcoal in a few blinks of an eye. Holy fire purifies evil, the Emperor's light illuminates the way forward. Advance. Let the enemy burn. As the salamanders advanced, behind them were raging flames and rolling thick smoke, like a scene of doomsday. At the same time, on the cruiser, commanders were closely monitoring the situation on the battlefield. They constantly directed the actions of the Space Marine squads through the communication devices in their power helmets, continuously adjusting their offensive strategy. Every decision they made could relate to the lives of their Astartes brothers on the battlefield, so every decision had to be very cautious. This battle was destined to be a brutal contest. The demons would not easily abandon this land, as they had already regarded it as their paradise. What the salamanders could do was to destroy all demon altars on the planet as quickly as possible. As long as there were no demon altars, the demons would eventually be wiped out. The only thing to be thankful for was that this demon invasion did not feature any terrifying existence similar to a demon prince. At the same time, in the front-line trenches, a Solar Auxilia commissar wearing a peaked cap and holding a power sword gripped his communicator, raised his sword, and pointed it at the battlefield where the high temperature had not yet dissipated. He roared loudly into the communicator. "The Emperor is watching us, warriors. Take up your weapons, it's time for the counterattack. Charge at the enemy. Let them witness the wrath of the Imperium. For the future of humanity, for the glory of the Solar Auxilia, charge. Crush the enemy underfoot." And in the trenches stretching for tens of kilometers, smoke and tension permeated the air, so oppressive that it felt as if water could be wrung out of it. Within the trenches, a group of warriors who had experienced countless battles were already standing by in strict formation. Solar Auxilia veterans, clad in assault-type human power armor, were like sharp blades about to be unsheathed. They were the first to cautiously peek out halfway from the deep trenches. Although these assault-type human power armors could not compare to the ceramite power armor of the Astartes, they were not ordinary equipment. Their thick outer shell shimmered with the cold light unique to metal, and they were covered with traces left by years and battles. At the joints of the power armor, precise mechanical devices trembled slightly, as if accumulating endless power. The veterans' faces were mostly covered by the power armor's visors, revealing only their firm eyes full of combat desire. In their eyes, there was both vigilance for the upcoming battle and an unwavering belief in victory. Every breath was accompanied by the slight hum of the power armor, seemingly synchronizing with their heartbeats. Listening to the commissar's shouts and the charge order in their helmets, they exchanged knowing glances, their eyes conveying unspoken trust and encouragement. At the same time, venom blade tanks and stone lizard self-propelled artillery, like steel beasts, roared deafeningly, crossing the trenches first and beginning to advance. The massive body of the venom blade tank had sharp lines, like fierce beasts ready to pounce on their prey. Its four twin-linked turrets on both sides rotated continuously, their muzzles flickering with a cold light, as if recounting their illustrious military achievements on the battlefield. The stone lizard self-propelled artillery appeared even taller and more formidable, its huge gun barrel leveled directly, as if demonstrating to the enemy. Its tracks rotated frantically on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. And behind these behemoths, sentinel walkers, like Bigfoot monsters, followed closely with heavy and powerful steps. The sentinel walker's 6-meter-tall body moved like a giant water tower with 2 legs. At the same time, its mechanical arms were equipped with a flamethrower and a powerful multi-laser respectively. "Lads, remember the Emperor's gaze is never far. Charge forward, carve your name into this victory, every drop of blood we shed paves the glorious path for humanity. Don't be afraid, this is everyone's destiny. Earn your military honors in the gunfire, for the Imperium, for your own future, charge." An old veteran encouraged the new recruits under his command. But in fact, these soldiers who could become Solar Auxilia were all elites selected from various planetary defense forces. Chapter 225 Victory is at hand. We are the Emperor's sword. In the Emperor's name. Advance. By the God Emperor's wrath. Purge the heretics. One by one, Solar Auxilia soldiers, shouting morale-boosting slogans, climbed out of their trenches. They were well trained, quickly forming into squads of 13 to 15 men after exiting the trenches. They began to advance rapidly, using venom blade tanks and other war vehicles as cover. Cannon fodder, grunts, the Emperor's spare change, their total equipment value not even a fraction of a Space Marine's. This is perhaps the stereotype many have of the Imperial Guard. But in fact, compared to the mere 2 million Astartes in the entire Imperium, the Imperial Guard are the true cornerstone of the Imperium. At the same time, these grunts are not as fragile as people imagine. To be selected for the Imperial Guard, these soldiers themselves actually possess strength comparable to Rambo in First Blood. It's just that their opponents are not strange-looking, psyker-wielding alien creatures. They are either space marines who can tear steel plates with their bare hands and whose spit can kill a man, or the endless hordes of greenskin fungus and tyrannid who can take half a clip of bullets and still charge and hack people down with vigor. The reason why these grunts suffer such heavy casualties every time, it is more due to their rudimentary equipment, compared to elites like the Solar Auxilia. Most Imperial Guardsmen do not possess a cheap laser automatic rifle produced by a Forge World, or body armor worth less than 40 throne geld. A total of 100 throne geld for all their gear is the limit for an average Imperial Guardsman. This is the true reason for their heavy casualties on the battlefield. Meanwhile, a plasma pistol, a common sidearm for Space Marines, is officially priced at 7,500 throne geld in the Imperial military budget. The scorching sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick haze of smoke, illuminating the scorched earth repeatedly baked by war. The roars of Khurn demons and chaotic whispers intertwined, weaving a prelude to death. Having narrowly escaped the salamanders' widespread bombardment, they emerged once again from the ruins, rampaging across the high-temperature molten slag ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the sky, and Thunderhawk gunships swept over the heads of these demons, their belly-mounted autocannons quickly aiming and firing shells. Immediately after, Hellfire missiles, suspended from the gunships, trailed long plumes of exhaust, accurately striking the core areas where the demons were entrenched. The deafening roar of explosions and the soaring flames created a shockwave like a surging tsunami, flinging and tearing apart the demons, their severed limbs, minced meat, and hot soil and rocks being thrown into the air. Boom! Accompanying a blast in the sky, a Thunderhawk gunship, which had been speeding through the air, instantly exploded into a ball of fire. From the ruins, a Khurn bloodletter piloting a demon engine watched its masterpiece, immediately roaring excitedly. However, the next moment, an ultra-dense core-penetrating shell instantly pierced and shattered the roaring Khurn bloodletter, along with the demon engine it rode. Amidst the dense smoke, the angry and unwilling roars of the demons rose and fell. Their chaotic attacks, coupled with their elusive warp translation abilities, still caused significant casualties to the Solar Auxilia. Often, just one Khurn bloodletter teleporting into the Solar Auxilia ranks could cause casualties of several individuals or even an entire squad. But under the rapid advance of the Solar Auxilia, the demons' once arrogant momentum gradually began to be suppressed. The most significant point was that the number of demons on the battlefield began to decrease rapidly. Deeper in the battlefield, the aftermath of the bombing had not yet dissipated. The Salamander's warriors, like burning spirits of vengeance, flickered in and out of the smoke and flames, resembling demon gods returned from hell. Captain Agnes of the Dragon Spears chapter wielded a flaming Warhammer, its head wreathed in high temperatures and fury, each swing generating a scorching blast of air. When it struck a demon, it instantly reduced it to ashes. The other Salamander's warriors beside him were equally formidable, the roaring of their bolt guns and melta weapons continuous. In front of them was a Khurn altar located in a depression. Blood was rapidly flowing from tens of thousands of skulls beneath the altar. As the blood gathered into puddles, blood slaves, already impatient, emerged from the blood. Flame Claw Squad, flank from the left, draw enemy fire. Molten Fire Squad, prepare melta weapons, wait for the opportunity to assault. Agnes calmly issued commands, his voice firm and strong, transmitted through the communication channel to his nearby squad members. Received. Upon receiving the order, the Flame Claw Squad quickly sprang into action. The squad members moved nimbly through the ruins, their bolt guns immediately spitting fire, obliterating several blood slaves who had just emerged and hadn't even had time to get excited. This successfully attracted the Khurn demons who were originally guarding the altar. Roar roar roar! The Khurn demons let out angry roars, then rushed in groups, heedlessly, towards the Flame Claw Squad. Now, Molten Fire Squad, go! Agnes seized the opportunity and decisively gave the order. The members of the Molten Fire Squad, armed with heavy melta guns, burst out from one side, and rays of high temperature instantly reduced the demons to ashes. At the same time, Agnes led another squad, rapidly approaching the altar. Immediately after, melta grenades were thrown, and the next moment, the skulls that had been bleeding were directly melted by the melta. Then Agnes, with continuous strikes of his flaming Warhammer, smashed and sent flying several demons that approached him. And after a charged swing, he slammed his Warhammer onto the altar made of skulls, destroying it. The muzzle flashes licked the bodies of the demons, and bolter rounds and melta blasts exploded among the demon hordes, blossoming into flowers of death. The Salamander's warriors, with perfect tactical coordination, were like sharp blades, thrusting directly into the heart of the demon forces. Just as the Salamander's warriors were fiercely clashing with the demons, the first counter-attacking force from the Solar Auxilia appeared on the horizon. Chimera transports spewed exhaust, speeding across the cratered ground, rushing towards the battlefield like a steel torrent. Behind the vehicles, countless Solar Auxilia soldiers in human power armor surged out like a tide, raising their lasguns high and shouting their oaths to fight for the Emperor in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. Sergeant Carlos led his squad, moving agilely through the ruins. Using buildings as cover, they swiftly and accurately shot down hidden demons preparing an ambush. Beams of laser light pierced through the smoke, striking down blood slaves and bloodletters attempting to approach. Although the demons, driven by the power of chaos, fought without fear of death, launching repeated frenzied counterattacks, the Solar Auxilia, relying on their tenacious will and close teamwork, continued to steadily push forward. On the battlefield, the roars of demons, the thunder of gunfire, and the shouts of warriors intertwined. But in this engagement between humanity and Kern, without unexpected circumstances, humanity's victory was already inevitable. Within the Maelstrom starfield, in an unknown star system, the battle between the Greenskins and the Tyranids was still a back-and-forth affair. Compared to the beginning, the Duchan clan and the Krakenhive fleet had, after months of continuous chaotic fighting, become deeply intertwined. After devouring a large number of Greenskin corpses, the Tyranid hive ship attempted to cultivate many types of Tyranid specifically designed to counter Greenskins. However, the Krakenhive ship quickly discovered that its previously unfailing restraining methods were not very effective against the Greenskins. The same amount of biomass, when used to cultivate fire-melting bugs or acid-eroding snake bugs specifically designed to counter Greenskins, caused no more damage to the Greenskins than simply producing more gun bugs and blade bugs. In fact, the hive ship was surprised to find that the Greenskins on the other side were even beginning to try and imitate them. Based on the memories transmitted back by the Tyranid warrior and the tyrant, the hive ship noticed that the number of Greenskins on the battlefield clad in Tyranid biological and chitinous armor was steadily increasing. At the same time, the Tyranid hive was also very puzzled as to why the Greenskins on the other side could last so long. After all, according to the hive ship's calculations, even if the Greenskins on the other side had 4 planets as a backing. But whether from simulated resource reserves or population predictions, the hive ship believed that the other side should have already lost by now. What perplexed the hive ship was why the number of Greenskins on the other side had not only not decreased but had actually increased. In fact, the Tyranid hive ship even began to doubt the quantity of biomass it had collected and conducted a series of tests and investigations. After the investigation, the Tyranid hive discovered that although the war was still ongoing, the Kraken fleet's biomass reserves and ship numbers were now far greater than before. If the Tyranid hive could speak directly now, it would definitely start with, "This doesn't make sense, does it?" Meanwhile, on the barren planets throughout the star system, and on the Greenskins warships and base planets, the war continued. Whaik. In fact, it wasn't just the Tyranids that were growing. Under the baptism of war, the growth rate of the Greenskins far exceeded the imagination of the Tyranid. At the same time, this also brought Lu Mang countless amounts of biomass. Dynamic death metal rock music played continuously on the Duchan clan's base planet. Towering structures resembling water towers rose like mushrooms after rain during the war. These structures, topped with scrap metal pieced together into a ferocious orc face, were called Wadaik Towers by the Little Ones, and they were very effective at igniting the Greenskins' fighting spirit. When Greenskins listened to music while fighting, it was like someone cleaning their house. They couldn't stop, as if they had eaten Mentos. And on the battlefield, the Duchan clan also set up a strict disciplinary squad. But these disciplinary squads were not to urge the Little Ones to fight bravely. Instead, they were to capture those orc who, after successfully killing a certain number of bugs on the battlefield, were promoted to Orc Big Mech. These little ones who became Big Mech would be gathered together and sent to the interior of the planet for a complete change of equipment. Their front line would then be replaced by an endless supply of newly produced orc from the Greenskin C-section factories. These newly born, still bewildered little ones, under the command of the Gretchen Brotherhood's Kilgons, would be uniformly loaded onto vehicles. Then these Greenskin big trucks would pass by large piles of guns, large piles of knives, and armor piles where weapons were distributed along the way. The Gretchen mechanics waiting by these weapon and armor piles would quickly armor and arm these newly born little ones on the trucks. And after being equipped with armor and weapons, these little ones would be sent to the battlefield. Then, led by Big Mech, they would dance among the Tyranid swarms on the battlefield, to the dynamic music. Wadaik. Hiss roar roar roar. Accompanied by the roar of a Tyranid tyrant, the Tyranid on the surface of Planet Base 2 began a new round of attacks. The Tyranids surged like a black tide from the horizon. At the same time, Tyranid biological warships, similar to Kirov airships, hovered in midair like giant crustacean monsters. And beneath these biological warships were tube-like tentacles, resembling umbilical cords, densely plunged into the planet's surface. They absorbed massive amounts of biomass provided by the Tyranid Ripper Swarm and Tyranid digestion pools. At the same time, large numbers of Tyranid creatures were cultivated from these biological warships and then deployed onto the planet's surface. What the Tyranid hive ship found bizarre was that the Greenskins did not attack these obviously slow-moving behemoths but allowed them to exist. But facing the pressure from the Greenskins, even knowing it was abnormal, the Tyranid hive ship saw no other option. Wahahaha, look at these ugly bugs. We've got plenty to play with. Beastbone Savage, the savage orc Waag boss who had been sent to the ICU twice by Lu Meng, rode his new pet squig on the roof of a gaudily modified battle truck. His massive beast bone axe, stained with blood and shredded flesh, cheered excitedly. "Boss, there are so many of these bugs, they're charging in like they don't care about their lives." Next to the war truck, an orc shouted while pulling the trigger. "Ha ha ha ha, awesome! Hit them hard for me, turn all these bugs into meat paste." Waik! Beastbone Savage swung his arm, making the various trophies hanging on his body clink and clatter. However, the Tyranids didn't care what the greenskins thought. Dense Tyranid gun bugs continuously fired flesh-eating burrowing worms wrapped in green mucus while constantly charging forward. Sharp hissing sounds came from their mouths, sharp fangs were covered in foul-smelling drool, and two stout muscular limbs moved rapidly on the ground. Their hard chitinous carapaces also appeared pitted under the sun. Some unfortunate orc hit by the flesh-eating burrowing worms would have their thick plate armor instantly corroded into a large hole. Then, gruesome, bleeding holes would be left on their bodies. "Damn it, these damned little bugs really hurt me." A newly born orc cursed angrily, clutching the wound on his arm. "Stop whining, just fight." Another orc, born half a day earlier, roared, raising his large gun and unleashing a barrage of wildfire at the charging Tyranid. However, the next moment, a stream of strong acid accurately hit the area where the two orcs were located. And in an instant, it melted the two orcs into a puddle of blood mixed with green corrosive acid. Immediately after, a massive Tyranid titan slowly approached. Its body was long and slender, like a giant multi-legged grasshopper. But the high-temperature acid it spewed from its mouth could instantly turn a green skin position into scorched earth. "Boss, what do we do about that big guy?" A Deutschen, holding a large gun and sweeping it, asked Beastbone Savage excitedly in front of the war truck. "What else can we do?" "Start my battle truck, and we'll waik. Up there!" Beastbone Savage commanded, and the Deutschen driving the war truck unhesitatingly floored the accelerator, then roared and charged towards the Tyranid Titan. At the same time, the large-caliber machine guns on the vehicle fired wildly, attempting to damage the Titan. But this action seemed to have completely enraged the nearby Tyranid Titan. Roar, roar, roar! The next moment, the Tyranid Hive Tyrant roared. And quickly adjusted its direction, aiming its back, which was full of holes, towards Beastbone Savage's position. Then, immediately, dense corrosive acid, like raindrops, spewed from its back, which would give anyone trypophobia. Waik! Charge! Under the cover of corrosive acid, a waik energy shield was propped up above the war truck. At the same time, accompanied by a blunt strike of Beastbone Savage's battle axe, "Ha ha ha! Let me have a go with you." Immediately after, within the waik energy shield, the rapidly moving greenskin big truck instantly disappeared. And just as the Tyranid Hive Tyrant looked around, searching for its target, the war truck, which had disappeared, suddenly appeared in front of the Tyranid Hive Tyrant. And it was literally in front of it, so with the roaring of the Dagon boys on the war truck, the entire greenskin big truck slammed hard into the Tyranid Hive Tyrant's face. At the same time, after the Tyranid Hive Tyrant, whose entire body was pushed back a few steps by the collision, reacted, it immediately swung its massive forelimbs and slammed them down hard onto the battle truck. And the Deutschen in the driver's seat, upon discovering that the truck had been grabbed, quickly and flexibly turned the steering wheel, attempting to escape the attack. At the same time, the rocket launchers on the vehicle fired rockets, exploding on the Tyranid Titan's body. So much so that the chitinous armor on the Tyranid Hive Tyrant's body was shattered, splashing out a large amount of blood. "Haha, die, you damned bug! See, these bugs are nothing more than that." Beastbone Savage laughed triumphantly. However, below, the Tyranid's offensive continued. More and more swarms of bugs surged like a tide, clashing with the greenskins. But as time went on, the keen Tyranid Hive ship clearly noticed. The greenskin fleet around it began to increase rapidly. Immediately after, a very absurd thought circulated within the Tyranid Hive ship: are we being farmed? Upon discovering this situation, the Tyranid fleet, which had been systematically fighting the greenskins, immediately changed its original offensive strategy and began to try to break through. But what was despairing was that even with a surprise attack, after being surrounded, the Tyranid fleet was completely unable to shake off the greenskins' entanglement. At the same time, in space, countless Tyranid gargoyles and Tyranid harpies, like swarms of mosquitoes, constantly circled and engaged in combat with the greenskin combat bombers piloted by the Dagon boys. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a beam of energy over a dozen meters in diameter passed over the still circling Tyranid gargoyles and accurately struck a Tyranid razor fiend. Although no sound could be heard in space, when the energy spear pierced through the Tyranid razor fiend's hull, both the Deutschen and the Tyranid seemed to hear the Tyranid razor fiend's mournful wail. And in a forgotten fringe battlefield, a Tyranid gene stealer quickly pounced on a newly born orc. and injected a large string of tyrannid spores into the orc's body. Waiaik. Facing the gene stealer that had suddenly stung him, the bewildered orc grabbed it. Humph, weak bug. Then, under the tyrannid gene stealer's struggle, he crushed it directly. And as the tyrannid gene stealer's corpse was flung aside by the orc. Within the orc, who continued to join the battle from a microscopic perspective, a whole new war had already begun. The tyrannid genes injected by the tyrannid gene stealer into the orc's body first rapidly expanded and devoured within this orc's body. Then, they were met with a fierce counterattack from the green skin spores within the orc's body. Two types of spores, or two completely different ecosystems, collided at this moment, and began to merge in a way that was incomprehensible. So on the battlefield, within the tyrannid bioconversion pool made up of countless tyrannid and green skin corpses, an unexpected creature emerged from the ground. It was a mixture of green skin and tyrannid genes, and it clearly had tyrannid characteristics. The monster's body was covered in thick chitinous armor, like an indestructible shell, protecting its body tightly. This armor was not only incredibly thick, but also hard, gleaming with a metallic luster, as if it could withstand any external attack. At the same time, this new creature displayed astonishing muscular strength and growth potential. Its muscles were well-defined and full of power. Every muscle was like a meticulously sculpted work of art, showcasing its powerful physique. Even more striking was that this monster was only just born, yet its height had already reached 8 meters. Such a massive size was comparable to a tyrannid hive tyrant. It made people marvel, as if it were a giant beast from ancient times, giving off an unshakable sense of majesty. In addition, this monster also had 2 pairs of small tyrannid appendages. Although these 2 pairs of secondary limbs were relatively small, they were exceptionally flexible, and they formed a sharp contrast with the main body's massive size, adding a unique and eerie aura to this monster. Roar! 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 As soon as it was born, this unexpectedly created monster displayed astonishing destructive power. Tyrannid Ripper Swarm, the size of terriers, were directly crushed to death by it, like stepping on ants. Even the massive tyrannid digestion pools were destroyed, their thick chitinous pool walls directly torn apart. Large amounts of viscous, jelly-like biomass flowed out from them. In response, the tyrannid Ripper Swarm, which had been feeding, immediately pounced on this failed product that could not connect to the hive mind. However, the Ripper Swarm's mouths, filled with sharp teeth capable of tearing through metal plates, bit into the fusion monster. Yet, they could not cause any harm to it. At the same time, facing the Ripper Swarm's bites, an unusual intelligence was displayed in the fusion monster's eyes. The fusion monster first squeezed to death the tyrannid Ripper Swarm that pounced on it, one by one. Then, it picked up a chainsaw greatsword that had been left on the ground. Immediately after, with just a few glances, the fusion monster, without any instruction, learned how to use the chainsaw greatsword. Soon, under the fusion monster's deliberate collection, each of its 4 arms gained a weapon. At the same time, receiving news that the rear tyrannid digestion pools were under attack, several large tyrannid executioners arrived quickly with heavy footsteps. Roar! 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 Following the continuous roars of the 5 tyrannid executioners, their towering stature, coupled with the terrifying side-like claws growing from their backs, made these tyrannid behemoths appear incredibly ferocious. At the same time, their bodies were covered in a layer of hard exoskeleton, no less thick than a main battle tank. These carapaces, mostly dark gray or black, covered with sharp bone spikes and nodular protrusions, could not only block large-caliber artillery attacks, providing a safe survival environment for the tyrannid executioners on the battlefield. In necessary moments, they could also be used as weapons. Immediately after roaring, the 5 tyrannid executioners charged straight towards the fusion monster like 5 out-of-control tanks. At the same time, more than a dozen acid missiles were first spewed from their backs, directly smashing into the area where the fusion monster was located. The heads of the tyrannid executioners were relatively small and triangular. They had large, sharp lower jaws, and their mouths were filled with pointed fangs, capable of easily tearing apart prey. At the time of their initial design, these nearly 5-meter-tall behemoths were intended by the tyrannid hive ship to be used as charging tanks and heavy infantry units. Therefore, their intelligence, objectively speaking, might not even be as good as a tyrannid warrior. At the same time, cold and cruel tyrannical light flickered in their eyes, revealing a strong aggressiveness. More than a dozen acid missiles struck the fusion monster first, causing wisps of smoke to rise. The chitinous carapace on the fusion monster's body, where it was hit, rapidly melted. This caused the fusion monster to emit a painful shriek. Roar! But the next moment, a terrifying regenerative ability erupted within the fusion monster's body. Its previously melted body parts began to rapidly grow new limbs. At the same time, a distance of nearly 100 meters was covered in just one charge and thrust, and several tyrannid executioners appeared in front of the fusion monster. Immediately after, from the dense, thumb-sized holes in the chitinous carapaces on the tyrannid executioners' shoulder blades and backs, acid missiles, dense as a storm, were sprayed out. Unable to dodge, the fusion monster was directly covered head to toe and, in the next moment, was sent flying by another Tyranid executioner that had charged close. The fusion monster first rolled several times on the ground. But as soon as it got up, 2 large chitinous bone scythes brutally pierced through its chitinous carapace and pinned it to the ground. Ah! In pain, the dissolved monster let out another roar, raising its 2 strong arms, preparing to attack the enemy in front of it. However, the next moment, the other Tyranid executioners approached. And each used the bone scythes on their shoulders to pierce the fusion monster's 4 limbs. These weapons, integrated with the Tyranid executioners' bodies and reinforced by biological bone, were incredibly sharp. They could easily cut through enemy armor and defenses. Immediately after, a chilling crunching sound emanated from among the Tyranid executioners. The fusion monster's massive body was torn to shreds by the combined efforts of the Tyranid executioners. And amidst a teeth-grinding chewing sound, it was swallowed by the Tyranid executioners. However, what was unexpected was that after these Tyranid executioners dismembered and ate the fusion monster, the previously vibrant Tyranid executioners seemed to have been infected with some kind of virus. Their towering bodies began to rapidly wither. At the same time, on the Tyranid hive ship, tens of thousands of miles away, within the Devourer's psychic network formed by countless Tyranids, a brand new genetic code was uploaded and stored in the Tyranid's gene bank, marked as dangerous. However, what the hive mind did not notice was that the Tyranid executioners who had previously uploaded these gene fragments had now lost contact with the hive mind. Hiss roar. Several days later, massive fusion monsters appeared on the battlefield. Initially, the greenskins didn't pay much attention, only thinking they were new weapons created by the Tyranid hive ship. But soon, the greenskins discovered that these behemoths on the battlefield almost made no distinction between friend and foe, whether it was greenskins or Tyranid, they were all their targets. At the same time, the number of these monsters also increased, their reproduction speed could almost be described as absurd. They combined the rapid growth of Tyranid and the plant spores of greenskins, so much so that only one of these fusion monsters could clone itself 1,000 times in a single day. Their reproductive system could even be divided into 2 sets. In situations of food scarcity, they could adopt the greenskins' reproduction mode. And when food was abundant, they could lay eggs like Tyranid. In addition, these monsters also inherited the greenskins' innate technical knowledge. This allowed them to combine mechanical technology with biological technology, creating semi-mechanical, semi-biological monsters. At the same time, these fusion monsters also had a hive network similar to the Tyranids. This caused them to appear on the battlefield and, in a short period, put considerable pressure on both the greenskins and Tyranids in that area. Greenskin Planetary Base 1, in a spacious underground laboratory in the deepest part of the Earth. A fusion monster, contained in a jar, was currently placed on an operating table. Both the mad docs and big mechs around were filled with curiosity about this monster in front of them. And in front of the operating table, Lu Meng, wearing a blood-stained white coat and holding a large surgical knife similar to a bone cleaver, looked at the monster in front of him, lost in deep thought. In the dim laboratory, the air was filled with the pungent smell of chemicals and a faint biological stench, and the flickering lights made Lu Meng's shadow stretch and shrink erratically. But Lu Meng's eyes were fixed on the horrifying fusion monster on the operating table. Even though the monster was as quiet as death, a strange aura emanated from its body, making the air tremble. It seemed to silently declare a challenge to the entire cosmic order. This monstrous outcome, born from the intertwined genes of greenskins and Tyranids, was a terrifying nightmare that crawled out from the dark abyss of the universe. Even Lu Meng, who was now battle-hardened and well-informed, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he looked at the sliced fusion monster on the operating table. Any intelligent species, the more it knows, the more it fears the universe. The creature before him not only inherited the Tyranid's heaven-defying reproduction rate, allowing its population to multiply exponentially in a short period, but also mastered the greenskins' method of spore reproduction, even in the most hostile and desperate places in the universe. Even if only a trace of cells barely survived, it could, in a short time, rebuild an incomparably vast population like a prairie fire. It was as if no force in the universe could completely eradicate them. This terrifying reproductive talent alone was enough to make all civilizations in the universe tremble in fear. If this species were to be described as a disease, then cancer of the universe would undoubtedly be the most fitting term. Not only that, it also perfectly replicated the Tyranid's miraculous instinct for genetic evolution. Facing ever-changing ecological environments and different enemies, this species was like an ancient sage who understood all things in the world, or an incomparably precise super-evolution machine. It could quickly adjust the gene sequence of the next generation by devouring enemies and sensing the outside world. It evolved more lethal and effective countermeasures, combined with the mechanical technology stolen from the greenskins' genes. These fusion monsters were simply mad mechanical modification masters. As a result, they could attach various violent weapons to their bodies at will, perfectly blending the biological instinct of ferocity with the cold power of machinery, creating unique and chilling combat advantages. This was an evolutionary height that even the greenskins themselves could not hope to achieve. Furthermore, it possessed the greenskins' tenacious, almost rogue vitality, as if it could arm wrestle with death, and the Tyranids' indestructible biological exoskeleton, like a divine barrier. This made it like an immortal war god in brutal combat. Offensively, it could destroy the world; defensively, it was as stable as a mountain, almost impregnable. But a strange sense of familiarity always lingered in Lu Mang's mind. It was as if, in the depths of a distant memory, he had once encountered such a terrifying existence. Yet no matter how much he racked his brains, past memories seemed to be heavily shrouded by a thick fog, always unable to reach the crucial truth. But he was acutely aware that this new species was a sword of Damocles hanging over the universe, extremely dangerous. Even their Tyranid-like reproduction rate could potentially drain the entire galaxy dry. They must be eliminated immediately, without delay. Lu Mang's expression was solemn, and he secretly made up his mind, immediately turning to prepare to issue orders. However, just then, the heavy door of the laboratory slowly opened again, emitting a grating, teeth-grinding sound. It was like an overture from hell. The next moment, two pyromaniac little ones, dressed in wrinkled white coats, looking comical yet exuding madness, swaggered in as if no one else was there. "Wahahaha, boss, we're here!" Xiang yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the laboratory. Xiang followed closely, looking left and right as he walked. "Good heavens, the smell in here is really strong, even more potent than when I blew up the grot nest last time. I'm almost suffocated," he said, fanning his nose exaggeratedly. Behind them, 4 green-skinned dreadnought mechs marched with heavy steps, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if proclaiming power and majesty. Immediately following, 12 champion boys, dressed in green-skin power armor, adorned with various trophies, and exuding an arrogant aura, entered in single file. Their eyes gleamed with fanaticism, and they dragged thick iron chains. Such a luxurious and powerful escort lineup was enough to show the extraordinary nature of what they brought. Amidst the tight escort of the 4 green-skinned dreadnoughts, 2 smaller but equally dangerous fusion monsters were dragged into the laboratory, tied up with ropes. Roar, roar, roar. The 2 fusion monsters struggled constantly, like 2 bombs ready to explode at any moment. "Boss, we've discovered an astonishing secret. These guys might be our relatives." Xiang, his face full of excitement, almost hopped to Lu Mang, eager to share their so-called major discovery, his face beaming with pride for having done a good deed, even splattering saliva onto Lu Mang's face. It made Lu Mang want to punch the guy in the face. "What relatives?" Lu Mang cooperatively asked his question. After all, in Lu Mang's opinion, occasionally listening to his subordinates' blathering was also part of his job as the leader. The next moment, Xiang hurriedly leaned in, pointing at the fusion monster and saying, "Boss, look closely, these guys' faces are practically carved from the same mold as ours, they're so similar." As he spoke, he even brought his own face close to the fusion monster to compare. However, in Lu Mang's view, Xiang act of recognizing relatives with a corpse seemed strange no matter how he looked at it. Is that all? Just a similar face doesn't count, it might just be a coincidence. Although Lu Mang knew everything, he still pretended not to believe, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back slightly. Hearing that their boss didn't believe them, Xiang, who was beside him, became anxious and quickly added, "It's not just the face. We also found that these guys, once they get into a fight, will yell Wa'ak, like us, at the top of their lungs. You can hear that sound from a long way off, it's really exciting. Last time we fought the Tyranids, they yelled even louder than us when they charged. I was stunned then, I thought it was my own brothers charging forward. And, boss, these guys are just like us at their core, they're born for battle. The moment they smell gunpowder, they get excited as if they've been injected with adrenaline, and they fight even crazier than us." Xiang also excitedly chimed in, his face beaming with a peculiar excitement of finding a kindred spirit, gesticulating wildly as he described the battle scene. Lu Mang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "According to what you're saying, it does sound a bit eerie. But that's not enough. Is there anything else?" Xiang scratched his head, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "That's right. I also saw that when they fight, they don't follow any rules, just like us, they grab whatever they can use. Last time, one of them picked up a big rock and smashed it on a Tyranid's head, just like us using a big hammer. The Tyranid's brains splattered out, it was so satisfying." Xiang also chimed in, Exactly, exactly. They also tinker with some weapons themselves, even though they look messy, they're quite effective, pretty much like how we greenskins do things. Last time I saw a fusion monster holding a self-made big gun, the barrel was crooked, but when it fired, the power was immense, blowing away the Tyranid's cover. So I figured, they must be a type of greenskin too. Lu Meng listened to the two orcs recounting what they had seen and heard on the battlefield, but his expression grew increasingly solemn. All right, you two step back for now. I need to think this over carefully. The two orcs chattered away, spitting saliva, but they were completely unaware that these fusion monsters, which they considered close relatives, had a world of difference, even a dimensionality reduction strike, in terms of metabolism and nutrient intake compared to the greenskins. They possessed a heaven-defyingly efficient digestive system, like a bottomless black hole that could never be filled, capable of instantly converting almost any known biomass in the galaxy into nutrients for their own growth. Even more astonishing was their nutrient utilization rate, which reached an almost absurd 150%. It's important to know that most intelligent species in the universe have a nutrient utilization rate of only 60%-70%. This meant that for every unit of flesh and blood the fusion monsters consumed, they could incredibly grow nearly 1.5 units of their own body. It was as if their bodies followed a unique growth law that transcended scientific understanding. They were terrifying biological factories capable of infinite proliferation and reproduction. At its root, they were constantly and greedily absorbing and devouring free thermal energy and radiation in the universe, treating the vast cosmos as their private energy supply station, ceaselessly strengthening themselves. Meanwhile, within the distant, profound, and mysterious Tyranid Hive ship, the Tyranid Hive mind, using its psychic network's perception, acutely detected the unexpected guests that appeared on the battlefield. Initially, the hive mind did not pay too much attention to these suddenly appearing enemies. It merely carelessly issued a cold command, ordering the Tyranids in the nearby area to treat these intruders as ordinary biomass raw materials, to be quickly converted and absorbed, just like dealing with a trivial everyday nuisance. However, as the Tyranids devoured and the Tyranid gene stealer uploaded genetic information, the hive mind was instantly struck as if by lightning. Because it was horrified to discover that the psychic link between itself and the Tyranids in that area was instantly and mercilessly severed, as if by an invisible blade from the depths of the universe, causing the hive mind to completely lose control over those Tyranids. And those unfortunate Tyranids, whether they were the agile warrior bugs skilled in close combat, or the almost infinite hordes of hormigants and termagants. Even a huge and powerful Tyranid tyrant, as long as it swallowed the flesh and blood of the fusion creatures, its body would instantly fall into a terrifying war in the microscopic world. Inside these Tyranid, the genetic fragments of the fusion monster biological spores absorbed by the Tyranid, like a surging, sky-obscuring black tide, began to rapidly invade and infect the cells within the Tyranid's body with the force of thunder. A brutal, life-and-death assimilation battle unfolded. In this microscopic battlefield, the Tyranid's cellular defenses were breached one by one, and its genetic sequence was frantically rewritten. Ultimately, none of these once mighty Tyranid were spared, all were transformed by the fusion monster genes, becoming precious nutrients for the growth of their own species. Not only that, but these assimilated Tyranid also brought more unique and complex genetic combinations to this emerging species. This allowed the fusion monsters to go further and further down the path of evolution, forming a complete pyramid-shaped social structure. What truly sent a chill down the Tyranid hive ship's spine was this emerging devourer species. It seemed to have an almost obsessive, special preference for the Tyranids. Compared to the boisterous, yaaiaic shouting greenskins, they instinctively preferred to devour and assimilate the Tyranid on the battlefield. It was as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two, or perhaps a struggle for survival where only the fittest would prevail. And the Tyranids' reliance on devouring biomass for rapid reproduction, their proud, signature ability, was as vulnerable as a child's toy in front of the new devourers, completely losing its effectiveness. Conversely, the fusion monsters transformed into an even more terrifying source of infection. They could infect and contaminate the Tyranid directly, like an incurable, rapidly spreading supervirus. They transformed these devourers from outside the galaxy, one by one, into their own kind. The new devourers, in this brutal biological warfare, caused the once invincible Tyranids to retreat repeatedly. The Tyranid devourers, who once swept across the universe, now felt boundless fear and despair. Boom, boom, boom on the battlefield, violent explosions were continuous and deafening, as if the universe was groaning in pain. One after another, large new devourers, with heavy yet powerful strides, charged wildly, attacking the Tyranid swarm. While the appearance of these new devourers bore an 80% resemblance to the Tyranid, what they wielded were mostly metal big guns with a strong greenskin style, as well as various metal weapons directly embedded in their bodies. Even more absurdly, on the thick chitinous carapaces of these new devourers, armor pieced together from various metal scraps was embedded. Their crude yet violent aesthetic formed a bizarre yet harmonious combination with their grotesque biological bodies. They perfectly integrated the Tyranids' inherent biological characteristics with the greenskins' insane pursuit of mechanical violence, creating a unique combat style with extreme impact and destructive power. Yaaiaic. A fusion monster with a huge cleaver mounted on its arm roared skyward, its wild and frantic roar identical to the greenskins' usual battle cries during charges. It was like a fervent anthem to war. This was a battle cry it had learned from the greenskins in the bloody chaos of the battlefield. When shouted now, it carried a chilling deterrent force, as if proclaiming its ambition to rule the entire universe. Immediately after, amidst the dense swarm of monsters, some fusion biovore, shaped like giant green-skinned tyrannid blastoise with thick cannon barrels mounted on their chitinous carapaces, slowly halted their heavy steps. Thick electrical wires and metal gears, like grotesque, twisted blood vessels and external soul bones, were roughly inserted directly into their brains and spines. Volcanic-like artillery fire erupted from the backs of these giant beasts. The metal shells landed among the tyrannid swarm, but the imagined explosion did not occur. However, the next moment, from within these shells that had smashed into the ground, a large number of thorny, muscular vines rapidly grew. These vines instantly pierced through the tyrannids within a 100-meter radius, turning them into nutrients for their continued growth. And on this chaotic and hellish battlefield, a nimble tyrannid lictor, like a ghost of the night, darted out from a dark corner like lightning. With astonishing speed and agile movements, it instantly sliced two fusion monsters, each only the size of a hormigaunt, in half, its actions fluid and seamless, fully showcasing the tyrannid's combat instincts and ferocity. However, before it could enjoy this brief moment of victory, an overwhelming, rain-like torrent of attacks poured in from all directions like a surging tide. The new devourers, as dense as an ant colony and wielding various weapons, cooperated seamlessly. They quickly formed a tight encirclement around the lictor, trapping it in a desperate situation, leaving it struggling and unable to cope. Ultimately, it was torn apart and devoured by countless new devourers, each the size of a termagant or hormigaunt, becoming their nourishment. At the same time, teams of well-equipped pyromaniac little ones, radiating a fanatical aura, appeared on the edge of the battlefield like a surging wave of flames. After Lu Meng discovered the threat of this new species, he decided to eliminate this unstable threat first. Ha ha ha, burn for me, burn everything to ashes. Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay. The pyromaniac little ones screamed excitedly. Their sky-burning sea-boiling flame slag flamethrowers spewed raging fire. The scorching flames were like wrath from hell, everything in their path was instantly ignited and turned to ash. The pyromaniac little ones did not hesitate, nor did they think much, they only knew that their boss told them to come here to fight, to have a crazy wah-ay-ay-ay. They charged forward without hesitation, the greenskins' fanatical obsession with battle and blind loyalty to their boss were perfectly displayed at this moment, as if war was the entire meaning of their lives. Ha ha ha, charge! Burn these strange things! A pyromaniac little one yelled at the top of his lungs, his face beaming with excitement and fanaticism, completely oblivious to the roaring artillery fire around him. Yes, let them taste the power of our flames. Another pyromaniac little one echoed, his flamethrower spewing a longer tongue of fire, instantly engulfing a dozen monsters, each only the size of a hormigaunt, in front of him. Facing a pincer attack from the tyrannids and the greenskins, the new devourers displayed astonishing combat prowess. They managed to withstand the attacks of the two species, but they were firmly confined to an unknown planet in an unknown star system. However, both the tyrannids and the greenskins were determined not to give this dangerous species any breathing room. The tyrannids would never allow this new devourer to grow. As for the greenskins, they didn't think that much, they simply pursued the thrill of war and absolute obedience to their boss. They fought with all their might, pushing forward bravely, as if tireless and fearless. The battlefield was filled with smoke, and the sounds of shouting, explosions, and clashing weapons intertwined. Three species with no concept of morale seemed capable of fighting until the end of time in this star system. But the problem was, this star system was about to collapse. The once rotating planet was covered with dense tyrannid spore cysts, drawing geothermal energy from beneath the planet and all usable minerals from its surface. And around the scorching star, tyrannid warships greedily absorbed the star's energy. As a result, within a very short period, the star of that planet dimmed by several degrees. And with the pressure from the greenskins and tyrannid, one after another, giant bio-warships, shocking to the very soul, slowly emerged from within the planet where the new devourers were entrenched. The sheer size of these bio-warships was beyond imagination, no less formidable than the awe-inspiring tyrannid hive ship. Furthermore, these warships were densely embedded with a large amount of chaotic, rusty, dilapidated metal and various bizarre, powerful weapons. They looked like a mad monster cobbled together from countless discarded parts. They exuded a bizarre, bloody aura, with muscles and blood vessels still pulsating rhythmically, as if they were giant living cosmic beasts, gazing down at the battlefield with cold, murderous eyes. The tyrannid hive ship felt an unprecedented threat, filled with deep vigilance towards these mysterious and terrifying warships. Clearly, these were hastily born warships, their appearance carrying a desperate madness and resolve. But both the tyrannid and the greenskins understood the intention of these fellows. Trying to escape. On the battlefield, Lu Meng, covered in blood, tore apart the chitin-encased body of a tyrannid tyrant amidst its roar, humph. No chance. As if a death knell played by the god of fate for the universe, the greenskin warships, which had already locked down the area around the planet, immediately responded. One by one, Oversized whirlwind torpedoes, piloted by grots, shot out of the cannon barrels. At the same time, looking at the fusion monster's hive warships. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Lu Mang's mind. Holy crap! I remember now, this thing, Sauron Primal Worm. Sauron Primal Worm, if Lu Mang remembered correctly, these were a group of ruthless bugs. The reason Lu Mang remembered these guys was, of course, their heaven-defying battle record. As for how heaven-defying it was, Lu Mang remembered it being recorded in a story he had read. These Tyranid, using orc genes, accidentally created this thing. First, they beat the entire Tyranid so badly that they couldn't find their way, eventually driving all the Tyranids in the entire galaxy out of the galaxy. Then, they had a fierce fight with billions of disgruntled greenskins. Eventually, they almost wiped the entire galaxy once over. As a result, whether it was the Imperium of Man, the Eldar, or even the sleeping Necron, all were dragged out and slapped twice. Finally, because they were too invincible, they were forcibly written out of the story by the author from the high heavens. The reason for their exit was also absurd. One day, these Sauron Primal Worm felt an unprecedented threat. Then, they packed up their belongings and fled the galaxy together. In the 42nd millennium after these Sauron Primal Worm fled, astronomers of the Imperium discovered that in the opposite direction from where the Sauron Primal Worm left, a nearby star system to the galaxy suddenly experienced something like a total solar eclipse, gradually losing its light. It was as if something massive was blocking that entire star system. Bringing his thoughts back to reality. Accompanied by continuous roaring, artillery fire poured down like rain. It mercilessly bombarded the new Devourer warships that had just broken through the planet's surface. These newly emerging bio-warships were instantly torn apart by overwhelming artillery fire before they could even display their power. Shells streaked across the sky in fiery trajectories, carrying destructive power, violently striking the warships' hulls. They then pierced into the bio-warships' bodies, which were protected by chitinous carapaces and layers of metal scrap. The sounds of tearing and the roar of explosions intertwined, as if the entire universe trembled. One new Devourer warship, completely defenseless under this terrifying artillery fire, was the first to let out a mournful wail and fell from the sky. His hull was pierced by whirlwind torpedoes, and blood flowed like a waterfall from the large and small wounds on his body. At the same time, several Tyranid Razor Fiends also launched pale green corrosive missiles and bioplasma projectiles. However, after enduring the first wave of attacks, the counterattack from the Sauron Primal Worm officially began. This was a desperate, all-out strike by a new race against two established races. If they could escape the blockade, then the entire galaxy would tremble at their birth. Using terms like fighting with one's back to the wall and burning one's bridges to describe the Sauron Primal Worm at this moment would not be an exaggeration. But standing in their way were also two formidable mountains. On the combat moon, countless gun barrels spewed flames. Countless orcs standing on the surface of the combat moon listened to the roar of artillery, gazing at the massive planet above them. And the Sauron Primal Worm bio-warships, caught between the combat moon and the planet, all had eyes full of battle intent. Waaazg! 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 After deeply realizing that continuous combat with the Tyranid might lead to unpredictable consequences, even potentially giving rise to even more dangerous species, the usually more restrained Dagon fleet no longer showed mercy to the Tyranid hive ship. Inside the planetary base, Waaazg energy kids, with their eyes shimmering with unsettling Waaazg energy green light, directly opened teleports. They brought teams of well-equipped orc big mechs into the Tyranid hive ship. Ha ha ha, little ones, let us hack to our heart's content. As soon as he teleported out, an orc big mech, wielding a power axe, excitedly swung his power claw, inlaid with biovore teeth, and charged out. And in the next moment, inside the Tyranid hive ship, an almost endless swarm of Tyranid warrior, Tyranid ripper, and Tyranid gunner swarmed out. Chainsaw great swords roared, accompanied by the shrieks of the Tyranids. Blood began to pool in the corridors of the Tyranid hive ship, then was absorbed by the hive ship, to be used again to cultivate new bugs. The war raged on without pause, and outside, the Sauron Primal Worm were now at the end of their rope. Their painstakingly accumulated warships were no match for the Dujin clan's combat moon and massive fleet. Lu Mang admitted, logically speaking, if they had the same number of warships, the greenskins really couldn't defeat the Sauron Primal Worm, but how should I put it, sorry, right now it's daddy beating son, no logic involved. And on the surface of the planet, where the core was dead and the geothermal energy had been drained, huge bio-warship corpses lay scattered haphazardly. Their smallest bodies were several kilometers long. And within the bodies of these bio-warships, countless Sauron Primal Worm looked with resentment at the combat moon hanging in the sky, and the dense, massive green-skin fleet. At the same time, in the eyes of these Sauron Primal Worm, there was also boundless fanaticism and excitement at having discovered a powerful enemy. In fact, the Sauron Primal Worm not only inherited the greenskins' warlike genes, but even surpassed them. But there was no time for sentimentality now, for on one Sauron bio-warship, a gigantic Sauron primal worm, twice as tall as a Gorkanaut, let out a roar towards the Sauron primal worm below the warship's corpse. Roar! Foul-smelling saliva, accompanied by the roaring sound wave, flew from his mouth. But in the next moment, the Sauron primal worm who heard the roar all moved in unison. They began to gather beneath the bio-warship, then started rapidly devouring everything on the bio-warship. Metal scrap was once again stripped from the bio-warship by them and fashioned into other weapons. Some well-fed Sauron primal worm began digging pits, hiding inside to lay eggs and create more individuals like themselves. Besides that, on the land that had been soaked with the bio-warship's blood, patches of mushroom forests, similar to nidus canals, began to extract the last bit of nutrients from this planet, rapidly springing up. But perhaps due to insufficient nutrition, these nidus canals began to wither over large areas after growing to a certain extent. Only some relatively stronger mushroom individuals remained, standing on the ground. The Sauron primal worm were very intelligent, so they knew that the enemy's next large-scale attack would appear again in a very short time. So they had to race against time to expand their species. And in fact, Lu Meng didn't make these guys wait too long. A white phosphorus incendiary shell was pushed into the cannon by the orc who were responsible for loading it. Because of the Sauron primal worm, a life form even more resilient than the greenskins, Lu Meng didn't even dare to use whirlwind torpedoes directly to destroy this planet. Because who knew if the spores of these Sauron primal worm would drift away with the shattered planetary fragments? And then fortunately land on the surface of a planet suitable for survival. And then, very fortunately, it escaped the friction of the planetary atmosphere, and finally, fortunately, it rekindled on another planet. You know, this kind of situation has happened quite a lot among the greenskins. A damaged greenskin warship, drifting in space for hundreds of years, then landing on a planet, with the corpses on the warship taking root and sprouting on the planet. Therefore, facing the Sauron primal worm, a creature with even stronger vitality than the greenskins, burning them directly is the safest and most secure method. Don't worry, white phosphorus incendiary shells are the version's answer. After all, every Sauron primal worm is a despicable masochistic burning zero. They will thank us. Lu Meng patted Xiang and Xiang Er's shoulders beside him to comfort them. He didn't know what was wrong with his two little ones, but they firmly believed that the Sauron primal worm might be their own kind. If Lu Meng hadn't checked the panels of these two guys and found nothing wrong, he would have thought these two guys had been infected by the Sauron primal worm. But boss, I think these weird-looking little ones, maybe we can take them as our subordinates. Xiang looked conflicted. After all, in Xiang opinion, these weird-looking, possibly close relatives of Squig, new greenskin species, were really too cool and too wadaic. Not only can they install cannons and various big choppas on themselves, but they can even operate several big guns at the same time. Compared to them, their modified killguns and dreadnoughts were simply weak. That's right, they can manipulate several big knives and big choppas at once. They are simply the bravest little ones on the battlefield. Xiang also felt regretful. What are you talking about? Lu Meng looked at the execution platform that had already been set up in front of him. Several of them. Xiang looked confused, not understanding why his boss was asking this question. Xiang, from now on, say machine instead of bar. Civilization is you, me, and it. Remember that. Xiang was bewildered but still nodded, mainly because he was afraid of being beaten by his boss. Alright, then execute them now. With Lu Meng's command. In front of Lu Meng, the huge execution platform, modified from rocket thrusters, spewed out orange-red high-temperature flames, directly burning and vaporizing the two Sauron primal worm juveniles tied to the execution platform. In fact, Lu Meng had initially considered subduing the Sauron primal worm. After all, these war machines, which are even superior to the greenskins, if used well, are completely disaster-level weapons. Moreover, Lu Meng also had a panel prompt that allowed him to subdue subordinates. But no matter how hard Lu Meng tried, these Sauron primal worm maintained an uncommunicative attitude. Then Lu Meng had no choice. Since they were uncontrollable, it was safer to destroy them. After all, the galaxy was already chaotic enough. And as the Sauron primal worm juveniles on the execution platform were burned to ashes, it was as if some kind of ritual had been completed. Inside each greenskin warship, urged by the orc big mech responsible for commanding the firing, white phosphorus incendiary shells rushed out of the cannons and landed on the planet's surface. Faster, faster! Don't dawdle, quickly fire all the shells. At the same time, on the planet's surface, Sauron primal worm hiding in caves roared unwillingly as they watched the flames constantly falling from the sky. But in the next moment, the white phosphorus incendiary shells exploded in midair, followed by a shower of fire like molten iron. Countless fiery rain fell onto the earth and adhered to the planet's surface, unable to be extinguished for a long time. Even more terrifying, these white phosphorus incendiary shells were mixed with various dangerous toxic chemical fuels. This caused highly toxic white mist to begin to churn on the planet's surface while the flames scorched the Earth. This made the already scarce oxygen on the planet's surface even thinner, almost completely depleted due to the chemical white phosphorus combustion. Countless Sauron primal worm hiding in the hollows could only try to block the cave entrances when faced with the pervasive poisonous smoke. And the Sauron primal worm fungal carpets and various strange weapon factories growing on the planet's surface were all destroyed one by one. In addition, the Tyranid fleet was also not doing well at this time. The Tyranid fleet, which was already surrounded and farmed by the Greenskin fleet, after being fully besieged by 4 combat moons, had its Tyranid hive ship, which had originally recovered to 18 vessels. Within a short period, 4 of them were destroyed by the whirlwind torpedoes, Gretchen-piloted version, launched by the combat moons. Even on the other dozen Tyranid hive ship, a large number of greenskins had already boarded. The reason for not directly destroying these Tyranid hive ship was that Lu Meng still harbored the thought of studying them. After all, each Tyranid hive ship represents a very large genetic database, which is of high research value to Lu Meng, who has always wanted to unravel the genetic defects of the greenskins and recreate the ancient orcs. And the Tyranid Razorfiend and Tyranid frigates surrounding the Tyranid hive ship were quickly eliminated. As the war in space gradually decided the victor and drew to a close, only 6 of the original dozen Tyranid hive ship remained. Besides that, there were the huge Tyranid warship corpses floating in space. And on the planet occupied by the Sauron primal worm, the Duchin dug 3 feet deep, pulling out the Sauron primal worm that might be hiding underground one by one. Then they let the pyromaniac little ones give them a barbecue party. Even so, Lu Meng was still not at ease, so he ordered the tech tyrant kids to start installing rocket thrusters on this planet, planning to take the planet away directly. At the same time, after completely annihilating an entire Tyranid fleet, Lu Meng received another prompt. Instance, Tyranid fleet ambush encounter. Difficulty, 550 stars. Instance reward, Waaiak Gate Manufacturing Blueprint *1. Waaiak Gate? What is that? That's all. I'm still saying amen. Why not a hallelujah? There's a grapevine in front of the amen. Looking at this strange reward, Lu Meng was full of questions. This shouldn't be. Why is this reward so bad this time? Lu Meng, not believing it, directly summoned his panel and began to look at the reward description. Waaiak Gate, this is a magical gate that can go to other worlds. I reckon, the other side of the gate is the enemy. We must go Waaiak. The size of the gate determines the number of little ones you can bring, so I reckon, making it bigger is always right. Here everyone can leave a message about the world they want to go to. 1. World of Warcraft. 2. Star Wars. 3. Starcraft. 4. Stellaris. 5. Boss decides. Just as the Duchin clan concluded an encounter battle that had lasted for over half a year, countless orcs began the arduous task of clearing the battlefield. In the deep and twisted space of the webway anomaly zone, darkness, like viscous ink, shimmered with an eerie glow, resembling a demon's eyes, flickering with strange and mesmerizing purple light. A dark Eldar warship, the Torment Whisperer, slowly glided like a monstrous sea creature. Its surface was covered in blasphemous runes, exuding a disorienting energy of pleasure. Flayed and tortured alien corpses hung from its bow, indicating they had just concluded a bloody raid on an alien world. They were now laden with harvests of pain and evil. At the same time, in the deep shadows of the webway, a group of lost individuals, like hungry wolves stalking the plains, quietly approached their prey. On the meticulously modified land speeder, a striking totem symbolizing the white scars was emblazoned. Kogaris Khan's hawk-like gaze was fixed on the dark Eldar warship, his eyes burning with the fires of vengeance. Behind him, the white scars motorcycle riders followed silently like ghosts. The low rumble of their engines was like the roar of a beast, while the Stormhawk gunships, like silent birds of prey, were poised for attack. Brothers, the evil of the Dark Eldar is before us, their sins will be accounted for here, Kogaris Khan said in a low voice through the comms channel, his tone deep yet filled with undeniable authority. For the Emperor. Sweep away the enemy like a storm. The White Scars responded in unison, their resolute battle cries echoing through the webway. Charge! Kogaris Khan commanded, piloting his land speeder and leading the assault. Immediately following him were the other White Scars, who had been trapped in the webway for a long time. The surprise attack erupted instantly, with Stormhawk gunships streaking towards the Torment Whisperer like lightning, their heavy weapons spitting angry flames. Dense artillery fire rained down on the Dark Eldar warship's shields, creating dazzling and dangerous energy ripples. On the Torment Whisperer, the Dark Eldar crew, who had just finished a raid and were currently reveling in their perverse pleasures, were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Piercing alarms echoed throughout the warship. A Dark Eldar Archon, who was enjoying a flaying feast with a dagger and planning to transform his creation into a masochistic slave for his superior, annoyingly threw down his dagger. Faint wails emanated from the alien creature tied to the pillar, making the atmosphere in the room even worse. Damn it, you should scream louder. Useless trash. The Dark Eldar Archon said, then snapped the alien creature's neck. But perhaps death was the best release compared to enduring further torment. Then, the Dark Eldar Archon elegantly wiped the blood from his hands. Alright, let's see who's spoiling the fun at this time. When he spoke the last few words, the Dark Eldar Archon was almost grinding his teeth. Clearly, being interrupted had put the Archon in a very bad mood. After a brief period of chaos, the Dark Eldar warriors quickly launched a counterattack, relying on their rich combat experience. The warship's dark lances and star cannon began to rapidly adjust their muzzles, firing at the approaching Stormhawk gunships. The eerie green energy beams fired by the dark lances shot out like venomous fangs. The star cannon roared dully. Shells exploded around the Stormhawk gunships, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. Instantly, a Stormhawk gunship that couldn't evade was engulfed and torn to shreds. Maintain fire. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Captain Khan, on another Stormhawk gunship, shouted through the comms channel. The gunners on the gunship were fully focused, constantly adjusting their firing angles, returning fire against the Dark Eldar's attacks. These Dark Eldar scum, today is their doomsday. The gunner said through gritted teeth while reloading ammunition. Meanwhile, Koguris Khan piloted his land speeder like a deadly blade, thrusting directly into the Torment Whisperer's flank. The original body skillfully manipulated the multi-melta, sending scorching energy beams, like surging lava, towards the weak points of the enemy warship's shields. The shields hissed under the assault of the high temperature, like wounded beasts groaning in pain, gradually dimming. Shields hold. Lock onto that speeder. Inside the Torment Whisperer warship's command center, Dark Eldar Commander Zakhar's face was contorted with twisted rage and fear. Damn it, it's these webway wolves again, they're a bunch of mad dogs. Evidently, the Dark Eldar were no strangers to the White Scar's raids. At the same time, as the Dark Eldar gunners rapidly rotated their turrets, aiming at Koguris Khan's land speeder. The next moment, dense green toxic light from the splinter cannons swarmed towards Koguris Khan like locusts. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? You Dark Eldar bastards! Koguris Khan laughed mockingly and deftly maneuvered his land speeder through the dense gunfire. Koguris Khan, their defenses are stronger than expected, we need to find a way to break through quickly. His subordinate's voice came through the comms channel. Stay calm, look for their weaknesses. Our speed is our advantage, don't get bogged down in battle, disrupt their rhythm. Koguris Khan calmly replied. Meanwhile, the White Scar's motorcycle riders zipped around the Dark Eldar warship like a whirlwind. The twin-linked bolt guns on their anti-gravity motorcycles spat fire, continuously attacking the small defensive turrets on the warship. The roar of the bolt guns echoed all around, and the Dark Eldar's defensive turrets continuously exploded under the fierce attack, sending sparks flying. Charge! Like a gale sweeping across the plains. In the Emperor's name. White Scars cleanse evil. Charge! A White Scars motorcyclist shouted, his voice filled with battle passion. The next moment, the riders seized the opportunity, driving their motorcycles at an astonishing speed towards the battleship, completely unafraid of the Dark Eldar's counterattack. On the destroyed battleship's weapon platforms, Dark Eldar warriors emerged, continuing to fire poison arrow crossbows and hell pistols at the motorcyclists. Streaks of green poisonous light and energy bolts once again wove into a net of fire in the webway. One White Scar's rider was unfortunately struck by a poison arrow crossbow, causing his high-speed anti-gravity motorcycle to instantly lose control and spin, throwing the rider directly out and into the darkness of the webway. However, the death of their comrade only further ignited the White Scar's fury. Trapped here, every brother was incredibly precious. The Emperor above. Our brother's blood shall not be shed in vain, those Dark Eldar will surely pay with their own blood. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Avenge our fallen brothers. An eye for an eye. Blood for blood. Listening to the furious roars of his sons inside his power helmet, Koguris Khan seized the moment and shouted, charge! Board the ship! Let them see what the Empire's blade is. The next moment, the Stormhawk gunship quickly approached the Torment Whisperer and lowered its boarding ramp. White Scar's Space Marines, who had been waiting for a long time, charged onto the deck of the Torment Whisperer like tigers descending from a mountain. Feel the Emperor's wrath, you dark insects! Pay for our brothers, the White Scars roared, their bolt guns and chain swords gleaming with cold light. Bang, bang, bang! The roar of bolter fire was incessant. Under the cover of fire, White Scar's warriors quickly rushed forward, closing the distance with the enemy to engage in fierce close combat. The booming of bolt guns, the roaring of chain swords, and the sharp shrieks of the Dark Eldar intertwined, playing a bloody battle song. A Dark Eldar warrior, wielding a blade of torture, charged at a White Scar's warrior, but the White Scars deftly dodged him with a sidestep. At the same moment, a bolt gun was pressed against the Dark Eldar warrior's chest. With a boom, a bloody hole was blasted through the Dark Eldar warrior's chest, sending his entire body flying backward. The battle on the deck quickly ended with the combined efforts of the White Scars, leaving Dark Eldar corpses scattered haphazardly among the cover. Your evil reign ends here. Kogaris Khan walked up to a Dark Eldar noble who was still breathing and stated this fact condescendingly. However, meeting Kogaris Khan's indifferent gaze, the Dark Eldar noble laughed contemptuously. Ha 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 ha, splutter, splutter, ugh dot. But perhaps due to his severe injuries, the Dark Eldar noble, while laughing, spewed a large amount of blood from his faceplate. Ha, ha ha, you foolish humans. You are nothing but ignorant idiots, the Dark Eldar noble sneered, looking at Kogaris Khan standing before him. You don't understand at all that in this universe where the strong prey on the weak, only pain and fear are eternal truths. However, the next moment, a large foot violently stomped on the Dark Eldar noble's head. As brains splattered, more White Scars warriors boarded the Dark Eldar battleship, commencing a bloody slaughter. You revel in pain, today, you shall taste pain yourselves. With that, Kogaris Khan joined the battle. The original body descended like a god of war, wielding his power sword, its blade gleaming with chilling light. Each swing brought a shower of blood, and in the not-so-spacious battleship corridor, Dark Eldar warriors fell one after another before him. The next moment, Kogaris Khan roared, his power sword slicing through a Dark Eldar Archon's body, directly bisecting him at the waist. Ah! The Dark Eldar Archon let out a shrill scream, you will pay for this. But before he could finish speaking, the Archon breathed his last. After a fierce struggle, the White Scars successfully took control of the Torment Whisperer. Kogaris Khan stood on the battleship's command bridge, looking into the depths of the webway, his gaze firm and stern. Brothers, today we have once again defended the Emperor's glory. But evil is far from eradicated, our journey continues, Kogaris Khan said over the communication channel. Willing to sacrifice for the Emperor, until death, the White Scars responded in unison, their voices echoing long in the webway, filled with endless determination. Kogaris Khan, what should we do with the Dark Eldar spoils of war? After the inspiring speech, Kogaris Khan's adjutant stepped forward, reporting on their gains. Take it all back, and we must leave here quickly, lest those dark parasites in the webway discover our tracks. By the way, what are our casualties and gains this time? Kogaris Khan asked the question he was most concerned about. Kogaris Khan, this time 14 of our brothers have left us forever, and additionally, 4 brothers suffered minor injuries and need some time to recover. The adjutant reported the casualties in detail, and seeing the original body's somber expression, he quickly changed the subject. However, our overall gains this time are not bad. Besides the alien creatures abducted by the Dark Eldar, we also found a large amount of compressed nutrient blocks, nutrient potions, and some special biological ingredients. In addition, there are 2 warehouses full of adamantium variant ores and alien biological extracts, enough for us to consume for 60 Terra days. Following this, the adjutant hesitated, but this subtle movement naturally did not escape the original body's eyes. Is there anything else? Just say it all at once, don't be so indecisive. Hearing the original body's question, the adjutant gave an awkward wry smile, Kogaris Khan, we don't have much ammunition left. I understand. As the two conversed, the Torment Whisperer, expertly piloted by the White Scars, began to turn and enter a narrow webway branch. After an unknown period, a spaceport composed of nearly 100 Dark Eldar warships and merchant ships appeared in front of the battleship. On the starport, which was pieced together from warships and merchant ships, ordinary humans came and went, doing what they could. Most of them were spoils of war abducted by the Dark Eldar, lucky enough to be rescued by the White Scars. Initially, there was only one ship, but then more and more arrived, and this place gradually became the White Scars base. Even during the long period the White Scars were trapped in the webway, some of these ordinary humans had given birth to offspring, forgetting where they originally came from. And when they looked through the battleship's portholes at the starport flying the White Scars flag in the distance, all the White Scars warriors on the battleship rarely showed smiles. Kogaris Khan, welcome home, a familiar voice came from the Torment Whisperer. This caused the nerves of the White Scars on the battleship, who were constantly ready for battle, to relax. Then, as the battleship slowly entered the port, teams of long-waiting workers began to board the battleship, moving cargo under the direction of the White Scars warriors. In the ceaseless world of the webway, resources are always paramount. Fortunately, the White Scars tech sergeants managed to cobble together a self-sufficient miniature ecosystem using every material they could find. If it was just to sustain the daily needs of mortals, the White Scars could survive for a long time in the webway even without plundering. But that would only make the White Scars weaker and weaker until they all vanished into the webway. The loss of energy, weapons, and materials was the real problem plaguing the White Scars. The small bedroom, apart from a single bed made of super alloy, contained only a simple desk. Like most trapped space facilities, everything in the White Scars base was strictly rationed. Even mortals wishing to bear offspring required matching and screening by the tech sergeants to ensure the birth of the strongest children. This was to expand the White Scars' ranks. Similarly, the White Scar's weapons and power armor were constantly being repaired and patched up, some power armor had even been passed down through many generations and was still in use. Lion, Gil-Iman, I wonder if you are doing well now. By the time you read this letter, I fear I will have been trapped in the depths of this bizarre and unpredictable webway for an unknown period. Everything here is beyond imagination, the laws of reality are like fragile threads, liable to be twisted and torn at any moment. I am in a dark cage, surrounded by endless whispers and screams, malice from unknown dimensions engulfs me like a tide. But in fact, I feel it's not bad here, as an eagle from Kogarus. Compared to the Imperium's politics, battle is my true calling. The years since we swore an oath side by side under the Emperor, fighting together for the glory of humanity, still feel like yesterday. Lion, you are like the King of Shadows, hidden yet powerful, your strength and wisdom are the Imperium's unbreakable bulwark. However, I heard you went missing. I wonder if you are also in trouble like me now. Gil-Iman, you are the pillar of the Imperium's resurgence. From the mouths of those who were saved, I heard of the effort you put into rebuilding the Imperium. With unyielding will, you have reshaped order from the ruins, bringing a light of hope to humanity. I miss our discussions on tactics, your foresight and planning for the Imperium has always filled me with admiration. The parchment ran out at this point, and even an original body was unwilling to waste another precious piece of parchment from the Imperium. So he could only hastily conclude. May the Emperor's light shine upon you forever, and may the Imperium's glory never fade. Your brother, Kogarus Khan. After writing the letter, the original body left his room and walked to the deck, where he crumpled the paper in his hand and threw it out. And while Kogarus Khan was writing to express his feelings, a major event was unfolding far away in the 500 worlds of Ultramar. Beneath the vast sky of Makraj, a grand parade was slowly unfolding. The entire planet was immersed in a solemn and enthusiastic atmosphere. Towering mountains and boundless plains served as the natural backdrop for this ceremony. Countless mortals, holding flowers, witnessed the glory and splendor of the Imperium of Man. The original body, clad in power armor of a rich sapphire blue, stood on a high platform. His power armor was intricately carved with countless runes symbolizing victory and glory. Each one carried the glorious history of Ultramar. The original body's cloak fluttered in the breeze, as if proclaiming humanity's resilience and pride to the universe. At the same time, his eyes gleamed with depth and resolve, like an eternal star, piercing through layers of mist, scrutinizing the endless stream of troops passing below. Warband Commander's Kalgar stood tall beside Gil-Iman, his power armor also exuding an aura of majesty. The power gauntlet tightly gripped in his hand seemed ready to deliver a fatal blow to any enemy at any moment. His resolute face was etched with the marks of time and the scars of battle, each scar was a badge of his honor. Great Lord of the 500 worlds of Ultramar, Lord Regent of Humanity, Lord Original Body Gil-Iman, you have fulfilled your mission, Kalgar respectfully greeted his original body. Kalgar, you've worked hard this time, Gil-Iman nodded with satisfaction, affirming him. Before that, let us behold our warriors. Yes, my lord. Accompanied by stirring military music, the parade officially began. Leading the procession were the honor guards of the Ultramarines, their steps perfectly synchronized, each footfall striking the ground with a dull, powerful thud. It was as if they were playing a prelude to war. Their power armor was adorned with magnificent golden patterns, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. The power swords in their hands glinted with a cold, sharp light, as if recounting the countless battles they had endured. Following closely were the veteran company commanders selected from various other warband commanders. Each of them was battle-hardened, their eyes revealing chilling killing intent and a thirst for victory. They led their newly formed companies, marching past the reviewing stand with high spirits. Each company had unique emblems and paint schemes, which not only represented their identity but also symbolized their honor and heritage. Lord Regent, we have formed a total of 12 Ultramarines legions, comprising 3 million men. In addition, the Ultramar Auxilia has expanded by 500 million people. Including some second-line planetary defense forces, the army you can command now totals 6 billion people. And excluding some defensive forces that must remain stationed on Ultramar, Lord Regent, the mortal army you can deploy for this expedition is nearly 2 billion. The Ultramarines librarian, Valentus Tigurius, who had been standing silently behind Gil-Iman, reported on their achievements over the past 2 years. At the same time, Valentus Tigurius also expressed his concern, Lord Regent, your current expedition plan has nearly drained the entire Ultramar of its finest soldiers. Facing the librarian's kind reminder, Gil-Iman smiled with a sense of relief. It is enough. As long as we can expand and unify more worlds under our banner, our numbers will always grow. Let us continue this parade, Gil-Iman said, looking at the Ultramarines formations continuously marching past below, and said no more. In fact, the very presence of Gil-Iman, as the regent, on Makraj already indicated certain issues. Ever since Lu Meng impersonated the emperor and acted like a troll, the Imperium, though still nominally united due to external pressures, had in fact long been fractured. It could be said that, apart from the solar system directly under the Imperium's control, most star systems in other starfields, with the exception of a few loyalists, were in a state of nominal obedience. Even within the solar system, rebellions were a frequent occurrence. Fortunately, Vulcan's return had indeed become a great help to Guilliman. With Vulcan holding the fort, Guilliman was finally able to free himself to launch a brand new Indomitus crusade. Motorcycle squads roared by like a storm, their engines deafening, resembling a pack of roaring steel beasts. The riders were agile and focused, steering their motorcycles to carve elegant arcs on the parade ground. They showcased the speed and passion of the Ultramarines. The arbitrators advanced with firm steps, their energy shields shimmering with a faint blue light. The bolt guns in their hands gleamed with a cold metallic luster. They were the guardians of Imperial order, always ready to fight for the glory of the Imperium. At the same time, the Primaris Ultramarines, forming various phalanxes, were not to be outdone. They were equipped with the most advanced weapons and gear. They moved in perfect unison, like emotionless war machines. Behind them were dreadnoughts, each moving with heavy steps. They slowly drove forward, and the entire ground trembled. These massive war machines were the sturdy fortresses of the Ultramarines. They were also covered in the marks of time and battle scars, yet they still exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Finally, there was a massive banner, the Macrage Battle Standard. It was made of an unknown material, light as silk, yet tough as steel. Flames could not burn it, and after being torn, it could slowly repair itself. The banner was embroidered with the golden Ultramarines icon, which stood out strikingly against the blue background. It flew high in the wind, carrying the glory and dreams of the Ultramarines, witnessing their brilliance and sacrifices. Immediately after, there was an endless expanse of mortal armies. Tens of millions of Ultramar auxilia formed phalanxes, their faces resolute, as they marched past the reviewing stand. Interspersed among them were numerous war vehicles, such as Lemon Rust tanks, Rhino transports, Venom blades, Hydra anti-aircraft tanks, and massive laser cannons pulled by trailers. Following this, Lightning Strike fighters and Thunderhawk heavy gunships, escorting Valkyrie troop transports, flew over the soldiers' heads, scattering a sea of flowers and leaving trails of colorful contrails. Responsible for the grand finale were 20 Titan legions and 47 Knight legions. When these giants, over 100 meters and a dozen meters tall, appeared, no one doubted their strength. Their appearance also pushed the parade ceremony to a new climax. The civilians cheered proudly, young workers waved the flags in their hands, and children held by women excitedly jumped and continuously shouted, "Mommy, look how big they all are." Meanwhile, in a luxurious reception room, looking at the holographic projection on the table, a group of merchants were also engaged in a heated discussion, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Powerful military strength meant that Ultramar's prosperity and stability could continue, and their businesses would also see better development. "Gentlemen, ladies, I think we should support all decisions of His Highness the Regent." A middle-aged merchant was the first to offer his opinion. "I believe in His Highness the Regent, this will definitely be a valuable investment." "Agreed. Agreed. Agreed." Inside the room, the merchants nodded in agreement. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. "Very well, gentlemen and ladies, then I think we should go talk to the governor now." The parade lasted for 3 full days, and whenever a phalanx marched past the reviewing stand, a troop transport would descend from the sky, taking these warriors, who were about to embark on their expedition, up into space. This process also filled Guilliman's heart with deep emotion. He knew that in this dark universe, the Imperium of Man faced countless challenges and threats. But as long as there were these brave warriors, humanity had hope. He raised his power sword, pointed it at the sky, and shouted loudly, "For the Emperor! For Macrage! For the glory of humanity! For the Emperor! For Macrage! For the glory of humanity!" Whether it was the soldiers who had not yet boarded the ships or those in space watching the holographic projection, upon hearing the original body's shout, they all responded. Their shouts echoed through the sky, like a surging torrent, spreading into the depths of the universe. This sound was their loyalty to the Emperor, their love for Macrage, and even more, their firm belief in the future of humanity. In contrast to the fervor of Ultramar's 500 worlds, at this moment, Kogaris Khan's other brother mentioned in the letter, Lion L. Johnson, was located in the Imperium's dark side, facing a brand new challenge. On the planet Camus, in a palace-like hall, Lion L. Johnson now had a full head of white hair, looking much older. The ruby-studded crown on his head sparkled under the crystal chandelier. "My lord," a Dark Angel Space Marine knelt on one knee, his breathing under his helmet slightly hurried, clearly having ridden at full speed. Due to being in the Imperium's dark side, information transfer here was very inconvenient and often distorted and intercepted by the warp. As a result, some very important information could only be transmitted by the most primitive means. Even so, the Dark Angel's power armor still bore residual energy fluctuations from warp travel, as well as scorch marks left from encountering minor chaos forces during reconnaissance. "Rise, what happened? Such haste. Lionel Johnson's sharp, hawk-like gaze fixed on his subordinate, his black cloak fluttering slightly with his movements, and the loyalty's embrace power sword at his waist emitted faint energy fluctuations. We have found traces of Abaddon. Near a desolate planet on the edge of the Maelstrom starfield, there are suspected energy readings from the Black Legion fleet. Through long-range scans and psychic fluctuation monitoring, it has been confirmed that it is Abaddon's flagship, the Revenge Soul. The Dark Angels quickly reported, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable mix of excitement and tension. Is the intelligence reliable? Lionel Johnson's sharp eyes also gleamed with battle intent. Absolutely reliable, my lord. Our reconnaissance vessel maintained a safe distance and, through multiple stealth methods, repeatedly confirmed the fleet's characteristics and energy signals. The evil psychic fluctuations emanating from the Chaos Runes on the flagship are definitely from the Revenge Soul, the Dark Angels stated with certainty. Lionel Johnson nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance, although their forces in the Imperium's dark side were still very weak. But the hatred for traitors could not be tolerated for a moment. Very well, send word down, the entire army is to enter level 1 combat readiness, prepare to advance towards the Maelstrom starfield. As you command, my lord, the Dark Angels respectfully rose and walked out of the hall. Regardless of the Empire's self-rescue and revitalization efforts, the Dujin clan was currently enjoying a period of peace and quiet. On the battlefield against the Tyranids, countless metal scraps and war wreckage generated by the conflict were piled up by the Dagon boys on the planet previously occupied by the Sauron primal worm. 6 Tyranid hive ships, forcefully taken over by the Orc. They were also bound to the planet's surface by the Orc with iron chains several tens of meters thick, like plump queen ants. Their bioplasma cannons, high-temperature acid cannons, predatory tentacles, giant pincers, and psychic shriek organs were all cut off by the Dagon boys. Even the pores on the Tyranid hive ship's surface that sprayed spores were sealed by the Dagon boys. And on the massive bodies of the Tyranid hive ships, countless Dagon boys and grots, under the command of the Tech Tyrant kids and big mechs, carried various metal scraps to patch things up. A massive metal workshop, over 20 kilometers in diameter, was slowly taking shape under the diligent labor of these little ones. Construction was ongoing above, while the battle below continued. Even when confined and captured, the Tyranid hive ship never stopped resisting for a moment. As a result, these Tyranid hive ships were constantly extracting their remaining energy to incubate more Tyranids. This also meant that within these captured Tyranid hive ships, there was a continuous stream of Tyranids emerging from their incubation pools. Hey, here they come. Outside the Tyranid hive ship's incubation pool, a group of newly born Dagon boys, who had long been standing by, watched the new batch of hatched Tyranids and excitedly gripped their weapons, cheering and shouting as they rushed forward. Let me chop them all down. At the same time, at the forefront of the Tyranid hive ship, trucks loaded with viscous biomass, driven by speed freaks, emerged from underground and poured their full loads of biomass into giant containers nearly 1,000 meters tall. The ends of these containers were directly inserted into the Tyranid hive ship's oral cavity by the Tech Tyrant kids using super-alloy metal pipes. A continuous stream of biomass, mixed with Tyranid corpses, chitinous carapaces, hair, and minced meat, was delivered into the Tyranid hive ship's digestive pool. Thus, the first perpetual motion machine in the galaxy, which allowed the Dagon boys to level up and provided an endless supply of biomass, was born. Obtained, biomass *100. Obtained, biomass *100. Meanwhile, on the combat moon, Lu Meng was currently leading a group of big mechs, building the so-called Waa'ak gate according to the blueprints in his mind. Yes, put that over there. Lu Meng, who had somehow acquired a foreman's hat, pointed wildly at the big mechs, giving a series of random commands. In fact, the so-called Waa'ak gate was very simple to build, requiring only some metal scraps, a Waa'ak energy amplifier, and a few brains of Waa'ak energy kid. At the same time, the energy that powered this simple contraption was the Waa'ak energy that the Greenskin boys usually emitted. It could be said that it consumed no production value whatsoever, and was clean, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, screws were violently hammered into preset holes by the tech boss, then directly welded shut. Several fresh brains, shimmering with Waa'ak energy, were placed in transparent containers filled with green nutrient solution and inserted into the preset slots on the gate. Looking at the 12-meter wide, 30-meter high metal scrap archway, with a plaque made of iron sheet and red paint hanging at the top. Everyone, step back, I'm about to start it. Following Lu Meng's shout, a group of big mechs, who were still lingering on the Waa'ak gate, climbed down from it. Then, a big red button was carried by 2 grots, who climbed a ladder and handed it to Lu Meng. Lu Meng wasn't sure why these little ones insisted on making the button so big and red, it truly seemed like a bit of an obsession. Click, as the button was pressed. The next moment, at the very top of the entire Waa'ak gate, psychic electrical sparks scattered and shot out. Layers of spatial distortion rose from the Waa'aic energy amplifier, connecting with the brain sealed in the containers. The entire Waa'aic gate also began to tremble uncontrollably, as if it had Parkinson's, and began to be enveloped by psychic energy. Then, accompanied by a dull sound of fabric tearing, a reflection of birdsong and fragrant flowers appeared in the previously empty Waa'aic gate. Ah, this is the other side, an alien world. Since the instruction manual didn't say where the Waa'aic gate would open, and the Waa'aic gate also had uniqueness, meaning one gate could only connect to one alien world. So Lu Meng didn't plan to rashly enter the Waa'aic gate, even if the other side looked harmless. So the next moment, Lu Meng directly grabbed the two Gretchen who had brought him the switch earlier. You two, go scout ahead for me. Saying this, Lu Meng threw the two Gretchen into the portal. He had truly mastered the shamelessness of a leader. The two grots screamed as they flew into the gate, and with a ripple like water, the two terrified Gretchen appeared in the sea of flowers inside the gate. Inside the Waa'aic gate, the two Gretchen looked blankly at the surrounding sea of flowers. If it weren't for the two Gretchen being so unsightly, they would have truly looked like two curious babies. Thinking of this, and then looking at the Gretchen's incredibly ugly green faces, Lu Meng couldn't help but get goosebumps, shaking his head. Stupid, what kind of dirty things are you thinking about? Such a magical scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding big mechs. They curiously circled the Waa'aic gate, and after confirming that the two Gretchen were indeed no longer behind the gate, they surrounded the entire Waa'aic gate even more curiously. What in the world is this, and what's on the other side? A big mech asked, his hand reaching into the portal, causing ripples as he posed his question. No idea. Degree. Can't figure it out. Don't know, nope. The surrounding big mechs were speechless, only shaking their heads repeatedly. Clearly none of them could answer the big mech's question. Hey, look at what you've made. The boss is truly capable. I reckon this thing will definitely let us pull off something big. Unable to figure it out, one big mech decided to switch directly into praise mode. No matter what it is, the boss is awesome, that's all that matters. This action by the big mechs immediately caused a chain reaction. Long live the Grand Leader. The boss is incredibly powerful. Grand Leader, you're awesome. So cool. 666. It truly showed that these big mechs had mastered the art of social dynamics. At the same time, on the other side of the portal, Lin Rui clutched the documents in his hand, standing before the tall, heavy doors of the Earth Federation Conference Hall, taking a deep breath. This door, at this moment, seemed like an entrance to the world's destiny. Every line on it appeared to be etched with the weight of history. The grand doors slowly pushed open, revealing a massive circular hall, its dome so high it seemed to encompass the sky. Above, a simulated starry sky projection shimmered like a dream, with stars twinkling, and the blue star at the center emitting a captivating sapphire blue light, constantly reminding everyone of their mission to protect their home. The floor was paved with polished, mirror-like black marble slabs, reflecting the towering white marble pillars that surrounded it. Circularly arranged conference tables encircled a central holographic display stand. The conference tables were crafted from cold gleaming alloy, each equipped with the most advanced intelligent terminals, allowing global data of all kinds to be retrieved with a light touch. Human elite representatives from various industries were progressively taking their seats, conversing in low tones, their faces bearing features from different regions. But their faces all carried the same gravity. What do you think the chairman will choose? I hope we can resolve this issue peacefully. After all, no one likes war. No one likes war? Then why do we build so many battleships and cannons? To pop popcorn. How can you think that? You're practically a war maniac. That's still better than a spineless surrenderer like you. The conversations gradually escalated into arguments, with the tendency to expand further. At the entrance of the conference hall, a staff member softly reminded him. Chairman Lin, you may enter. Oh, all right, thank you, Lin Rui replied, pulling himself back from his thoughts, and slowly entered the hall, walking towards the elevated platform, immediately drawing the attention of everyone below. A meeting that would determine the future direction of Earth was about to begin. Ahem, Lin Rui cleared his throat twice to draw everyone's attention. Haha, gentlemen, ladies, I listened for a long time at the door just now. But before we begin today's meeting, I hope we, humanity, can first look back at the history of our species, and how far we've come. Through the long years of the Blue Star, from the difficult birth of single-celled organisms, to dinosaurs dominating the land, and then to humanity awakening from ignorance, the wheel of history has rolled ever forward. We learned to make fire by rubbing sticks, built shelters to ward off wind and rain, recorded thoughts with writing, and explored the world through technology. When the first artificial satellite broke through the atmosphere, humanity's gaze towards the universe was no longer confined to the sky above our heads. But if we look back carefully, in our human history, war seems to have never disappeared from our civilization. Until the establishment of the Earth Federation Council. Yes, It was us. Our predecessors, those exceptionally talented individuals, proved that humanity does not only have war. All nations can coexist peacefully. This is the meaning of the Earth Federation Council's existence. At this point, a round of applause suddenly erupted below the stage. But Lin Rui raised his hand to stop this action. With the rapid development of technology, we developed superluminal engines and the Star Ring Interstellar Space Station. Besides that, we also established a base on the Moon and sowed hope on Mars. Our society has become greatly prosperous, people can escape repetitive manual labor, and so we have more time to study science, astronomy, engineering, chemistry, and so on and so forth. Until recently, when we first detected that mysterious signal from a distant galaxy. That was the call of an unknown civilization, and it made us realize that in this vast universe, we are not alone. We responded with great goodwill. But regrettably, our goodwill did not receive the response it deserved. They, high and mighty, this so-called advanced civilization, just recently issued us an ultimatum. They threatened us that if we did not surrender, if we did not willingly become enslaved, then they would resort to force against us. Silence. Everyone listened carefully, knowing that what came next was the most important. Haha, gentlemen, ladies, do you know what I thought when I received this news? I thought, all right then, bring it on. We will, like our ancestors, don our armor and sharpen our longswords. We will defend our homeland. Long live the chairman. Defend our homeland. Humanity will prevail. A pro-war faction member stood up excitedly. The speech continued. Gentlemen, ladies, the Earth Federation loves peace, but we cannot, because we love peace, abandon the courage to protect peace. From ancient barbarism to today's technological era, humanity has endured countless hardships, yet has never been defeated, simply because our hearts never yield. Even if the path ahead is full of thorns and the darkness is boundless, the spark of human struggle will never be extinguished. We will, with unyielding stubbornness, forge a bloody path to light. Humanity will never yield, never be enslaved. Humanity will never yield, never be enslaved. Humanity will never yield, never be enslaved. On the streets, inside shopping malls, within the anti-gravity train soaring through the sky. Countless people were following this meeting, which concerned the future destiny of all humanity. That's right, we will never be enslaved. Fight to the end, I'm going to enlist. The meeting proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Day by day, resource bills were passed, and the entire Earth Federation's resources began to tilt towards military and weapons research and development. This made Lin Rui breathe a sigh of relief, as what they were about to face might be an alien civilization far superior in strength. However, just as this meeting concluded, a massive beam of energy, spanning billions of light years, directly pierced the Blue Star's defensive star ring and accurately struck the Earth Federation's capital. The next moment, under this over-the-horizon strike, the Earth cracked, magma surged, and an entire city was directly wiped from the planetary surface under this terrifying attack. Tens of millions of humans residing in the Earth Federation's capital became sacrifices to the city. Simultaneously, all broadcasting equipment throughout the solar system was hijacked. A humanoid alien resembling a lizard appeared on all displays at the same time. Humans, choose submission or destruction. The entire capital was instantly reduced to ashes, as if an invisible giant hand had casually wiped it off the map. All that remained was a wasteland and endless death. Tens of millions of lives withered in that instant, their dreams, hopes, and futures were ruthlessly extinguished in this catastrophe. For humanity, who had just stepped onto the grand stage of Stellaris, this was undoubtedly a heavy slap. Humanity had originally harbored curiosity and a passion for exploring the unknown world. But at this moment, they were utterly bewildered by the cruel reality. This sudden disaster was like a basin of bone-chilling ice water, mercilessly extinguishing the flame in the hearts of the Earth Federation, making them feel the cruelty and ruthlessness of the universe. And for the entire Earth Federation Council, this was an even more devastating blow. The Earth Federation, an organization representing human unity and progress, lost almost all of its high-level leaders in an instant. Those wise men and leaders who should have guided humanity into the future. Now, they had all turned to dust, leaving behind only bewilderment and chaos. This not only filled humanity with fear but also plunged the entire human society into an anarchic state of chaos in a very short period. Fortunately, prolonged peace and the intervention of intelligent guards quickly stabilized social order. As a result, the situation where laws lost their restraint, order was gone, and people struggled to survive in panic and despair did not occur. As for the Chudis, the instigators of all this, in reality, except for a few high-level individuals, most Chudis did not know what had happened. As a race that entered Stellaris earlier than humanity and has existed for nearly a millennium, the Chudis, as predecessors, understood the essence of this world better than humanity. Meanwhile, in front of the Waeaok Gate, after two Gretchen were thrown into the Waeaok Gate, Lu Meng's mind immediately received a system prompt. Discovered a new world. Stellaris DLC loading. Stellaris DLC loaded successfully. Stellaris, plot introduction. In 2200, humanity broke through the technical bottleneck of faster-than-light travel, advancing into the depths of the universe and ushering in the era of interstellar navigation. In this vast galaxy, various star systems are like pieces on a galactic chessboard, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Giant gas planets, neutron stars in the late stages of evolution, blue supergiants in their prime, even dazzling star clusters composed of hundreds of stars, and terrifyingly massive white dwarfs and black holes draped in various colors. Different ecologies have evolved one race after another. They are either peace-loving, isolationist, or extremely xenophobic. Fallen empires possess highly developed technology, powerful military forces, and perfect internal circulation systems. Their history is long, even traceable back hundreds of thousands of years, but for various reasons, their development began to stagnate, and they chose to be content with the status quo and ignore worldly affairs, entering a fallen state. Even so, their strength still far surpasses most emerging civilizations, their technological level is far ahead, they possess powerful fleets and advanced defense systems, and they have deep foundations in politics and economy. Corporations, political systems highly focused on economic interests, prioritizing resource accumulation and commercial expansion. They are skilled at developing various rare resources and transforming them into immense wealth through interstellar trade. In the eyes of corporations, the universe is a huge commercial market, and every planet and every resource contains business opportunities. Corporations have extremely strong control over resources. They not only actively seek planets rich in basic resources like energy and minerals but are also keen on exploring special star systems that can produce unique strategic resources. Through efficient mining and operations, corporations can accumulate resource reserves far exceeding those of other political systems, providing a solid foundation for the expansion of their commercial empires. Federations, egalitarians, independent systems, foundations, hegemonies, autocracies, hive minds, machine intelligences, non-Gestalts, all came onto the stage and then successively exited. At the same time, while the plot was still unfolding in Lu Meng's mind, the information panel also underwent significant changes. A sub-panel was separated from the main panel. On the panel was an intricate tech tree, with various branches densely packed, like fruits adorning the boughs. Lu Meng just briefly scanned it and saw countless technologies that shocked him. Small hydrogen fusion reactor, graviton storage lattice technology, hyperspace lane mapping, neutron star composite armor. Just as Lu Meng was dazzled by the unlit technologies on the tech tree. Suddenly, a massive surge of Waaiaic energy instantly struck from the direction of the Waaiaic gate. Holy crap! Danger! Along with the surging Waaiaic energy, Lu Meng instantly retreated several kilometers. He also brought along the big mechs gathered in front of the gate, as these tech bosses were scarce resources for the clan. But some tech bosses who were too close to the Waaiaic gate still couldn't escape this terrifying energy impact. As a result, Lu Meng only managed to teleport away half of their bodies. And along one side of the Waaiaic gate, a fan-shaped area had been completely destroyed. Only a lonely Waaiaic gate remained standing in its original place. Damn it, is it necessary? Damn it, didn't we just smuggle 2 Gretchen? Do you need to hit us with a planet-destroying weapon? And just as Lu Meng looked at the deep gully in front of the gate, unsure what to do. A big mech closer to Lu Meng stared blankly at the corpse of another big mech beside him, whose body was largely gone due to the energy attack. Then he slowly raised his finger, I know. The other side of the gate is the enemy. Waaiaic. The next moment, this big mech roared, his blood boiling, and charged out. But before he could run a few steps, this big mech was pulled back by Lu Meng using Waaiaic energy teleportation. Immediately, a punch landed heavily on the big mech's head. You idiot, who told you to get hyped up? Go, first close that broken gate for me. Yes, my leader, the big mech, who had been punched, his eyes regaining clarity, obediently ran to close the gate. In fact, in the world of Stellaris, only races that are unified and have broken free from planetary constraints are considered intelligent races. However, before this, most races simply did not qualify to appear on the stage of Stellaris. The civilizations created by these failed races were often still in their developmental stages when they self-destructed due to internal wars. Or, after extreme material abundance, an entire race fell into nihilistic hedonism, unable to extricate themselves. Hundreds of years ago, corporations had discovered a similar world. It was a barren planet. At that time, a corporate mineral prospecting research ship entered that star system. Initially, they intended to prospect for minerals, but they discovered a large number of cryo-chambers, similar to urns, inside that barren planet near the star. And inside the cryo-chambers were brains. Finally, based on the architectural remnants left on this planet, the research personnel responsible for mineral prospecting determined that this was a race called Vimesi. However, for unknown reasons, perhaps a racial defect, or a problem with racial decision-making, As a result, this race called Vimsey fell into the trap of extreme nihilism and extreme hedonism. Coupled with the fact that this race had unexpectedly achieved great breakthroughs in virtual network technology and consciousness upload technology. Then, this entire race committed mass suicide. They connected their nervous systems to an ultra-large computing matrix called Ideal Home, and enabled their entire race to survive in the virtual world until the star's destruction by consuming some solar energy daily. Facing a civilization so willingly fallen, in a cruel world like Warhammer 40K, it would definitely be consumed completely. But in the world of Stellaris, it is not so. Due to sufficiently advanced technology and the exchange between various races through trade, this has led some races and factions to appear more civilized. After all, no one wants a lunatic who might draw a knife and kill someone at any moment living next door. Unless you can brutally suppress your neighbors, even peace-loving races will prioritize eliminating threats at their doorstep. At the same time, from the perspective of corporations that prioritize profit, launching a war for a star system without scarce resources is a very uneconomical matter. For corporations, they have many ways to swallow this star system. Launching a war is the least dignified choice. Ultimately, the corporation established contact with the race called Vimsey through network links. Then, they bought their entire star system. What the corporation paid was merely a complete set of mechanical carrier manufacturing technology and a more advanced supercomputer matrix. Now, this race called Vimsey has completely become employees of the corporation, responsible for the resource extraction work in their star system. In addition, the corporation also pays a certain amount of corporate points based on the output provided by the Vimsey. Points can not only be exchanged for the scientific technologies needed by the race within the corporation but also for various materials produced by the corporation. Everything seemed so civilized. When the corporation came, there was work, and life had direction. But in fact, the vast majority of races that joined the corporation were assimilated under these circumstances, through the corporation's subtle influence. It can be said that under this operating model of the corporation, it not only acquired an entire star system without shedding blood but also gained a large amount of labor. What the corporation needed to pay was often just some technologies that it had already phased out. At the same time, these assimilated star systems also became dumping grounds for the corporation's products. Over time, these races that joined the corporation would even form a dependency and gradually abandon the path of developing technology independently. Inside a retro castle built from black ore, a chuddies wearing a silver fiber suit and sporting a lizard head angrily pushed open the door and stood before its leader's desk. "Leader, I don't understand, why aren't we reporting this civilization to the company? According to company regulations, if we discover a new nascent commanding race's star system, then we can get a large sum of credits. If we piece together a bit more, we can exchange for some technologies that we urgently need from the company." Compared to the castle's retro exterior, its interior was full of technological flair. Cleaning robots suspended in mid-air, on 24-hour standby, highlighted the owner's cleanliness. Various decorations hung on the smooth, mirror-like black walls. Luxurious velvet carpets covered every corner of the castle. Even the temperature and humidity in the room were adjusted to the most comfortable state. On the second floor of the castle, in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, upon hearing its deputy's question, the chuddies leader, who resembled a lizardman, turned its head to look out the black stone window. The sky was not azure blue, and there were no paper cranes outside the window. There were only deep, massive mining pits and the atmosphere polluted to a grayish black. This was not uncommon in the world of Stellaris. That's right, even the powerful chuddies, capable of easily annihilating humans, were merely employees of the corporation. The corporation, full name Kazam Mining Group. It is primarily responsible for mineral extraction and resource recycling on various planets. Barbos, do you see outside the window? Our world is finished. Whenever I look out the window, at those mining pits, I can feel our home world dying because of our decisions. Every time this happens, I wonder if the decision our ancestors made back then was truly correct. Hearing its leader's lament, the chuddies adjutant named Barbos was completely unmoved. Leader, there's no need to be so sentimental, you know, this is just a planet. There are countless habitable planets for us in the galaxy. As long as we apply to the corporation, it will definitely arrange a new place for us. But the purple gold ore on our home world is a highly rare resource in the galaxy. We should be glad that we were born on a mountain of gold, not in dirt. Listening to its adjutant's comfort, the chuddies leader withdrew its gaze from the window. It shouldn't hold illusions that a chuddies raised by the corporation would have any feelings for its home world. In fact, if it weren't for the chuddies' emphasis on pure blood and gratitude towards the previous leader, its father, the current chuddies leader would not be in its position. This position should have been yours, Barbos. However, facing the leader's self-pity, Barbos, as the adjutant, was clearly getting tired of it. Leader, the position doesn't matter, we are all part of the corporation, aren't we? Yes, you are right, we are all employees of the corporation, the leader said perfunctorily. So now can you explain why you aren't reporting this new race we discovered to the corporation? After all, as the deputy the corporation assigned to you, I think I have the right to question your decisions. Barbeau steered the conversation back to the previous topic, lest his leader try to gloss over it again. Nothing, just want them to know that the outside world is dangerous, the leader said, slowly looking at the virtual contracts projected on the table. Seeing that its leader was unwilling to talk, the adjutant frowned. Leader, please understand that what you just spent was the wealth earned by your compatriots working day and night. A single stellar projectile cost us almost half a year's resource output of our entire home world. Moreover, this will also increase the corporation's efforts to subjugate that star system, and might even damage the corporation's reputation. In short, I will report all of this truthfully. With that, the adjutant named Barbeau's turned directly and walked towards the door, completely disregarding its leader's dignity. And when the door closed again, the Chuddy's leader looked up once more at the devastation outside the window. It remembered that about 300 years ago, the view outside the window was like a swamp. Comfort is the most dangerous slow poison. If there is any difference between the world of Stellaris and Warhammer, then, without a doubt, it is that the technology here is more advanced. Quantum communication allows various races to communicate in real time even across hundreds of thousands of light years. Nor do they have to worry about prying eyes from the warp. In addition, many races in Stellaris have generally mastered faster than light travel technology. This also makes the connections between various races closer. So much so that they are not restricted by the Dark Forest law. And without being able to directly destroy opponents, these races with long-distance travel technology inevitably come into contact with each other. Thus, some peace-loving races gradually formed alliances, similar to multiracial integration. Fellow citizens of Earth Federation, for your safety and the safety of your family, please remain calm and stay at home. Thank you for your cooperation. On Blue Star, in the cities not yet affected, along the wide streets, teams of robotic law enforcement officers walked along the sidewalks. Inside the tall buildings, people were learning about the recent bad news that had befallen the Earth Federation through their mobile phones and computers. These damned aliens. We should make them pay for their blood debt. In a room, a middle-aged man angrily turned off his holographic television. However, his neighbor at this moment held a completely different view. These aliens are too powerful. We are no match for them right now. Perhaps we should temporarily avoid their sharp edge. Hearing her husband muttering to himself, the mistress of the small family stepped forward and sat beside her husband. Don't go out for the next few days. Don't get involved in anything, remember the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Hearing his wife's admonition, the man reassuringly patted her hand. I know, dear, I'm not going anywhere. Similar situations were spreading throughout human society. The warmongers believed that humanity should risk everything and fight the enemy to the death. Another group of people believed that humanity should avoid their sharp edge. They were the escape faction, unwilling to surrender or fight to the death. The rest were naturally the surrender faction, but this group was very small, mostly hidden among the escape faction. While people were arguing incessantly, deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, in a mysterious underwater laboratory, blue warm disinfection lights were activated one by one. At the same time, various machines that had been dormant began to operate at full capacity. A mechanical electronic synthesized voice also echoed in the empty hall. Critical person detected as deceased. Consciousness upload command starting. Transformation plan beginning. Quantum network link successful. Data copy complete. As a tightly closed hatch in the hall opened, a robot covered with a bionic skin membrane emerged from the smoking chamber. Welcome back, Prime Minister. The mechanical electronic voice echoed again in the empty hall. However, the robot standing still raised its hand without a word, looking at its body. Immediately after, Lin Rui walked to a huge full-length mirror and looked at his current appearance. When his hand brushed his cheek, the sensation from the bionic skin membrane was almost identical to human skin. But Lin Rui knew this was an illusion, because as a mechanical being now, he could not feel any tactile sensations. This was merely an illusion simulated by a mechanical algorithm. In fact, Lin Rui was already dead. And the current Lin Rui was nothing more than a substitute. Even so, looking at himself in the mirror, a question arose in the quantum computer of the machine intelligence Lin Rui. Am I really dead? Also awakened in this laboratory were important Earth Federation personnel who had died in the strike. Their numbers grew, and they began to emerge from their hibernation pods, then gathered in the hall. Meanwhile, on Combat Moon, realizing the danger of the new world, Lu Mang immediately began to have the big mechs expand the size of the Yaa gate overnight. After all, in the face of star-destroying weapons, no matter how many green-skin boys were sent to the other side, they would just be cannon fodder. Mother VR, just you wait. Next time we go, it won't be just some Gretchen. It will be an entire fleet. While the big mechs were expanding the Yaa gate, the entire Duchin clan was not idle. Since they were ambushing another world, and the opposing world's technology was clearly several tiers stronger than their own, the first wave of vanguard troops naturally needed to be elites. Thus, a large number of Xiang energy boys and greenskin bosses were summoned. These greenskin bosses, mostly above level 30, each stood no less than 5 meters tall and were the absolute backbone of the entire clan. Even the Imperial Astartes would have to pay a considerable price to fight these greenskin bosses head-on. At the same time, their equipment was exceptionally luxurious. Aside from weapons like power claws, big guns, and power axes, these greenskin bosses also had custom-made weapons from the big mechs. It might be a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher for firing rockets, or a giant shield covered in welded iron plates and spikes. But without exception, each of these greenskin bosses was equipped with the heaviest type of heavy power armor. As a result, wherever these greenskin bosses stood, they were practically mobile dreadnoughts. To prevent the other side from using planet-killing weapons again, this vanguard, composed of greenskin bosses and Xiang energy boys, had to immediately leave their current planet using the Xiang energy boys' teleportation ability. Then, in the opposing world, they would re-establish new Xiang gate anchor points. Besides this, Lu Meng was not idle either. Due to the massive changes to the panel, the entire Duchin clan had undergone unprecedented transformations. The factories that originally produced weapons were also digitized due to the panel's upgrade, and began to provide products like energy coins and research points. As for the series of technologies and research achievements on the panel's technology tree, Lu Meng needed to use research points and similar resources to study them. Additionally, various basic facilities could be built to assist research and accelerate progress. According to the technological classification provided by the panel, civilizations were divided into 9 levels. However, due to the existence of chaos gods in the Warhammer world, the technology trees of most races had become completely distorted. For example, normally, the greenskins' weapons, equipment, social system, and prosperity would at most qualify them as a level 3 civilization. But the greenskins had mastered warp technology, which only level 7 civilizations could grasp, along with a large number of black technologies. What made Lu Meng even more of a headache was that even if these technologies were researched, how to equip the greenskins with them was also a problem. One must know that the greenskins are the absolute embodiment of chaos. Unless these technologies were directly, like the old ones, etched into the greenskins' genes, otherwise, no matter how good the technology, if the greenskins couldn't use it, it would be useless. Ugh, these greenskin fungi really give me a headache, Lu Meng sighed, then began to search through the countless branches of the technology tree panel, trying to find a solution. After all, according to the unlit level 9 civilization technologies on the technology tree, Lu Meng discovered that in the Stellaris world, level 7 civilizations had already mastered void mining and interdimensional trading technology. So, it stands to reason that genetic technology should also not be difficult. However, although the technology was advanced, this did not mean that Stellaris was stronger than the Warhammer world. After all, before the warp chaos gods turned their attention to the real universe, the Warhammer world's technology was in no way inferior to Stellaris. Another 30 Terra days passed in a blink of an eye. On the battlefield, apart from a few little ones still searching for weapons that might have been lost, most Duchins were idle. During these past 30+ days, the Duchin clan's vanguard unit, destined for another world, was fully prepared. Nearly 5 million fully armed greenskin bosses, plus 6,000 dreadnought mechs, and 7,000 Xiang energy kids were ready. At the same time, on the surface of the combat moon, a massive Xiang gate, over 1,000 meters in diameter, was now ready. Open the gate. Standing on the high platform, Lu Meng looked at the greenskin bosses who were already raring to go in front of the Xiang gate and gave his command. Immediately, as the Xiang energy twisted, the gate to the other world opened once more. But this time, the other side was no longer a land of singing birds and fragrant flowers, but a continent that looked like cooled lava. Xiang. Little ones, follow the plan, or I'll kick your butts. Xiang. Little ones, charge with me. Kobe, in charge of this mission, took the lead and rushed towards the Xiang gate. Pangolin, following closely behind Kobe, also took big strides to catch up. He also didn't forget to remind, run slower, don't forget the plan. I don't care about that. Let's talk about it once we get to the other side. Hordes of greenskin bosses and Xiang energy kids collectively rushed into the gate. Meanwhile, in the world on the other side, a major event was also unfolding. Our bodies are too fragile, they can no longer keep up with our pace. In space, even a lack of oxygen will kill us. Fellow humans, humanity entering space is like fish coming onto land. Billions of years ago, our ancestors achieved this feat through continuous evolution. And today, it is our turn, fellow humans. Join the glorious evolution. Discard this frail flesh, and we shall become stronger. Our lifespans will be unimaginably long. Our memories will never be lost, and there's no need to worry about offspring. We can produce offspring anew using chaotic algorithms. We will make our enemies pay for their blood debts. On the streets, on televisions, and across various social media platforms, humanity within the solar system was undergoing a vigorous revolution. The impassioned speech of Lin Rui, the Earth Federation chairman who had already been reborn by uploading his memories, reached the ears of every human. Whether on Mars or on the Moon, 3D projectors on the streets proclaimed the benefits and advantages of abandoning flesh and embracing evolution. Thus, the entire human Earth Federation, which had originally been divided into radical, escapee, and neutral factions, once again split into several camps. It could be said that this was the most chaotic period for the human Earth Federation in nearly a century. Revolution is always accompanied by bloodshed and conflict. Some of the escapee faction believed that Lin Rui was simply insane, he wanted to kill all humans. So they began to secretly conspire, deciding to take as many people as possible and leave. Meanwhile, the extreme elements within the radical faction took to the streets, chanting slogans of the near-ground shuttle crashed directly into the building, much like a Boeing 747 hitting the Twin Towers in the United States. Accompanied by the fiery explosion, the entire building began to sway precariously. No. In the midst of the flames, Akun instinctively lunged towards his wife and child, but it was too late. Similar events continued to unfold. On this day, the number of fellow humans killed by other humans was 23 times that killed by the Chudis. But at the same time, through the synthesis of the Chaos Network, countless new humans were produced from assembly lines and workshops. Their numbers horrifyingly reached tens of millions per hour. These new humans quickly took over the original jobs of those who had died, allowing the entire human society to regain its vitality. Simultaneously, on the Moon adjacent to Earth, a massive human fleet had already assembled. On board were nearly 3.2 billion old humans, who were now homeless. They would avoid the Chudis and head to other star systems to develop. Countless people looked at the beautiful blue planet outside the window. They knew that beneath Earth's beauty at this moment were countless hidden undercurrents. Set sail. Wei Xingai, the leader of the Human Alliance and spokesperson for the escape faction, gave the order. Thousands of warships, large and small, quickly entered a state of superluminal travel and disappeared within the solar system. All that remained were some immovable steel structures on the Moon and Mars, and some daily necessities that were inconvenient to take away. As for the important data and production machines, they had already been transported away in advance. And just as the Human Alliance departed, accompanied by a distortion in space, a Yaoic energy kid was the first to appear on the surface of the Moon. Following closely, tens of thousands of greenskin bosses also appeared on the lunar surface through the collective teleportation activated by the Yaoic energy kids. As soon as they appeared, these greenskin bosses were all hot-blooded and ready for battle. But soon, the greenskins realized that there was no trace of the enemy. Similarly, after nearly 100 years of human modification, the Moon at this time was no longer barren. Various large buildings were scattered like stars, forming a vast industrial metropolis. Connecting these buildings were numerous webways, each node being a miniature human ecosystem. Inside, there were efficient farms, factories, and facilities like amusement parks. The greenskin bosses were like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, looking around everywhere. There was even a greenskin boss with a childlike heart who wanted to try the slide that humans had placed in the park. But before this greenskin boss could even climb up, the entire slide collapsed under his weight. Gretchen junk. Not sturdy at all. Meanwhile, compared to the leisurely greenskin bosses, the big mechs who came with Pangolin were not idle. Faster, faster, we need to build a big gate. Then we can bring our big ships over. Pangolin roared, carrying his mechanical arm backpack. Little ones, faster, faster, give me Yaoic. While roaring, Pangolin's mechanical backpack also extended 4 mechanical arms, each equipped with tools like welding guns and hammers. And while the big mechs were busy in full swing, Lu Meng was not idle either, currently tinkering with a precise, large machine in his laboratory. Looking at the device in front of him, which resembled a tiger chair, Lu Meng clapped his hands in satisfaction and threw the tools he was holding aside. This device, named the Knowledge Infusion Device, belonged to the realm of a level 3 civilization on the technology tree. Lu Meng had spent 300 research points to unlock this technology. However, due to a lack of some materials in a massive computer library, Lu Meng modified it. Come, you, go sit on it, Lu Meng pointed to the Gretchen who was helping to clean up the tools on the table. Hearing his boss speak, the Grot first flinched in fright, then quickly threw away the tools in his hand. Yes, boss. The Grot waddled over and sat on the chair, even instinctively putting on a helmet. As if thinking of something, Lu Meng casually asked, what has Akun been busy with lately? Reporting, boss. Boss Akun has been busy dealing with the good stuff recovered from the battlefield recently. Tell him to find time to see me, Lu Meng said, picking up a helmet and putting it on his own head. Yes, boss. Before the Grot could finish speaking, Lu Meng directly activated the knowledge infusion device. Accompanied by a surge of Yaoic energy and electrical fluctuations. The Grot sat on the chair, his whole body twitching from the electricity. How to put it, if it weren't for the greenskin's inherent tough physique, and also being an alternative Gestalt species that applies Yaoic energy. Just this electric shock and energy interference would be enough to turn both their brains into mush. After all, Gestalt organisms don't need the things from the knowledge infusion device, their thoughts are inherently the same. And Lu Meng, wearing the helmet, only felt a slight tingling sensation at this moment, with nothing else. At the same time, Lu Meng miraculously discovered that he could flip through his own and the Grot's memories like browsing files. Also, he could transmit his existing knowledge to the Grot's mind through the device. He could also copy the Gretchen's memories into his own mind. This was a very magical feeling, as if he were operating a computer at this moment. Even more miraculously, Lu Meng could also infuse the things he imagined into the other party, which was truly quite impressive. The experiment quickly ended, and Lu Meng didn't transmit anything extraordinary to the Grot. He only uploaded some dark jokes and stale memes he had seen before. But this undoubtedly opened a new century door for this Grot. Hey, authentic, diddy deo deo, diba diddy deo. What do you think? Boss, do you know the difference between Santa Claus and a Jew? The Grot, dazed from being infused with a lot of memories, spoke beautiful Chinese. And as the one who transmitted the memories, Lu Meng naturally knew what the Grot was saying. Of course I know, in Germany, Santa Claus goes in through the chimney. And Jews, they go out through the chimney. Looking at the still blank-eyed Grot, Lu Meng was too lazy to continue observing. Being dazed should be a side effect of memory infusion. But it feels okay, with the Gretchen's physique, he should recover in 2 or 3 days. If it were a greenskin boy, he should be able to directly immune the side effects, Lu Meng mused, stroking his chin. Yaoic. The greenskin bosses were utterly bewildered. They had expected enemies on the other side of the portal, but upon teleporting, they found only a silent, desolate city. This left the greenskin bosses, who had been eagerly anticipating a grand battle, at a loss for what to do. Especially the greenskin dreadnoughts, who had been crammed into their armored shells and were already prone to severe mood swings upon waking. They immediately entered a rampage state on the moon. Yaoic. 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 Furious roars echoed from the greenskin dreadnoughts' mechanical loudspeakers. At the same time, the massive machines began wantonly destroying the human-made structures left on the moon. While the greenskin bosses were idle, the big mechs were busy building a new portal, and the greenskin dreadnoughts were acting like destructive children. Lin Rui, the Earth Federation chairman, was on Earth, not far from them, observing images captured by a surveillance satellite on a virtual screen. On either side of the conference table sat the Minister of Scientific Research, responsible for the research department, and the Earth Federation Navy Commander-in-Chief, responsible for Earth Federation military affairs, along with other Earth Federation officials. In fact, given their current physical structures, there was no need for them to converse face-to-face. After replacing flesh with machinery, the overall efficiency of the Earth Federation had increased exponentially. It had also truly achieved flat management. Every Earth Federation citizen, if they wished, could even directly pose questions to Chairman Lin Rui. After adopting mechanical bodies and with the aid of artificial intelligence, humans could interpret a statement and respond in mere microseconds. But how to put it, even after switching to mechanical bodies, some human rituals and instinctive living habits were still retained. Just like holy crap, motherfucker, and awesome, these phrases had been deeply ingrained into the Earth Federation people's underlying logic. This is a video taken by the Sky Eye satellite orbiting Earth half a month ago. What are your thoughts? The video displayed nothing else but the human capital that had recently been destroyed by an alien civilization. On the ruins of the human capital, which had been blasted into a deep void, a group of creatures clad in full metal armor suddenly appeared out of thin air. These creatures, according to predictions, were generally 5 meters tall. In addition, they also had some larger, more rugged machine vehicles that resembled coffins with limbs attached. As the video continued to play, the number of these suddenly appearing entities, whose allegiance was unknown, began to increase. However, just as the Earth Federation scientists and officials were intently watching the increasing number of aliens on the screen, the video feed suddenly flickered. Immediately after, the artificial intelligence simulated and predicted the existence of hundreds of thousands of alien intelligent life forms, which then suddenly vanished from their original location. This. Seeing the sudden disappearance of millions of alien creatures, clearly a ground combat force, everyone present, whether experts or officials, was utterly bewildered. Where did they go? Was everyone's question now. Furthermore, an unknown force had invaded, and the Earth Federation only discovered it after more than half a month. This made all the high-ranking Earth Federation officials very anxious. After all, half a month ago, the entire Earth Federation was in a precarious state. If they had been suddenly and unexpectedly stabbed in the back at that time, there was a risk that the entire Human Earth Federation could have been destroyed. Immediately after, some images popped up on the virtual display. However, most of them were small objects and things resembling footprints. At the same time, Lin Rui, as the Earth Federation chairman, also took out a wildly styled and crudely made pistol from the drawer in front of him. If any orcs Gretchen were here, they would instantly recognize that the weapon in Lin Rui's hand was merely a small laser pistol cobbled together by a grot. It was unclear which greenskin boss had taken it from a grot out of boredom. But for the Earth Federation people, who had never dealt with greenskins, this was undoubtedly a major discovery. However, upon seeing the weapon in Lin Rui's hand, everyone's expressions turned strange. It wasn't for any other reason, it was mainly because the weapon was simply too crude and too dilapidated. If they didn't know that the video just played wasn't an AI-generated fake, everyone would have thought it was a joke to lighten the mood. After all, who would believe that an enemy capable of bypassing the solar system's satellite network surveillance and near-Earth orbit detection, appearing on Earth without a trace, would use a weapon that looked like it was pieced together from junk, like the one in Lin Rui's hand? Chairman Lin, could I take a look at the item in your hand? The Minister of Scientific Research, who served as Lin Rui's deputy, had been frowning at the strange pistol in Lin Rui's hand ever since Lin Rui took it out. Of course, no problem, Minister Lu, Lin Rui said, pushing the Gretchen Grot pistol in his hand towards Lu Yang, who was beside him. Immediately after, accompanied by the groan of metal rubbing against composite materials, the Gretchen Grot laser pistol slid in front of the Minister of Scientific Research. Using AI intelligent algorithms, Minister of Scientific Research Lu Yang's mind immediately created a 3D virtual model of the weapon. He then began to disassemble the Gretchen pistol in his hand in front of everyone present. But as each component was removed, Lu Yang's speed became increasingly slow. As the blue high-pressure cutting flame on his fingers extinguished, Lu Yang's initial curiosity about alien technology completely vanished. All that remained was a strange and bewildered expression. Minister Lu, how is it? Have you found anything? Megan Howard, a security personnel who had also been watching Lin Yang's movements, was the first to ask. Chairman, before that, may I ask if you have tested this weapon? Lu Yang looked at Lin Rui, who was in the main seat, with a strange expression. We tried, but we only managed to fire it a few times. It's like a lighter with insufficient energy, you need to repeatedly try, and then there's a chance it will successfully fire. Upon hearing Lin Rui's answer, Lu Yang nodded as expected. Chairman, in my opinion, this weapon is of no reference value whatsoever. It's simply like a random doodle by a child of a few years old. Everyone, look. In these areas, there are clear installation structures, but the maker of this weapon chose to directly weld them shut. This is simply too amateurish. You know, stability is the most important thing for a weapon. At the same time, whether from the weapon's appearance or other aspects, one can tell at a glance that this is a weapon that was temporarily cobbled together. As he spoke, images taken during the disassembly were projected onto the virtual screen. So everyone might as well guess, a race that can appear silently in the heart of the solar system. Will they really use such a crude and unstable weapon as the one in my hand? Immediately after, accompanied by a flurry of whispers from those around him. It's indeed unlikely, unless they are severely lacking in supplies. We haven't discovered their warships from beginning to end. Is it possible that this is a race that constantly jumps through wormholes, and they have already left using wormhole technology? Then how did they pinpoint Earth's location? Is it possible they will return? The most urgent task is still to first investigate the entire solar system, at least to first figure out the whereabouts of these uninvited guests. The Earth Federation officials discussed back and forth, fighting wits and courage with the air. Meanwhile, on the moon, the Duchin clan was not doing much better. Due to being affected by the Chudis over the horizon strike, Lu Mang had always thought that he was in a very dangerous star system. This caused the entire Duchin vanguard army, after an initial period of letting loose, to immediately hide deep within the moon. And just as both sides were developing cautiously, due to the Waiaok gate opening the barrier between two worlds, the demons, who were already very active in the warp, suddenly seemed like cats that had smelled fish. The evil aura from the warp's four gods descended imperceptibly upon Heretic Shan, the Duchin clan's only chosen of the five gods. Little Heretic, what's wrong with you? On the food street in the Combat Moon's human settlement, AA, holding a mushroom drink, looked at her suddenly stopped companion with a strange expression. Go. Go to the other side of the gate. I am very curious about that place. Go, bring them a war of blood and slaughter. Let more living beings return to the immortal decay. A beautiful world, more unsatisfied toys. The whispers of the four gods echoed in Heretic Shan's mind incessantly, but unlike before. Previously, the powers of the four gods intertwined and restrained each other, thus achieving a delicate balance. But when the demands of the four gods were consistent, Heretic Shan, as the chosen, could not resist at all. If it weren't for joining the Duchin clan, the digitized power would have resisted most of the four gods' whispers. At this moment, heretic Xiang would have already become a puppet of the four gods. And compared to the other three evil gods coveting of another world. At this moment, Slaanesh, one of the youngest of the warp's four gods, was in a very bad mood. Since Slaanesh was born from the Eldar, this means that any Eldar, even a newborn, has an intricate connection with Slaanesh. Even today's Eldar, through their paths, try their best to suppress the individual emotions of their entire race, but they cannot completely sever this connection. In fact, if Slaanesh wanted to, it could pay some price at any time to tear the barrier between the warp and the real universe, and descend before any Eldar it wished to see. The reason Slaanesh hasn't done so is simply because Slaanesh enjoys the pleasure brought by the Eldar's constant death throes. But for some unknown reason, not long ago, Slaanesh keenly detected that more and more Eldar's subtle connections with it were disappearing. This made Slaanesh very displeased. If the Warhammer world were compared to a card table, then the four gods are definitely the uncrowned kings at the card table. Throughout long history, newcomers have constantly tried to join the table, but their endings are all similar to that of the Emperor today. Either they die completely or they are completely corrupted and fallen by the warp. Because at the four gods card table, there is no fairness at all. The four gods, when they get angry, directly tear open the warp barrier and descend forcefully, or create a warp storm, which are common tricks. That's right, the four gods are bad losers. This was the problem that both the Emperor and the Eldar faced in the past. And the original Eldar were card players who, in the eyes of the four gods, had lost their qualifications. But when the Eldar of the Biltan craft world obtained the Mind Codex from Lu Meng, they once again held their ticket to their future destiny. But this was something Slaanesh could not tolerate. Its toys escaping its control made the god of pleasure feel annoyed. So, a large number of Slaanesh demon fleets and Dark Eldar Ark worlds sailed out of the Eye of Chaos. Countless grotesque Slaanesh demons, with giant crab claws, tentacles, or horns, and corrupted humans, led by ascended demon princes, began frantically searching for the Eldar who had escaped Slaanesh. Regent, ahead is the Olowa system. In the warship's command center, Valentus Tigurius, the Legion's chief librarian, reported all intelligence about the Olowa system in detail. According to the latest news from Terra, a large-scale rebellion occurred in the Olowa system 234 Terra days ago. After the rebellion, the new governor of Olawa, Bubranai, declared independence. And according to the information sent back by the Vanguard, there are approximately 124 destroyers, 36 frigates, 2 Nibelung-class battleships, and 6 Moon-class cruisers in the Olowa system. In addition, there are about 60 million planetary standing troops, but they lack large land war vehicles like Knights and Titans. After listening carefully to Valentus Tigurius's report, Robert Guillemon first nodded, then looked at his librarian with his bright eyes. Tigurius, what are your thoughts on this star system? In fact, in the past 6 months, Guillemon had already led his expedition fleet to conquer 4 star systems in a row. But the problem was, these 4 star systems were located around Ultramar's 500 worlds, deeply influenced by Ultramar's political and cultural aspects. So when Guillemon's fleet arrived, the other side surrendered very smoothly. And there was even a governor who asked, very puzzled, why His Majesty rebelled. Although not a single soldier was expended, Guillemon felt very uncomfortable. Look at these 4 star systems, 2 were still under aristocratic feudalism, another was a more backward religious system, and the only one that maintained the same system as the empire still had strict caste discrimination. At the same time, language barriers were also a problem. In these star systems, due to different accents, there were dozens of languages within a single star system. And issues such as unifying languages, implementing quasi-military management, and using non-extreme means to make the vested interests in these star systems relinquish their wealth and resources, while improving the living standards of common people, became problems that the expedition fleet had to face. The Emperor is omnipresent, the Emperor is omnipotent. People of Olawa, we are the dawn of humanity. Let us pledge our loyalty to the Emperor. All we do is guided by the Emperor, do not fear, nor need to be afraid. We stand beneath the sun, we walk with the Emperor. We walk with justice. Inside the Olawa hive world, in front of a colossal statue of the Emperor, the newly appointed planetary governor was speaking grandly, delivering an impassioned speech. And the Olawa civilians below the stage were all fervent. The Emperor is immortal. The Emperor is immortal. Fanaticism, extreme fanaticism. The crowd, roaring like a tsunami, surged wave after wave. In fact, they had reason for their fanaticism. After all, after overthrowing the Imperium's rule, no one had expected their lives to become so good. Without the heavy imperial taxes, there was no more arduous work requiring 12 to 16 hours a day. The entire Olawa world became completely self-sufficient in just half a year. Even recently, small amounts of natural vegetables, a rare sight, began appearing on the dinner tables of Hive City residents as daily rations. It was known that in the past, this was unthinkable. Most underhivers almost lived their entire lives eating chemical residue-filled algal nutrient paste. Until they died of exhaustion at their workstations, or passed away after a severe illness caused by consuming too much science and ruthlessness. We will fight right here, in our homeland, in this land we deeply love. It is not we who betrayed the Emperor, but the Imperium that betrayed the Emperor. Let the invaders come. We will fight them to the end. Lads, go. Go to the quartermaster's warehouse, pick out some handy weapons. Women, children, go too. We will fight the enemy to the end. The impassioned speech was broadcast across the entire Ulawa system, to all its planets. The few warships had all sailed out of the starport, fully prepared for battle. Similarly, on the orbital ring, in front of electromagnetic pulse cannons with calibers over 100 meters, several mechanical apprentices in red robes were holding incense burners, praying while anointing the cannons with holy oil and inscribing sacred runes. If soldiers from the expeditionary fleet saw this, they would surely curse. Damn it, they're treating us like demons. Beyond that, there were even more Ulawa civilians who had taken up arms. They had reason to take up arms, for they had to defend their hard-won happiness. Yes, it was happiness, that sense of satisfaction from seeing their lives steadily improve, enough to make these people, who lived in a numb world, dedicate their lives. Meanwhile, their current enemies, the expeditionary fleet from Ultramar, had completely blockaded the entire system. The reason for not directly attacking was that Guilliman was currently reviewing the data intercepted from the Ulawa system by the tech sergeants. Concurrently, the speech from the governor of Ulawa was also being streamed. Ulawa, a world that provides raw metal materials and military recruits to the Imperium. Originally, it was a luxury for the people here to even eat their fill. Before the resistance overthrew the rule of the former governor of Ulawa, this place had experienced 4 major famines and 16 riots in the past 6 years. But when the resistance overthrew their planetary governor, they achieved food independence in less than a year. They even managed to reduce the atmospheric pollution in the hive city by 0.87 percentage points. Sigh, Guilliman sighed deeply as he looked at the intelligence gathered by the tech sergeant, feeling utterly humiliated. Can you tell me how the former governor of Ulawa came to power? Or, more directly, who took bribes, or what happened? Facing Guilliman's inquiry, Valentus Tigurius, the librarian seated nearby, was clearly prepared. He cleared his throat twice and said, Regent, there were no bribes. The reason the former governor was so outrageous was that the governor of this system has followed a hereditary system since the Great Crusade. And they consistently delivered the full tithes required by the Imperium each year, so the Imperium simply turned a blind eye. Torturing mortals for pleasure, keeping young girls, shooting Imperial commoners in the street power blinds people. Guilliman's tone was flat. He held the documents, placing the pictures neatly on the table one by one. His calm words were as if he was casually telling someone what groceries he bought today and what he planned to cook later. In fact, over the past 10,000 years, Guilliman had encountered even more appalling scenes. Especially during the Great Crusade, one could not imagine the extent of cruelty that dark sorcerers and warlords, freed from moral restraints, could unleash. Go contact the Inquisition and the assassins. Tell them, if they think their work is too easy, I don't mind letting my warriors take over their jobs. Yes, Regent, a guarding Ultramarines warrior immediately saluted upon hearing the order, then walked out the door. Then Regent, regarding our previous combat plan, Calgar, who was sitting on the chair on Guilliman's other side, looked at Guilliman and raised his question. At the same time, inside the conference room, the several Ultramarines commanders and the Human Auxiliary Army Legion commanders still seated at the table all looked at Guilliman. They are not wrong, Guilliman pondered for a moment, then slowly uttered a few words. However, upon hearing Guilliman's reply, the surrounding generals and commanders, though still maintaining their composure, showed a hint of unnaturalness on their faces. Just as the impatient Calgar was about to say something, Guilliman slowly spoke again, but is the Imperium wrong? Or rather, are we wrong? Guilliman's question immediately stunned all the surrounding commanders. Then, suddenly, an Ultramarines chapter master stood up. If leading humanity to revival is wrong, then we are wrong. Exactly, another Ultramarines chapter master stood up and said, if resisting the invasion of those Xenos is wrong, then we are wrong. Without us bearing the burden, without countless Imperial Guard soldiers dying on the battlefield, without the protection of the Imperium, the vast majority of humanity in the galaxy would have to live in despair. One by one, the human commanders and Ultramarines commanders stood up, expressing their thoughts. The previously oppressive atmosphere in the room began to heat up. None of us are wrong, them. Saying this, Guilliman did not forget to point at the virtual projection on the table that was still giving a speech. They are not wrong. And we are equally not wrong. It's nothing more than different ideals and different goals. For the revival of humanity, some necessary growing pains are tolerable. The plan remains unchanged. Notify the fleet to push forward, compress their living space, and first control the agricultural worlds of the Ulawa system to force them to surrender. Yes, sir. In the conference room, everyone spoke in unison, followed by the extinguishing of one holographic projection after another. Only Gilliman and Valentus Tigurius remained in the room. Noticing the unnatural look on Gilliman's face, Valentus Tigurius, who was beside him, spoke to comfort him, Your Highness, everything is for all of humanity. Thank you, I understand, Tigurius. Gilliman sat back down on his chair, picking up the communication data slate at hand and began to study the Stellaris map. Seeing that his original body had no interest in conversation, Valentus Tigurius wisely did not disturb him further and quietly walked out of the conference room. Not long after Valentus Tigurius left, Gilliman closed his eyes and began to sense the changes that had occurred within him since the expeditionary fleet departed. After closing his eyes, Gilliman could clearly feel a light flickering within his body. As one of the brothers who was almost the least gifted in psychic abilities, Gilliman was very surprised by the changes within himself. What surprised Gilliman even more was that the glowing thing inside him did not seem to be a singular psychic power. Because Gilliman could clearly feel that on the 500 worlds of Ultramar, nearly 300 light-years away from him now. At this moment, countless people were silently praying to him, they prayed for victory and also for their families to return home safely. Countless diverse and chaotic wishes converged and intertwined, ultimately forming the ball of light now within Gilliman. This feeling was very magical and wonderful, Gilliman could even sense the hearts of those who prayed to him. The original body is good at learning, so the original body quickly understood that the changes happening within him should be what his father called faith. After Lu Mang impersonated the emperor and gave a speech, many imperials became disillusioned with the emperor's image. Without faith, many people, in their panic, chose to believe in the emperor's son, who is now the regent. And a large amount of faith, all directed at one person, naturally formed a significant ripple in the warp, so Gilliman's body gained something similar to a Astronomicon. Gilliman had also sought out the navigators on the battleship, and according to their accounts, Gilliman found that from the warp's perspective, he had truly become a walking miniature Astronomicon. Even across half the galaxy, navigators could detect Gilliman's presence. This discovery both surprised and delighted Gilliman. He was surprised that Gilliman had now completely become a super-large beacon in the warp. The good news was that with himself as the Astronomicon, the entire expeditionary fleet no longer had to worry about getting lost or warp navigation hazards. Just as Gilliman was still sensing the increasing amount of faith power within him. On the far side of the moon in another world, a gigantic Wada'at gate had now been completed. The enormous teleportation gate, nearly 50 kilometers in diameter, naturally could no longer stand upright, so it could only lie flat on the ground. But even so, the anomaly on the moon still caught the attention of the Earth Federation. At this time, the Earth Federation had moved towards extreme militarism and was very xenophobic. After all, their first contact with an alien race was hardly very friendly. But the problem was, when the Human Alliance left, they took almost all of the Earth Federation's warships. As a result, the Earth Federation could not even put together a decent fleet of warships now. So even after discovering the Greenskins' presence, the Earth Federation did not rashly make further contact, but instead began to fully resume operations and accelerate the manufacturing of warships in their starports. But when Retribution-class battleships, with their massive size, heavy design, and adorned with large amounts of metal scrap, appeared on the far side of the moon and were captured by monitoring satellites orbiting within the solar system, the high-ranking officials of the Earth Federation could no longer sit still. In the familiar conference room, the Earth Federation's high command gathered once again. However, this time they were all very silent, not speaking a word, looking at the data in front of each of them. Minister Lu, when can our warships leave the starport drydock? The Earth Federation Navy commander broke the silence. All the Earth Federation high-ranking officials who were still intently looking at the data images around them suddenly perked up their ears. We have now produced 12 Albatross-class frigates, and in addition, 2 Pelican-class cruisers are undergoing outfitting. That's too few. Just by visual estimation, the alien fleet on the far side of the moon is already no less than 100 ships. Then what should we do? If they use large-scale weapons of mass destruction again, then only death awaits us, one Earth Federation high-ranking official said somewhat flustered. Facts proved that even after losing their physical bodies and evolving into a Gestalt-like species with independent thought, humans still could not escape the fear of death. However, just as everyone was at a loss due to the lack of enough warships, the massive Duchin fleet moved. On a Retribution-class battleship, Lu Mang looked at the familiar blue planet, momentarily lost in thought, but quickly recovered. A child leaves his hometown with a purpose, vowing not to return until his studies are complete. I didn't expect to come home as soon as I landed. I wonder how humanity has developed in this world. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Little ones, full speed ahead. Surround Earth for me. With Lu Mang's command, the battleship began to accelerate towards the beautiful blue planet. In fact, after the fleet successively passed through the Wada'at Gate and was not destroyed at the first instance, Lu Mang's courage grew bolder. But what Lu Mang didn't notice was that he wasn't the only one who came to the new world with him, along with his bioarmor and a group of his subordinates. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang, who had once blessed Lu Mang, also extended his tentacles towards the Stellaris world because Lu Mang had crossed the Wadaok Gate. A brand new world, this made the mood of the Lord of Change in the warp noticeably pleasant. In less than 0.1 seconds, Xiang received a request from another world. But just as Xiang was about to grant the other party's wish, another great will from the opposite world descended. It forcibly snatched away the customer that should have belonged to Xiang, and after signing some kind of agreement with the other party, it disappeared again. Chapter 248, The Battle Between Gods. In the chaotic warp, beneath the shimmering psychic tides, chaotic transformations churned incessantly. And amidst the churning transformations, pearl-like souls were dyed black by the psychic currents. The warp was like the surface of a windless sea, seemingly calm, but beneath the surface, dangers lurked everywhere. Beneath the psychic tides, a crystal castle, shimmering with dazzling, dreamlike light, was guarded at its center by countless demons. This was a labyrinthine structure, constantly changing. Its internal structure was complex and ever-shifting, capable of disorienting anyone who entered, embodying the unpredictable nature of Xiang's domain. The Library of Forbidden Knowledge, hidden within the Crystal Castle, recorded all the knowledge in the world, attracting those truth-seeking believers to explore it. Within the Crystal Palace's garden was the Well of Eternity, containing magical water. Xiang often gazed into its surface, searching for clues to implement his plans, and it was also a vital source of Xiang's power and schemes. Around the Crystal Palace, magical energy was abundant, powerful magical energy converging into winds of magic, surging wantonly across Xiang's domain. This provided excellent conditions for all Xiang followers and demons to cast spells. And as the domain of the Changer of Ways, the path of change was constantly unfolding. Whenever the winds of magic blew, the entire domain's form, topography, climate, and more were in a state of continuous flux. Mountains could instantly become rivers, and day could suddenly turn into night, embodying the essence of change and chaos that Xiang represented. Large numbers of pink horrors, blue horrors, and other creatures resided in Xiang's domain. They were direct executors of Xiang's will, possessing powerful magical abilities and combat skills, loyally guarding Xiang's domain and carrying out his commands. And worlds that were dragged into the warp and corrupted by Xiang were suspended above Xiang's domain like stars. They were inhabited by a large number of intelligent beings corrupted by Xiang, whose only consistent physical characteristic was that most had feathers, beaks, and claws, features characteristic of Xiang. They varied in form, possessing unique abilities and characteristics, making them Xiang's most suitable experimental subjects and products of his changing power. Within the Crystal Palace, the Changer of Ways was clearly not in a good mood at this moment. Because his very first contact with the New World had caused this great embodiment of wisdom to suffer some minor injuries. Although a small portion of his divinity was severed, it was insignificant for Xiang, who was at the level of the four gods. However, the even more abundant and pure soul aura from the other world, compared to the original world, almost made Xiang unable to resist. In fact, due to the characteristics of Stellaris, the Stellaris world had far more intelligent species, both in quantity and quality, than the Warhammer world. After all, those reclusive fallen empires possessed power that even gods feared. And in the Warhammer world, the only ones currently capable of somewhat contending with the four gods were the Necron. Accompanied by a surge of psychic energy, within the forbidden library of the Crystal Palace, a warp rift was casually torn open by Xiang. The next moment, before Xiang's blurred, indistinct, and constantly shifting figure, a huge form with two bird heads appeared out of thin air. "Carlos, what did you see?" Xiang's calm voice echoed within the forbidden library, entering the ear canals of the massive figure before him. Two-headed form, it had two heads, left and right. The left head was responsible for observing the past, while the right head could perceive the future. With avian features, its body was covered in blue and purple feathers, its wings were broad and colorful, its torso was somewhat human-like, with slender limbs, and its hands might hold magical artifacts. Both heads showed an unusual state of extreme age, with loose, wrinkled skin, as if they had endured countless years of vicissitudes. The Weaver of Fates, upon hearing his master's question, seemed to fall into a state of madness. "Ah! Master, I can't see, I can't see." The next moment, the Weaver of Fate's sharp claws tore at the skin on his face, and large patches of feathers fell like snowflakes. But from the torn wounds, not a single drop of blood fell, instead flowing back into Carlos's body. Darkness, only darkness, a circle. Only a circle. The Weaver of Fate's abnormal behavior seemed mad yet incomprehensible. But it piqued the interest of the Changer of Ways, as the master of endless change. In fact, Xiang loved all change, whether or not it was under his control. Often, it was the changes that slipped from Xiang's control that brought the Changer of Ways the most pleasant surprises. Interesting, beyond calculation. Let this uncontrolled event add a few unexpected delights to my endless game. But this small loss of control is merely an accidental note in my grand symphony. Seeing his hunting instinct aroused, Xiang arrogantly tossed Carlos, the weaver of fates, out of his forbidden library once more. At the same time, accompanied by Xiang's own infinite transformations, Xiang's tentacles once again crossed the barrier between the two worlds and entered the new world. Meanwhile, on a beautiful green planet, a slender, primitive intelligent being resembling a cat person, was kneeling before an ancestral idol, praying devoutly. Oh, great and omnipotent ancestor! Please grant me a stronger physique and wisdom sufficient to lead my people. As he spoke, the young cat person took a small piece of smoked meat from his animal skin pouch and placed it before the ancestral idol. It was an unremarkable prayer, no different from usual. As a species with faith, the cat people were deeply loved by the Watchers. They were even allowed by the Watchers to live on their sacred planet, Azure Star. Here, food was inexhaustible, and the rivers flowed with nectar. All the cat people had to do was pray devoutly day after day. After praying, the young cat person stood up and brushed the dust from his animal skin trousers. According to records, their ancestors were chosen by the Watchers about 10,000 years ago and brought here. And according to the elders, the Watchers were an incredibly powerful, advanced civilization, and their guardians. But just as the young cat person finished praying and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a colossal figure in his eyes. That figure was like a mountain, exuding unparalleled divinity. A colossal cat face showed benevolence, but the next moment, this figure raised a finger and pointed it at the young cat person. Immediately, immense energy was poured into the young cat person's body. When the young cat person regained his senses, he found that a layer of ice crystals had formed on his body. Look, magic! The young cat person stared blankly for a moment at the ice crystals forming on his hand. Then came ecstasy, and he quickly turned around, once again prostrating himself devoutly before the ancestor stone statue. Ancestor's blessing, ancestor's blessing. And just as the young cat person was praying devoutly, a beautiful blue feather unknowingly and quietly grew from the cat person's back. Inside the crystal palace, Xiang looked at his creation with satisfaction, and just as Xiang was about to make a further move, within the void, a massive giant ring suddenly produced a layer of tremor around its body. At the same time, on a colossal ring world encircling an entire star, a guardian treant clad in a purple robe, as if sensing something, opened his eyes from meditation. The next moment, the roots beneath his feet snapped one by one, and the guardian elder, over 4 meters tall, had a blue glint in his eyes. Before long, several warships, appearing like pure silver, took off from the back of the ring world, then directly tore open a wormhole and jumped into the atmosphere above the blue gem Holy Land. The entire process, taking less than a quarter of an hour, saw the spaceship traverse thousands of light years. Above the blue gem Holy Land where the cat person race lived, there was a gigantic structure like an iron curtain. The spaceship slowly entered the iron curtain, and inside the iron curtain, 2 guardian treants then descended from the spaceship. The entire iron curtain was empty, everything here operated automatically. In fact, the guardians had many such holy lands. Walking through a long corridor, they arrived before a massive instrument, and the 2 guardian treants frowned as they looked at the pink mist within the instrument. This energy, generated by the devout faith of living beings, was first discovered by another nonconformist civilization and then offered to the guardians. In return, the guardians presented this idealist civilization with a complete set of level 5 civilization ascension technology. This faith dust could effectively cause intelligence to enter a quiet meditative state. And it was of great help to the guardians in terms of spiritual development and faith. What the 2 guardian treants saw before them at this moment, within the pink mist, was the addition of some faint blue threads. First, halt the operation of this area, then compress this batch of psychic dust as quickly as possible, and check what went wrong. Having said that, the 2 guardian treants each plunged their bodies into the soil in front of the control panel. Immediately following the growth and extension of their roots, the guardians' roots began to connect with the pre-reserved roots within the iron curtain. As a result, the 2 guardian treants instantly became one with this section of the iron curtain. At the same time, above the blue gem Holy Land, the originally azure sky and the dazzling sun instantly vanished. The entire blue gem Holy Land became pitch black. That's right, from beginning to end, the cat person race was merely livestock raised by the guardians. However, with technological development reaching a certain level, what the guardians needed was no longer to exploit these backward races. But the cat person, returning to his tribe in the darkness, looking at the boundless darkness, had a dazzling light flickering in his hand. Upon seeing this, the cat people, who had been thrown into chaos by the sudden darkening of the sky, prostrated themselves as if they had witnessed a miracle. Ancestor's blessing. Looking at the countless cat people prostrating at his feet, the young cat person's eyes flickered with blue-violet psychic light. In the name of the Lord of Change, may Xiang's wisdom guide our path. Let us foresee opportunities and schemes and tricks, gain power in the pursuit of knowledge. Praised Xiang, the changer of ways, the weaver of fates. The cat person's words seemed to possess an extremely strong power of enchantment, causing the other cat people, who were originally kneeling and worshipping their ancestors, to all pause in unison. Immediately, the words from these mentally fragile cat people began to gradually change their meaning. Xiang, the warp of fate, we are your loyal followers. Please, with your ever-changing hand, guide our path forward, and in our journey to pursue knowledge and power, let us become the executors of your will, spreading your renown throughout the entire universe. Glory to Xiang, Father of Lies, Master of Magic. May your power flow in our blood, enabling us to cast wondrous spells, overturn all order, and let the symphony of chaos resound in every corner. Amidst countless prayers, wings began to grow on the bodies of the worshipping cat people. But this seemed to touch a certain bottom line, and so, within the mysterious void, the surface of a giant, colorful ring body flashed with terrifying energy fluctuations, forcefully manifesting into reality. And this action immediately caught the attention of Xiang, far away in another world, the warp. Surging psychic power, as if free, was forcefully poured into the cat person race's bodies by Xiang. As a result, one by one, the cat people who were still praying mutated and exploded. Blood mist, mixed with evil psychic energy, permeated and enveloped the young cat person in front of the ancestor stone statue. Ah! Ah! In the extreme pain of soul tearing, the cat person directly completed the sacrifice and was forced to ascend to demonhood. And just as the cat person ascended to demonhood, Xiang forcefully bestowed a title, but then, on the gigantic Holy Land planet, a massive ring broke through the confines of the void and reality, descending above the Holy Land planet. In response, on the Iron Curtain, facing the sudden invasion from the void, nearly 100 dark matter annihilation cannons rapidly extended from within the Iron Curtain. At the same time, the two guardian treants, sensing the void invasion, showed expressions of wild joy. A large amount of psychic dust was mechanically transported by the two guardian treants in front of them, and then their roots were inserted into the dust. The next moment, the two guardian treants instantly entered a meditative state, and then their souls seemed to detach from their bodies, flying out of the Iron Curtain, and unhesitatingly plunged into the ring. The other side of the ring connected to the void. When the two treants entered the void, they first saw an endless expanse of chaos. The two treants dared not delay, they needed to find certain existences within the void as quickly as possible and sign a contract with them. At the same time, accompanying the cat person's body, a terrifying psychic storm also tore a 1,000-meter-long opening in the sky above the Iron Curtain. Then, the cat person, with 4 wings on his back and a bird's beak growing, flapped his wings, soared into the sky, and flew out of the Iron Curtain. The dark matter annihilation cannons on the Iron Curtain were still firing, but they could not cause any damage to the ring. Meanwhile, in the solar system, Lu Meng, who had ordered his fleet to surround Earth, suddenly discovered that the blessing of Xiang, which had always been above his head, had vanished into thin air. Hey? What happened? Compared to the Warhammer world, the Stellaris world has progressed much further in both technology and the mystical arts. For instance, the Stellaris world also has the concept of the warp. Warp jumps, for example, are a choice many races make on their path of development. Let's part ways here. Remember, you must find an existence willing to sign a contract with you before the Ring of Ending devours the Holy Land, otherwise we will become nourishment for the void. Two guardian treants, in a soul-like state, who had adventurously entered the void with the aid of the Ring of Ending, communicated rapidly using their mental link. Understood, elder brother. I wish you all the best. With that, the two guardian treants in their soul states quickly split into 2 paths and rushed into the depths of the void. Just as there are never only the 4 gods in the warp. In the void, there has always been more than just one circle god. But unlike the demons, most of the entities in the void are in a strange state of extreme slumber. The few conscious entities are indifferent to the outside world. Only a very small number of void entities are willing to bestow their power upon those bold intruders they find interesting. The entity referred to as the circle god by the spiritualists is a colossal ring within the void. Its only difference from other void entities is that the circle god never refuses anyone who wishes to borrow its power. However, the only catch is that any spiritualist who borrows the circle god's power will be visited by the circle god to collect its debt 50 years later. As the two guardian treants rapidly traversed the void. In the real universe, the colossal ring was already irresistibly pressing down upon the blue gem Holy Land. Under the ring's slow descent, both the colossal Iron Curtain and the blue gem Holy Land had been completely enveloped. But above the Iron Curtain, endless Chinook storms raged. Chinook sparks hundreds of meters wide shot out, continuously striking the colossal ring. This caused the Ring of Ending, which had remained unscathed even after being hit by dark matter annihilation cannons, to begin to distort. At the same time, within the distorted Chinook energy, a tiny figure floated in space, appearing like a mere speck of dust compared to the planet. Open! Open! The cat person youth, half cat and half bird, shrieked with all his might, his bird beak wide open. Since ancient times, in the Warhammer world, on countless planets, Too many people, whether for their own selfish desires or out of necessity, have artificially created countless sacrificial rituals. Those mad individuals often needed to cause tens of billions of casualties through various methods favored by the four gods to appease them, earning their brief attention and completing their daemonhood. But what if one day, a supreme four-god personally chose you, helped you complete a one-stop sacrificial blessing, and while bestowing upon you immense power, also granted you a true daemon name? Under the pressure of the ring of ending, blood tears streamed from the cat-person youth's eyes, and foul-smelling saliva spewed from his bird beak. Yet, the ring of ending remained calm, as if saying, "Let him be strong," like a breeze caressing a mountain. But just as the ring of ending pressed down upon the cat-person youth's head, a slender, narrow warp rift was painstakingly opened. The cat-person youth did not hesitate in the slightest and quickly drilled into the warp. Indeed, although the cat-person youth seemed to be trying to use the power of chaos to prevent the ring of ending's descent. In fact, the cat-person youth was trying everything to tear open a corner of the warp in this world. Chapter 251 Dimensional Invasion. Right under the nose of the ring of ending, the barrier of the real universe was ruthlessly torn apart. The moment a not-so-large rift was torn open, the cat-person youth, who had ascended to a Xiang daemon prince, quickly drilled into the warp. But the next moment, an unexpected surprise appeared. Countless dense nanorobots, like a silver tide, poured out from the warp rift torn by Xiang. They blotted out the sky, not only blocking Xiang's path but also rapidly repairing the spatial rift torn by the cat-person youth. "Traveler from another dimension, please leave." A cold mechanical voice rang in the cat-person youth's mind, simultaneously transmitting into Xiang's ears. "Oh? Interesting, there's no soul, Gaga. Facing a sudden variable, Xiang let out a crow-like, mournful laugh, emanating from the cat-person youth's mouth. "This world is truly too interesting, Subarashii, ha 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 ha." However, Xiang's madness was destined to receive no response. As the Psychers attempted to expand the warp rift again, the dense nanorobots converged, gradually forming a spherical machine. Then, a cold electronic voice transmitted again, according to Supervisor 137 Edict, "Initiate extra-dimensional expulsion. Locking extra-dimensional unstable factors, spatial anchor locked." The next moment, the surrounding space shattered, and countless nanorobots appeared out of thin air, combining to form a massive body that nearly enveloped half a galaxy. Such a terrifyingly large entity should not have appeared in the real universe. Due to gravity, such a large volume would inevitably collapse due to mass issues. But before Xiang's eyes, a colossal structure as vast as half a galaxy miraculously appeared out of thin air. Even the ring of ending from the void seemed inferior in comparison. More precisely, this massive super-mega structure was not entirely within the real universe. The colossal figure Xiang saw was actually only a partial projection of this magnificent behemoth descending into the real universe. Its true body, due to the influence of the real universe's power laws, could only dock in the transition space between the warp and the real universe. This was also why Xiang tearing the warp rift attracted these uninvited guests. Accompanying the movement of the colossal and magnificent behemoth, a beam of light, like a divine punishment, materialized from nothingness, instantly enveloping the cat-person youth's body. Even with Xiang's personal gaze and power far exceeding an Alpha Psychers, in the face of an 8-level civilization's awakened AI empire, the cat-person youth's body was instantly struck by the beam and disintegrated into fundamental cosmic particles. As a super-mega structure of an 8-level civilization, the most perverse aspect of the Supervisor's fortress was its very existence. Being located within an extra-dimensional rift, this put the Supervisors in a state of pseudo-invincibility. As long as their exact spatial location could not be accurately locked, any attack would be ineffective against them. But just as the cat-person youth completely died, within the warp of the Stellaris world, a kernel-sized object appeared out of thin air amidst the chaotic distortion. And as the warp energy surged, it began to emit heart-like pulsations. If you can't beat them, join them. This was the method Xiang painstakingly devised. At the same time, the ring of ending above the Blue Gem Holy Land showed no signs of stopping. More than half of Blue Gem Planet had already been swallowed by the ring of ending, becoming part of the void. And within the void, 2 Guardian Treants were still diligently searching for entities willing to sign a contract with them. But clearly, their luck was not good. One Guardian Treant, whose soul was becoming transparent, anxiously crashed into the territory of an ancient entity. Because it knew that a transparent body meant their physical form in the real universe had been destroyed. And now, there were only 2 paths before them. One was to successfully sign an unequal contract with a certain entity, then transform themselves into energy-based void walkers traveling between the real universe and the void. Or, attempt to forcefully merge with a great entity, becoming a part of it. Damn it, there's no other way. The Guardian Treant looked at the sleeping ancient entity, which resembled an octopus and shimmered with runes. In fact, for spiritual civilizations, death was also a very metaphysical existence. Some Gestalt spiritual civilizations believed that as long as their memories still existed, they had not died. This was also why the Guardian Treants were willing to merge with entities in the void. In the history of the Guardians, they even forcefully merged with a void entity through a sacrificial method. To the extent that this void entity took on the form of a Guardian Treant. If anyone is fortunate enough to come here later, they can see the memories I leave behind. Saying this, the Guardian Treant transformed into a streak of light and drilled into the body of the octopus void entity. But compared to the enormous, star-like void entity, the Guardian Treant's soul was as fragile as a speck of dust. Would you notice a speck of dust landing on you? Ultimately, the entire Blue Gem Holy Land was completely swallowed by the Ring of Ending, and at the same time, the fallen empire named Supervisors, after repairing the warp rift, also chose to leave. This star system returned to tranquility. Lu Meng and the Earth Federation were completely unaware of everything happening thousands of light years away, still in a standoff. Hey, someone, tell them to surrender. Standing in the battleship's command room, looking at the beautiful blue star, Lu Meng ultimately decided not to use force. After all, this was also his home in another world. Maybe he could even create a greenskin holy Terra in the Stellaris world. Listen up, you shrimp over there, I'll screw your ancestors. Give me a straight answer, surrender or not. The absurd thing was that even though they didn't belong to the same world, human languages were largely similar. After hundreds of greenskin warships simultaneously shouted, on Blue Star's surface, in the Earth Federation's combat conference room, the greenskins' rough voices echoed in the ears of all Earth Federation high-ranking officials. Shrimp have an old saying, he who knows the times is a wise man. We advise you to abandon your resistance and surrender obediently. Surrender and lose half. Listen carefully, Earth. Since ancient times, it has been an inseparable part of us greenskins. Damn it, open up for free trade. Turning off the virtual projector, Lin Rui, the chairman of the Earth Federation, wearily rubbed his forehead. Even though he was now a robot, he still felt a slight headache. If we choose to engage the enemy, what are our chances of winning? Lin Rui looked at his Navy commander, asking tentatively. Upon hearing Lin Rui's question, the Navy commander's face clearly fell. Chairman, to be honest, I see no hope of victory. Earlier, our Star Ring Blue Flame laser cannons already attempted to intercept and attack the enemy warships. The results, as everyone saw, were that our weapons simply could not penetrate their energy shields. Although it's hard to believe, according to the technical department's estimation, their trash heap-like warships are at least several levels stronger than our current warships. Liu Yang, the head of the research department, who was still studying the Gretchen laser pistol, sighed and also offered an explanation. This is a technological rolling that cannot be compensated by numbers, or by courage, fearlessness, and sacrifice. Is there no other way besides this? Lin Rui clenched his fists unwillingly. We abandoned our flesh and reached our current state. Is everything in vain? Perhaps we can still negotiate with them. The Earth Federation's Minister of Foreign Affairs, who had been silent, tentatively spoke. Clearly, this race calling themselves greenskins is distinctly not the chuddies from before. Perhaps we can talk to them about peaceful coexistence. In fact, ever since the chuddies attacked the Earth Federation with Super Horizon strikes, the Earth Federation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been in a very awkward position. Please give me a small spaceship. I am willing to go and negotiate with them. Even if I die, the Earth Federation won't suffer too great a loss. Let's vote on it. Lin Rui sighed, breaking the silence. Agree. Agree. Abstain. Agree. Ultimately, the proposal passed with 12 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. Compared to the Empire's sluggishness, the Earth Federation people, who had transformed themselves into a quasi-Gestalt race, were extremely efficient. Before long, accompanied by a group of high-ranking officials, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was sent onto a small spaceship. At the moment of parting, Lin Rui, as the chairman of the Earth Federation, took out a futuristic-looking pistol from his waist. K. Urson, take this. However, facing the pistol Lin Rui handed him, Minister of Foreign Affairs K. Urson shook his head. Chairman, I don't know how to use it, so give it to me when I return. Remember to practice shooting with me then. Facing K. Urson's humor, everyone fell silent. Weak and helpless, only able to watch their compatriot go on a dangerous mission, it felt like sharp thorns, making the Earth Federation high-ranking officials present feel deeply humiliated. In fact, everyone held no hope for this negotiation, because just from seeing the appearance of the opposing race on the virtual projector, the Earth Federation high-ranking officials could conclude that the other side was definitely an extremely belligerent race. If it hadn't been for their previous attacks yielding no results and no retaliation from the other side, the Earth Federation would have already been engulfed in war. The shuttle-like aircraft broke through the atmosphere and then passed the giant star ring. Soon, 2 Cobra-class frigates approached the suddenly appearing small spaceship from left and right. What are you doing? What are you doing? You shrimp, what are you here for? Humanity's second and third close encounters with alien beings unfolded without any prior preparation. On the spacious warship deck, a Earth Federation shuttle slowly docked. The welcoming personnel, flowers, and applause that K. Urson was accustomed to were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the deck was swarming with greenskins, all staring at him as if he were a monkey. Every race has different customs and etiquette, there's no need to mind. Everything is for the future of the Earth Federation, K. Urson encouraged himself, then gracefully stepped down from the shuttle. However, in front of the greenskin bosses, each at least 5 meters tall, the 1.8 meter tall K. Urson looked like a dwarf. Eldar, follow me, a Gretchen pushed through the crowd and stood before K. Urson. Being led by a creature that closely resembled a goblin felt strange. K. Urson wondered why such seemingly fragile goblin-like beings existed within the strong orc race. Nevertheless, K. Urson dared not delay and quickly followed. What surprised K. Urson even more was how unexpectedly talkative this goblin, who was leading him, turned out to be. Hey, Eldar, I'm not sure why, but in your videos, our crotches always have a sausage hanging from them, the Grot said, pulling out a communication data pad. He showed K. Urson his discovery, and on the communication data pad, accompanied by lewd music, some unspeakable adult content was displayed before K. Urson. How to put it? Orc and Goblin series were truly evergreen themes. What made K. Urson even more embarrassed was that both the greenskin orcs and the Gretchen in front of him bore a striking resemblance to the male protagonists in the videos. Because of this, K. Urson couldn't help but marvel at the richness of human imagination, as well as the vastness of the universe and the diversity of species. Ha ha ha, I'm very sorry, we weren't aware that our unsightly content would be so similar to you. If this has offended you, I am willing to represent humanity in offering our apologies. However, facing K. Urson's deference, the Grot remained unconcerned. Ha ha ha, Shrimp, you are truly amusing. I just wanted to tell you that we greenskins don't hang a sausage from our crotches. Oh, and why do you think we would strip Eldar naked? That's very strange, I'm quite interested. Listening to the Grot incessantly chat about the content of adult videos, even as a mechanical life form, K. Urson still felt his toes curl. Fortunately, this torment didn't last too long. Soon, K. Urson was led by the Grot to the warship's command center where Lu Meng was located. Leader, Shrimp is here, the Grot scurried to Lu Meng, reporting his accomplishment. He looked exactly like a dog waiting for its owner's praise. At the same time, K. Urson, as the Earth Federation's Minister of Foreign Affairs, immediately saw the individual he needed to persuade. A massive orc, nearly 9 meters tall. But surprisingly, this giant orc was lazily lying on a sofa, watching a human historical drama using a huge virtual projector. And the scene was precisely paused at the part where the kind-hearted Granny Rong was giving Ziwei an injection. Oh, memories come too fast, like a tornado, Lu Meng hummed, looking at the human who was walking towards him and bowing respectfully. But with just one glance, Lu Meng spotted the problem. Holy cow, is that a human? Although equipped with biomimetic skin, Lu Meng immediately saw that the guy in front of him was not human. Respected alien leader, on behalf of all humanity, I greet you, K. Urson began, neither humble nor arrogant. But the next moment, a rough voice directly interrupted him. Humph! Bold demon, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. K. Urson was utterly bewildered. But the insightful Lu Meng continued, so you're a bionic person? Or an artificial intelligence, or what? After all, the other party's facial expressions were extremely stiff, Lu Meng immediately saw through the disguise. I think you've misunderstood. I am human, a genuine human, but to cope with the dangers of the universe, we have modified our bodies, K. Urson explained, having processed the situation. Oh, so you chose the path of mechanical ascension, Lu Meng nodded, then shook his head, and declared righteously, no, buddy, you've almost transformed yourselves to be like bananas, how can you still have the nerve to call yourselves human? As he spoke, Lu Meng waved his hand and shouted, Dian Ci, come here. Soon, a tall boy in a grey Dujin military uniform scurried over. Many years had passed, Dian Ci was now 19 years old, and not long ago, he had even held a wedding on Combat Moon. Furthermore, as the clan continued to expand, Akun, the Grot responsible for logistics, became increasingly busy. So, Dian Ci took over Akun's original work, which, of course, made the other Gretchen who wanted to advance question their lives. Leader, you called me. Looking at the vibrant human standing before him, K. Urson was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding what the orc in front of him wanted to express. But the answer was quickly revealed. Lu Meng raised his hand and pointed at Dian Ci, see, look closely, this is what a human is. So now, in the name of humanity, I order you to leave Earth, you invaders. Even with his latest photon processor, K. Urson couldn't immediately grasp the orc's logic. Wait, hold on a minute, invaders, us? Leave Earth. A bewildered K. Urson was utterly confused. Only today did he realize that dealing with alien beings was such a mentally taxing endeavor, Both sides were completely on different wavelengths. But even so, Kayerson still wanted to try. I apologize, leader from outer space, Earth is our Earth Federation's home, our very survival depends on it. I came here hoping that we can coexist peacefully. For this, the Earth Federation is willing to cede Mars for you to inhabit. No, I don't agree, Lu Meng raised his hand, interrupting Kayerson's speech, and then pointed at Dian Ci beside him. Look at this young man beside me. See if he has the demeanor of an emperor. Get this straight, look at yourselves, each of you neither human nor ghost. Now we are the true humans. But seeing how pitiful you are, at most, we can only give you a piece of land in Australia to live on. Faced with Lu Meng's harsh conditions, Kayerson was momentarily speechless. After a long silence, Kayerson looked up resolutely. I'm sorry, the Earth Federation people will never give in. We won't go to some Australia, and we certainly won't leave our homeland. Oh? So, we can't come to an agreement? Lu Meng looked at the cyborg in front of him with an indifferent expression. You can kill me, but the Earth Federation people will never yield, Kayerson said, neither humble nor arrogant. However, Lu Meng frowned at this, secretly pondering, damn, is this still the Earth Federation? I remember the Earth Federation people were all softies, weren't they? Why are they so unyielding now? Although there were many things he didn't understand, Lu Meng was too lazy to humor the Earth Federation's lack of deference. All right, then prepare to go to war with us. Wa'ak. The negotiations ultimately failed. Meanwhile, on Mercury, not far from Earth, there was still a group of human immigrants. Alas, it's a troubled time, the elderly elder stood on Mercury's boundless green fields, looking at the atmosphere that had already formed in the sky, and sighed deeply. If Lu Meng were here, he would certainly recognize that the elder was speaking the dialect of the Zonghua family. Beside the elder, another middle-aged man, dressed as an old farmer, wiped the sweat from his face with a towel draped over his shoulder. Elder, everything is ready. It's time to leave. Faced with the middle-aged man's question, the aged elder said nothing, merely nodding calmly. At the same time, on Mercury, amidst the undulating mountains, colonial warships emerged from the hollowed-out mountains. An endless stream of people began boarding the ships. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to notice that there was no tension whatsoever on their faces. They queued in an orderly fashion, and some even chose to sit down and meditate on the spot due to the long queues. Fledglings always have to spread their wings and fly out of their cradles, but don't forget, farming, people always have to farm, whether in the fields or in the research lab. Watching the warships pass overhead, the aged elder revealed a relieved smile. However, upon hearing the elder's words, the middle-aged man who had been standing beside him felt a jolt in his heart. Elder, aren't you planning to leave with us? No, I'm not leaving. The wheat isn't ripe yet, I need to stay and take care of it, the elder said, picking up a straw hat nearby. The middle-aged man wanted to say more, but the elder interrupted him. No need to persuade me. My path is beneath my feet. Hurry and leave. After speaking, the elder paid no mind to the middle-aged man's thoughts, simply put on his straw hat and walked towards the wheat field. The wind blew, causing the boundless green wheat to rustle. And in the middle-aged man's eyes, with each step the elder took, his body became a year younger. After 100 steps, his aged body had completely transformed into that of a young man. Compared to the Earth Federation's materialism, this group of human immigrants had clearly embarked on a different path. The biggest difference between idealism and materialism is that their lifespan is much longer than that of materialists. Furthermore, for idealists, if their strength reaches a certain level, traversing the starry sky with their physical bodies is not a difficult feat. However, this group of human idealists, both in their attire and other aspects, greatly resembled the cultivators found in fantasy novels. Of course, this is not strange, because idealism is indeed very idealistic, much like the orcs' Wa'ak. Energy. They imagine they have certain abilities, and as long as they work together, they can use them. Of course, becoming a soul ascendant is also extremely demanding. The young man in the rice paddies watched as hundreds of transport ships and a dozen or so warships departed into the sky, then took off his straw hat. The miniature electromagnetic confinement artificial suns, suspended in the sky and absorbing excess heat for the entire Mercury, were being recovered by special industrial spacecraft. Soon, more than half of Mercury's atmosphere became distorted under the sun's immense power, and simultaneously, the original birdsong, fragrant flowers, vegetation, and ancient trees on Mercury's surface were rapidly covered by high temperatures. At this point, the surface temperature of Mercury had climbed to over 100 degrees Celsius, vegetation began to spontaneously combust, and lake water started to evaporate. Yet, the young man who remained on Mercury seemed completely oblivious to it, looking at the warships in the sky, silently bidding farewell to those about to embark on a long journey. Children, may your journey be smooth, set sail, fly into the sky like dragons. Meanwhile, in the Mercury fleet, the middle-aged farmer who had previously spoken with the young man had now changed into a military uniform. That alien fleet, no abnormalities for now, right? Reporting, Commander, they have surrounded the home planet, otherwise everything is normal, a subordinate stepped forward and reported loudly. Understood, how much longer until evacuation? The middle-aged man continued to ask, looking at the star map. There are still 6 artificial energy storage suns that haven't been recovered. Understood, speed up, and try to use the planetary perspective to avoid being discovered by the enemy. Yes, sir. Just as the Mercury fleet was waiting to evacuate, a communication was suddenly connected. This is Earth Federation Naval Headquarters, this is Earth Federation Naval Headquarters. Mercury fleet, respond if you receive, Mercury fleet, respond if you receive. Should we connect, Commander? Inside the warship's command center, a group of subordinates and communicators looked at their commander. Though they were all humans, and the Earth Federation had now embarked on a completely anti-human path, choosing some ridiculous mechanical ascension, as the same race, even with differing ideologies, seeing the other party completely surrounded by another alien race inevitably evoked a feeling of sorrow among the people on Mercury, like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. After all, in just the past 2 years, the universe humanity had witnessed could be described as extremely perilous. This also indirectly caused those who were about to embark on a long journey to feel apprehension about the future. Connect it, let's hear what they have to say. After a long deliberation, the middle-aged man sighed. This is Mercury fleet, received. This is Mercury fleet, received. At the same time, on Earth, within the magnificent surface space base located on the boundless Central Asian plain, the Earth Federation naval commander raised his hand, signaling the communicator to connect his audio with the other party. Immediately after receiving a nod from the communicator, the Earth Federation naval commander, clad in biomimetic skin, mimicked a pre-life action, his chest rising as if taking a deep breath. General Ma Baokuo, are you leaving? A clear inquiry traversed a distance of 1 light-year, distinctly reaching the ears of everyone in the warship's command center. It was as if he was questioning why they were retreating, yet also like he was bidding farewell to an old friend. Commander Layden, I am truly sorry, we are powerless regarding your current predicament. At the end of the day, we are merely a group of fools who yearn for absolute equality. Hundreds of years ago, when you practiced bureaucracy in the name of communism, we were already not of the same kind. However, the great man said to seek common ground while reserving differences, so we chose to leave the material-rich Earth and come to the harsher environment of Mercury. Now we are strangers, our ideological differences mean we cannot coexist, so I apologize, the enemy is too strong. All I can do is leave behind a thought of equality for all of humanity, nothing more. At this moment, the two sides seemed to have bridged centuries of estrangement. In the Earth space base, listening to General Ma Baokuo's words, the entire Earth Federation Space Command Center fell into a brief silence. After another long silence, as if all mental burdens had been lifted, Commander Layden silently walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at his stiff face, made of biomimetic skin, reflected in the glass, and a standardized smile appeared on Commander Layden's face. Perhaps we were wrong from the beginning, perhaps we should have died from the beginning. Extending life through mechanical consciousness uploading is inherently a false proposition. In fact, I often look in the mirror and wonder, am I still truly myself now? Or just a pre-designed memory, carrying the original owner's memories, constantly running? But now it no longer matters. Perhaps we were careless, and Chairman Lin was also careless. Mechanical ascension, over the past few centuries, indeed allowed humanity to preserve many valuable talents. It also accelerated the Earth Federation's technological development to an unprecedented level, but it did indeed stifle the creativity of the lower classes. However, all of this was obscured by rapidly developing technology in a society with extremely abundant resources. But if someone were to ask me when my physical body was old and frail, do you regret doing all this? Ha ha ha, my answer would still be no regrets. We are indeed bureaucrats, but history has told us countless times what it means for a son to sell his father's land without heartache. We are also confident that we will not seek some illusory eternal life like those muddle-headed emperors in their later years. Because our underlying logic is to take the future of humanity as our responsibility. At this point, as if feeling he had said too much, Layden looked out the window at the yellow sand blown by the wind. I will send you the entire Earth Federation warship blueprints and the Star Ring spaceport design, plus some historical data. Ha ha ha, of course, if you don't like the Earth Federation's history, you can also modify it, but you must remember that the solar system's Earth is humanity's original home. We will launch a desperate counterattack against the enemy tomorrow when the sun rises in the Western Hemisphere. You can use this opportunity to leave. Take care, and may human glory last forever. Take care. In the command center of the Mercury fleet's main ship, Ma Baokuo's expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as he slowly uttered 2 words, then cut off communication with the other party. Captain, all artificial energy storage suns have been recovered. The heat energy stored within them is estimated to be sufficient for the fleet for 157 years, which is completely enough for us to travel to the Alpha Centauri system. Understood. Is there any news from the Human Alliance? Ma Baokuo looked at his subordinate. However, the subordinate shook his head helplessly, reporting, Commander, we have not found any trace of the Human Alliance, but based on their direction of departure, we speculate they should have headed towards the Sagittarius arm. Understood, then let's depart as well. Upon hearing Ma Baokuo's order to set sail, the adjutant beside him was clearly stunned. Sir, aren't we leaving before the Earth Federation and those aliens start fighting? Ma Baokuo merely glanced at his adjutant, then smiled, You're coveting the Earth Federation's technology, aren't you? With his thoughts exposed, the adjutant wasn't embarrassed, laughing openly, ha ha ha, after all, those are good things, why not take them if they're free? Hey, have you ever heard that many things seem free, but in reality, their price has already been secretly marked? Hey? Never heard of it, the adjutant said blankly. Do you think a civilization that can stealthily bypass so many of the Earth Federation's detection devices, quietly infiltrate the solar system, and surround Earth, would have a worse ability to steal information than us? Ma Baokuo finished, looking meaningfully at the adjutant. The young adjutant pondered for a moment and immediately understood, Sir, you mean our assimilation just now was completely monitored by that unknown alien civilization? And the reason the Earth Federation sent us data was just to stall us? Ma Baokuo nodded in agreement, exactly. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. I guarantee that what they transmit to us first will definitely be the most useless historical data. As long as we hesitate, those alien fleets might split their forces to annihilate our remnants of humanity. After all, our ancestors taught us, if you don't root out the weeds, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. Especially that one line, no matter how much time passes, always remember that the solar system's Earth is humanity's original home. As long as those aliens don't want to live in constant unease, they will definitely attack us, so depart immediately. Damn it, these Earth Federation people are really insidious. They really did send history first, and it started from the Stone Age, the adjutant grumbled. However, Ma Baokuo just smiled and said nothing more. Accompanied by rings of energy jets forming at the sterns of the warships and transport ships. A Mercury fleet, previously hidden behind Mercury, swiftly emerged and, under the very noses of the Duchan fleet, entered 4x superluminal speed. At the same time, on the Duchan fleet's warships, Ma Baokuo's predictions were proving correct. Lu Meng was indeed using the Waeoic Energy Boy's Waeoic Energy communication ability to eavesdrop on the Earth Federation's conversation with Mercury. Meanwhile, K. Urson, as the Earth Federation's Minister of Foreign Affairs, appeared calm, as if the Western Hemisphere total offensive plan mentioned on the communicator had nothing to do with him. K. Urson, it looks like you've been abandoned. Lu Meng looked at the other party indifferently. In fact, the Mercury fleet was overthinking it, Lu Meng had no intention of pursuing them whatsoever. Putting aside the question of whether he wanted to pursue them, the current Duchan fleet's lack of superluminal travel technology was a major weakness. Although the entire Duchan fleet could perform warp jumps of a level 6 civilization, their normal physical universe navigation technology only allowed for sublight speed travel. Achieving 1/4 light speed was the limit for their warships. Lu Meng had no good solution for this, only hoping to destroy some Earth Federation warships to see if he could get some good items to compensate for this deficiency in his warships. No more talk, it's all in the shells. Get the little ones ready, and let's bombard the star ring, blow it straight to smithereens. With Lu Meng's command, all the orc in the entire Duchan fleet became busy. Exaggeratedly large kinetic shells were loaded, and at the same time, the huge macro cannons on the battleships and cruisers began to charge. Accompanied by Kobe's Iron Fist, which punched and destroyed the robot named K. Urson in the warship's command center. One after another, the already hungry and impatient cannons immediately spat out flames. Meanwhile, in the Star Ring's temporary command post, piercing alarms and flashing red lights quickly set the battle-ready Earth Federation soldiers into motion. Detecting high energy concentration from enemy warships. Activate magnetic barriers immediately. Blue shield laser cannon array charging, ready to intercept enemy spacecraft and drones at any time. Macro light emitter charging, targeting enemy warships. Orders were issued in an orderly fashion, even down to each individual Earth Federation soldier. As a result, the entire Star Ring began to operate at high speed, like an emotionless war machine. At the same time, within the Warhammer world, the entire Duchan clan was undergoing a new form of electroshock therapy. Ever since Lu Meng unlocked memory transmission on the tech tree, the memory transmission torture chair was promoted by Lu Meng. As a result, newly born orc, upon emerging, in addition to their equipment, also had an additional process, memory infusion. This created a massive number of tech boy, pain boy, livestock boy, and laborer boy professions for the entire Duchan clan. Coupled with the combat experience of some greenskin boss, this caused the combat power of the Greenskin boys and the entire Dujin clan to rise sharply. At the same time, Lu Meng did not forget to improve the Greenskins' genes. In fact, both the Dujin clan and Lu Meng had reached a bottleneck. Because after Lu Meng reached level 11, the experience points required for him to level up were enormous. But let alone compared to the four gods, even compared to some demigod-like daemon princes, Lu Meng's attributes in all aspects were inferior. Lu Meng came to a conclusion: Gork and Mork, being a greenskin has its limits, so I've decided not to be a greenskin anymore. Gork and Mork wanted to hit him upon hearing that. But Lu Meng didn't care at all. So, using the ancient orc hemorrhoids obtained from Trazen the Infinite, plus the genetic technology from the Stellaris world, Lu Meng successfully unlocked his gene ascension tech tree. From the analysis of the greenskin gene map to the creation and research of gene editing tools, plus some messy genetic diseases to telomerase regulation and physical enhancement experiments, the Mad Docs indeed created some incredible things. Anyway, in the Stellaris world, without Gork and Mork watching, Lu Meng could do whatever he wanted. The Greenskins' attack descended upon the Earth Star Ring in an extremely short amount of time. This was a tactic humanity had never anticipated, completely exceeding the Earth Federation's expectations. After all, according to human predictions, once the space age was entered, war should be like an efficient machine, a beautiful art. Completely destroying the enemy directly from several light years away, forming an absolute technological rolling. Inside the spacious planetary command center, at this moment, the Earth Federation's high-ranking officials allocated less than 1/1000th of their computing power to join this temporary meeting. After all, the war had entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. Star Ring C-137 sector has fallen. I will fight until the last moment, the projection said, then silently exited the council. E-114 sector has also fallen. Damn these green monsters, they're as tenacious as a bunch of cockroaches. We need support. Everyone, our soldier units have begun full-scale production, Lin Rui said, his brow furrowed on his mechanical face, covered in bionic skin, as he faced the continuous failures of the frontline commanders. All we can do now is engage in a war of attrition with the enemy, trapping them on the planet's surface. After all, their method of warfare exceeded all of our expectations. At the same time, in space, a Retribution-class battleship, with a diameter exceeding 12 kilometers, crashed into the Earth Star Ring with an unstoppable momentum. The thick protective armor plates at its bow formed craters, similar to meteorite impacts, ranging from 1 meter to half a meter in diameter, under the intense barrage of dense blue laser arrays. Waik! The Greenskins' roar, accompanied by the explosions and flames of the Star Ring, echoed throughout the entire battlefield. The massive battleship was embedded in the Star Ring, like a loach burrowing into a block of tofu. This was a method of warfare the Earth Federation had never conceived. There was no efficient over-the-horizon strike, no absolute technological rolling. There was only the most primitive close-quarters combat. The warship had become an ancient battering ram, like a cannon fitted with a bayonet. But the power it unleashed was not to be underestimated. The boundless greenskins were like a group of living tin cans. C-111 sector, Street 12, requesting support, enemy superpowered individual detected. An Earth Federation soldier, lying in a narrow cover, quickly sent out a distress signal. But the next moment, accompanied by a spatial distortion, a 100-pound concrete block appeared out of thin air inside his body, directly bursting him apart. Unlike the greenskins' noise, the Earth Federation soldiers, having all completed their mechanical modifications, were mostly silent, except when they instinctively shouted to vent. Also, due to their mechanical modifications, Earth Federation soldiers could carry many modular weapons. Countless blue beams shot across the battlefield, and greenskins' bodies continuously fell, while countless Earth Federation soldiers were torn into scrap metal by the violent Dujin. At the same time, a large number of prompts flashed through Lu Meng's mind. Obtained, small blue laser battleship *1. Obtained, long-range red laser cannon *1. Obtained, Albatross-class faster-than-light battleship *1. However, it was regrettable that the Greenskins' offensive was almost unstoppable. In less than half a month, the entire Earth Star Ring was completely declared fallen. And the Earth Federation fleet, hastily assembled and on which the Earth Federation had placed high hopes, was, without exception, smashed into space junk by the crazed Greenskins. When thousands of Greenskin warships approached the atmosphere, dropping tens of millions of Greenskin drop pods, and then removed the remaining Earth Federation laser interception arrays on the surface, it signaled the complete defeat of the Earth Federation. Although there were still tens of billions of Earth Federation people and newly created synthetic humans on the planet's surface, for the Greenskins, they were not a concern at all. And when Lu Meng stepped onto the soil of this alien world, more than a year had passed. At this time, Earth no longer had its former birdsong and fragrant flowers. There was only the smoke of the battlefield and synthetic human parts visible everywhere. Grots, dressed in Dujin military uniforms, moved in groups like scavengers, picking through parts that the tech boys might find useful in this wasteland. The Greenskins' encirclement continued. But in fact, after the star ring fell, some high-ranking Earth Federation officials directly abandoned Earth, using pre-prepared small faster-than-light spacecraft to quietly escape the Greenskins' encirclement. A special ops boy, equipped with black power armor, walked up to Lu Meng, his right arm raised 45 degrees to the sky. "My Führer." What is it?" Lu Meng looked at half a mountain peak melted by a macro cannon on the horizon, bent down, picked up a handful of soft soil, and sniffed it. "My Führer, Kobe caught a big fish and told me to bring him to you." "A big fish?" Lu Meng turned his head curiously and saw a silver robot, chained and dragged behind the champion boy. Its various weapons had been violently dismantled by the Duchen, leaving many scratches and deformations on its body. "What's your name?" The over 5-meter tall silver robot raised its head, its crimson mechanical eyes first scanning Lu Meng from head to toe. "My name is Lin Rui, chairman of the Earth Federation," the robot responded coldly. "So, you've come to surrender?" Lu Meng asked curiously. "At this point, is there still a need to surrender?" Lin Rui retorted. "This is just a clone of me. The greatest advantage of an AI life form is being able to upload one's consciousness. We will be back. You only want to tell me this? Just talk tough." Lu Meng scoffed, continuing to turn his head to look at the distant mountains. "A few bagpipes sound as we leave the pavilion late. You go to Xiang, I go to Qin, ha 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 ha, the Earth Federation will never yield." With that, the silver robot suddenly exerted force and lunged at Lu Meng. Its sudden burst of strength even caused the champion boy, who was holding the chain, to stumble. At the same time, its internal nuclear fission energy reactor erupted in dazzling white light. However, Lu Meng merely raised his hand, and a green Wadaic energy field instantly enveloped the robot, firmly trapping the white light within the Wadaic energy field. "Tisk, you know nothing about power." After the war, naturally, there was the task of cleaning up the battlefield and the construction and development of the occupied territories. If it were other planets, Lu Meng naturally wouldn't care too much, but this was Earth after all, which held different significance for Lu Meng. Thus, at Lu Meng's command, a plan named Green Terra was put on the agenda. "The 3-year period is over, welcome back, Dragon King." On the scale of the galaxy, 3 years is but an instant. But for Earth, which had just experienced war, 3 years brought about earth-shattering changes. On the land previously covered by war, vast expanses of greenskin mushroom farms covered nearly 67% of the land area. And within these endless mushroom farms, massive cities formed by solemn and majestic H&M home headquarters-style buildings were situated. Duchen battle flags hung above the buildings, flapping loudly in the wind. In 3 years, Lu Meng had completely transformed this otherworld Earth into the capital of his Stellaris world. At the same time, over the past 3 years, deep beneath the moon, Lu Meng and a group of mad docs, leveraging the differences between the two worlds and their impact on greenskins, along with research into the genetic degradation virus carried by greenskins themselves, finally forged their own new path. The newborn greenskin boy were renamed All-Rounder Boy by Lu Meng. Although they still couldn't achieve the strength of an original body like the ancient orcs, their genetic locks had been completely opened. The knowledge inscribed by the old ones into the greenskin genes and passed down through generations had now become something these All-Rounder Boy knew from birth. In addition, after the genetic lock was broken, these All-Rounder Boy also experienced some beneficial atavistic phenomena, which allowed them to possess the physique of an orc Big Mech immediately upon birth. Furthermore, these All-Rounder Boy no longer lacked discipline like the most common greenskins. They began to value discipline like Black Orc, but in fact, their nature remained warlike. They were even more so than ordinary greenskins, not less. And at the same time that Lu Meng and the Mad Docs developed the All-Rounder Boy, the technology tree on Lu Meng's information panel also changed. Genetic Ascension +1. Genetic Ascension, your clan gains the talent end of all diseases. Your clan's environmental adaptability +100%, poison resistance +200%. Species evolution successful, clan all attributes +50%. At this moment, Lu Meng felt his entire body suddenly fill with power. At this time, Lu Meng's various attributes were as follows. Greenskin Yaaigbos, Lu Meng. Gork's Blessing Atavism. Level, 112, 63,000/400 million. Age, 31 years old. Strength, 550 + 240 + 100. Speed, 600 + 240 + 100. Constitution, 4300 + 400 + 100. Health, 970,037/9700037. Defense, 3750 + 200 + 100. Yaaic Energy, 30,000/30,000. Skills, Tai Chi, Beiji Boxing, Military Boxing, Shooting, Driving, Cooking, Gork's Old Fist, Mork's Bigfoot, Stealth. Passives: Steel Body, High-Speed Regeneration, Iron Lung, Soul Forge, Nomad, Metal Skin, Eagle Eye, Berserk, Radiation Immunity, End of All Diseases. Knowledge: I Think Mechanical Encyclopedia, Sesso Demon Biology, Mushroom Farm Cultivation, Squig Rearing, Bio-Solar Sail, Green Skin Caesarean Section, Red Empire Planetary Colonization Idiot Expansion Pack, Combat Moon Technology, Gene Editing Technology, Faster Than Light Travel Technology, Blue Laser Technology, Red Laser Technology, Star Ring Technology, Quantum Computer Technology, Tractor Beam Technology. Equipment: White Coat *1, Sharp Psychic Scalpel *1. The highest peak of Earth, Mount Everest, was the Terra Imperial Palace of another world. At this moment, hundreds of millions of greenskins gathered, the original Mount Everest having been flattened by macro cannon. And upon the flattened peak, a massive greenskin imperial palace, built entirely of marble and various precious metals, was situated. Hundreds of millions of greenskins gathered today, solely to witness their leader ascend the throne. As the beast-bone savage blew the wild and primitive orc horn, a troop of savage orc cavalry, fully armored in gold and heavy armor, took the lead, slowly advancing from the foot of Mount Everest. Behind them were the equally gleaming champion boy. Following closely, a massive golden throne, pulled by a squig beast, also began to advance. Sitting on the throne, Lu Meng rested his chin, initially thinking he would be very happy. But once he actually sat on the throne, he felt a bit bored. Damn it, could it be that I'm really going to become a lonely ruler? Concubine selection, must aggressively select concubines. Alas, it's a pity I don't have a dick. The throne continued to advance, and along the way, countless orc wearing Duchin military uniforms excitedly raised their right hands. Leader, Waaik. Leader, Waaik. Leader, Waaik. Whether it was Grat Akun, Kobe, Pangolin, or the three great generals of Duchin, all notable figures had crossed the Waaik gate to witness their boss's ascension. While Lu Meng spent 3 years playing emperor, far away on a small spaceship dozens of light years away, Lin Rui, the leader of the Earth Federation, was slowly decelerating his spaceship, parking it above a planet. Earth Federation, let's start anew from here. From now on, I alone am a civilization, Lin Rui thought, and with a flick of his mind, the original dozen high-ranking ground officials stood in a line like marionettes and walked towards the small collection aircraft area on the spaceship. Meanwhile, in the Warhammer world, while the Duchin clan was amusing itself, 3 years had not brought peace to the galaxy. Instead, the entire galaxy began to grow turbulent, as if entropy had reached a certain level. In a dim galaxy not far from the Duchin clan's star system, approximately 70 light-years away, Abaddon, the Chaos War Master, had once again organized a powerful fleet, preparing to launch his 14th Black Crusade. And around this fleet, Lionel Johnson, leading his few remaining subordinates, like piranhas in water, constantly trailed the periphery of this dark fleet. From time to time, they would take advantage of the Chaos Space Marine's inattention, charging in to use infiltration and boarding tactics to execute decapitation strikes against enemy Chaos Space Marines commanders. They would also intercept other scattered Chaos Space Marines forces responding to War Master Abaddon's call to arms. Chapter 258 The 14th Dark Expedition. Damn Lionel Johnson. On the Revenge Soul, the War Master Abaddon, clad in Baroque Terminator power armor with intricate textures and a black-gold main color scheme to showcase the darkness and evil of chaos, roared. His arm, adorned with the talon of Horus, slammed down on the alloy table in front of him. In an instant, this powerful weapon, which had once killed Sanguinius and severely wounded the Emperor, shattered the heavy alloy table. Give the order, tell the wolf pups under my command to move. Since they like to fight guerrilla warfare, then we will encircle and kill them. The enraged Abaddon roared hysterically, Chinook sparks spluttering from the data conduits on his head, which were used to transmit battlefield information and tactical data. At the same time, his eyes, which flickered with a morbid amber glow, revealed an incomprehensible madness. Following Abaddon's command, the massive Chaos Fleet quickly began to move like a pack of wolves. Being in the dark side of the galaxy gave the Chaos Fleet an absolute advantage in some respects. Your Majesty Lionel Johnson, we just received intelligence that our scattered brothers have been attacked to varying degrees. The Dark Angel's adjutant respectfully bowed to his original body, reporting the newly acquired information. It seems those scumbags have been pushed too far by us. Notify everyone to fight and retreat, there's no need to clash head-on with them, Lionel Johnson said, his gaze fixed on a new piece of intelligence. A bold plan was now forming in his mind. Several Terra days later, accompanied by a warp fluctuation, nearly 100 Imperial warships of various types, but all uniformly marked with the twin-winged sword emblem, rapidly sailed out of the warp into the real universe. But immediately after, several terrifying macro cannon attacks from within the warp shot out of the warp rift, striking one of the warships. In an instant, the hit warship disintegrated directly, erupting in a dazzling blaze of fire. At the same time, a huge black warship, directly enduring the aftermath of the warship's explosion, rushed out of the warp rift. And behind it, an endless stream of the Chaos Fleet followed. Ha 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 ha, chase them. Don't let these pathetic crawling bugs escape. I want to turn Lionel Johnson's head into a vessel for wine. On the Revenge Soul, Abaddon laughed maniacally, and the Chaos Space Marines around him were equally frenzied. But the next moment, a powerful lance strike suddenly, without warning, shot from far across the battlefield and hit the Revenge Soul's void shield. Following that were all sorts of chaotic attacks, a storm of metal formed by various solid projectiles, striking the void shield. Instantly, the entire Revenge Soul blared with overload alarms. Feeling the warship shake beneath his feet, Abaddon, who had been so confident, frowned. An ambush. But he quickly abandoned this unrealistic idea. Because Abaddon noticed that the Dark Angel's warship being pursued in front of him was also under attack. Find out what's happening, and send those Chaos Demons out to check the situation. The order was quickly relayed. Just as the Chaos Demons, utilizing warp translation, appeared outside the warship, roars mixed with death metal music came from all directions. Whaik! Indeed, the intelligence Lionel Johnson had received not long ago was about a group of greenskins entrenched not far from them. So Lionel Johnson thought of using the greenskins' characteristics to heavily damage Abaddon's Chaos Fleet. However, it must be said that Lionel Johnson was lucky, as he happened to catch the Duchin clan's 3-year itch. Lu Meng, who had just returned to the Warhammer world not long ago, having been unsure of what to do after his ascension. It could be said that as soon as he returned, he discovered an entire dark fleet suddenly appearing before him. What else was there to say? Just do it. The massive combat moon slowly rotated, aiming its artillery array first at the Chaos Fleet's flagship, the Revenge Soul. But before these large cannons could aim, the impatient Duchin big mechs had already piloted various assault boats and charged forward. Tens of millions of dense assault boats, each carrying 4 to 6 big mechs plus 1 Kilgons or greenskin dreadnought. At the same time, after suffering the first wave of attacks, Abaddon, who had reacted, found it impossible to retreat. Because behind him, an endless stream of Chaos warships was pouring out of the warp rift. Damn Lionel Johnson! Abaddon, discovering he had been outmaneuvered, was furious, but suddenly this person favored by the 4 gods received instructions from the 4 gods. The gate, find that gate. Go through it, or bring it back. Images appeared simultaneously in Abaddon's mind, all without exception depicting the Wadaak gate. Such direct decrees from the 4 gods were extremely rare, but this did not mean that Abaddon was merely a dog willing to obey the 4 gods. Soon, Abaddon stiffly shook his head. Don't order me, I am the Supreme Commander. All of you shut up, get out of my head. Counterattack. Kill all those greenskin scumbags who don't know their place. In fact, without Abaddon's command, the defending Chaos warships had already begun to defend themselves. But both Lionel Johnson and Chaos War Master Abaddon underestimated the greenskins before them. Meanwhile, Lu Meng had already taken his subordinates in a greenskin assault boat, which was somewhat cramped for him, directly towards the Revenge Soul. But the next moment, a warp rift suddenly tore open inside the assault boat, and then more than a dozen Kern bloodletters rushed out from within. They directly crammed the already not so large interior of the assault boat like sardines in a can. The bloodletters swung their flaming demonic greatswords, but the next moment, a terrifying Chinook wave swept through, directly crushing all the bloodletters inside the assault boat into meat paste. Damn it, they don't know their place, Lu Meng thought, and his biological armor helmet on his head detached. The next moment, he raised his hand to take out a cigar, lit it for himself, and at the same time stood up and kicked open the assault boat's door. Outside the door now, it was no longer empty space, but a metal corridor. When Lu Meng used his Wadaak ability to crush the dozen bloodletters earlier, he had directly warped the assault boat onto the Revenge Soul. In fact, the only reason Lu Meng took the assault boat was that he wanted to experience the old days of boarding actions to conquer the world. Tens of thousands of Chaos warships formed a super fleet, whose combat power was no less than that of the Duchin clan, which possessed several combat moons. Within the reacting Chaos fleet, numerous Chaos demons serving the Chaos fleet directly ignored the vacuum environment in space, tearing open warp rifts and charging out. Chaos warships are different from the warships of any other race in the real universe. Most of their interiors are directly connected to the warp, so almost every Chaos warship is similar to an Indian train. You simply don't know how many Chaos demons and Chaos space marines are crammed inside. But compared to the greenskins who still need to board or ram their warships, the demons can indeed use psychic powers to directly descend upon greenskin warships. The war entered a white-hot stage after only a brief engagement between the two sides. Due to having almost endless biomass, the number of greenskin boys within the Duchin clan has completely lost the necessity of being counted over the past 3 years. Even Lu Meng, who has always been quite concerned about the number of his little ones, now has no idea how many little ones he actually has. because the speed of counting simply couldn't keep up with the speed of new little ones being born. Humph! Greenskins? A bunch of ignorant barbarians who dare to provoke the majesty of chaos. Fire the macro cannons and crush these bugs. Abaddon sneered disdainfully. At the same time, on the planetary base, the greenskin bosses also roared excitedly. His body was even larger than an orc big mech, and his greenskin power armor was covered with trophies plundered from various battlefields, used to display their achievements. After 3 years, the Dagon boys, from top to bottom, had endured to their limit. It could be said that at this moment, the Dagon boys needed no encouragement, their desire to fight directly pushed the clan's morale to the max. Little ones! Hurry and follow my pace. See those big iron ships in the sky? There must be lots of good stuff inside. Let's rush in, loot everything, kill everything, burn everything. We waaaik. The greenskin boss waved his huge power fist, urging the surrounding Dagon boys to quickly board the ship to go and do something big. And the Dagon boys, armed with chainsaw great swords and big guns, and even carrying rockets, also let out bursts of frenzied roars, all eagerly preparing to throw themselves into this insane battle. Watching the greenskin bombers constantly taking off in the distance, they were filled with envy. Because everyone knew that these little ones flying the planes would definitely waaaik before them. But just as the greenskin boss was trying to find a spot for himself in the already packed greenskin escort ship, pushing and kicking. Suddenly, a warp rift was torn open, but before the demon on the other side could even stick its head out, the entire warp rift seemed to be forcibly stitched back together by some power. Hey! The greenskin boss looked at this scene and suddenly thought, that's right, I can go turn off the space crusher. Then I won't have to go anywhere to chop to my heart's content. Thinking of this, the greenskin boss scratched his head intelligently, I really am incredibly intelligent. At the same time, although caught off guard by the greenskins, once the entire Chaos Fleet completely broke free from the warp, the previously unfavorable situation was equalized by the Chaos Fleet's main ship. The Chaos Force's unique annihilation beam cannons, daemon fire projectors, warp missiles, macro cannons, and reality distortion generators, and soul extraction devices all possessed power no less than macro cannons. Furthermore, the Chaos Fleet's weapon attacks also carried the corrosive and cursed effects of the warp, which could greatly weaken the enemy warship's shield effects. Not only could it damage warships, but it could also corrode the souls of the crew. Beams of energy pierced through the void, striking the shields of the impatient greenskin warships that had chosen to directly board, igniting brilliant flashes of light. But the greenskins were fearless, although their warships looked crude and simple, their interiors were all genuine Imperial warships. Their sturdiness and durability were absolutely guaranteed. They charged towards the Chaos warships at a frantic speed, the waaaik energy shield colliding with the Chaos warship's void shield, followed by the two energies entangling and failing. Then came the violent collision sound, accompanied by a tremor. Boarding! Waaaik! On the two colliding warships, the greenskin boss, as captain, gave the order. The greenskins, who had long been impatient, surged out like a tide, completely disregarding the burning fires from the collision and their companions who had died from the warship's explosive impact. In fact, such a scene made the greenskins even more excited. Soon, countless Dagon boys and Kilgons swarmed through the temporarily erected boarding ramps, rushing towards the Chaos Space Marines warship. They brandished their cleavers, their bolt guns spitting fire, and their mouths yelled out incoherent war cries. Waaaik! Charge! The Chaos Space Marines were already standing by in full battle array at the entrance of the passage. They wore heavy power armor, and although many Chaos Space Marines had various deformities due to their devotion to chaos, their bolt guns and chain swords still gleamed with cold light. In addition, beside them were many low-level Chaos Demons used as cannon fodder, and Chaos Spawn used as meat shields. When the greenskins charged over, both sides instantly plunged into fierce combat. A Chaos Space Marine swung his chainsword, easily cutting a greenskin in half at the waist, blood splattering the bulkhead. But immediately, several more greenskins pounced, being brutally hacked into a pile of minced meat by a chainsword. The next moment, among the Chaos Space Marines, a librarian released chaos energy, sending dozens of greenskins flying. And in midair, he crumpled these greenskins along with their power armor, like crumpling paper, into iron balls mixed with flesh and blood, throwing them into the greenskins. But then more greenskins charged forward, seemingly endless. Facing the seemingly endless greenskins, the Chaos Librarian's power fist, with every swing, could send a greenskin flying. However, just as this Chaos Librarian was rampaging through the greenskins, charging headlong with chaos psychic power, a waaaik energy lightning bolt directly pierced through the bodies of two blocking Dagon boys, striking the Chaos Librarian's chest. But unfortunately, when the waaaik energy lightning struck the Librarian, it was blocked by a psychic shield. When the four-eyed Librarian turned to look, he saw a waaaik energy boy, over 4 meters tall, holding a large spear shimmering with waaaik energy, staring fiercely at him. You! Big sorcerer! It's you, I'm going to hang your head on my belt! Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay-ik! Saying this, the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy excitedly rushed towards the Chaos Librarian. However, the Chaos Librarian snorted coldly in response, condensing dark energy in his hands. Foolish orc, you will become my sacrifice to the Chaos Gods. Chapter 260 The End of the Four Gods. Amidst the explosions of bolters and the roar of chain weapons, the dark psychic energy of chaos, in the hands of the librarian, manifested as a shimmering black. As the librarian continuously chanted intricate incantations, the environment within the battleship's corridor began to undergo irreversible changes. Eyeballs opened on the walls, and any greenskins who met their gaze involuntarily felt a wave of dizziness. Wah-ay-ay-ik! Seeing this, the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy, wielding a great spear, instinctively sensed danger and let out a roar. A Wah-ay-ay-ik! Energy shield rapidly erected, and he simultaneously raised his hand, striking the orc Big Mech beside him with several consecutive spear blows. The orc Big Mech, who had been roaring and charging forward recklessly just a moment before, vanished instantly after being struck by the great spear. Humph, you lowly crawling insects, the Chaos Librarian sneered disdainfully, effortlessly dodging a chainsaw greatsword aimed at him. At the same time, the skull-adorned mace in his hand swung out fiercely, the psychic-infused mace striking the lower back of a nearby orc Big Mech. The struck orc Big Mech felt as if his back had been hit by a truck, and his entire lower body seemed to lose all sensation. However, before the orc Big Mech could retaliate, the Chaos Librarian sidestepped, raising his mace again and slamming it onto the orc Big Mech's head. With a bang and a spray of sparks, the orc Big Mech's helmeted head completely caved in. After completing this, the Chaos Librarian disdainfully flicked the blood off his mace. Filthy mongrels, being a librarian is my job, but close combat is my hobby. As he finished speaking, the Chaos Librarian ignored the orc Big Mech still rushing towards him, and the black psychic energy, already poised in his hand, surged to form a rapidly expanding circle. Some of the closer orc Big Mechs, whose bodies were already swaying from the mental attack of the Chaos Eyes, were instantly impacted by the black psychic energy. All the bones, internal organs, and flesh beneath their skin were churned into a bloody pulp, beginning to uncontrollably ooze out from beneath the skin of these orc Big Mechs. Everything happened too quickly, in but a flash, yet just as the Chaos Librarian was admiring his work with satisfaction, the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy, who had previously erected a Wah-ay-ay-ik energy shield and escaped, roared and charged forward, swinging his great spear. Although the Chaos Librarian had instantly cleared an entire corridor of orc Big Mechs, the roars of greenskins could still be heard behind the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy. More greenskins were on their way. The Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy swung the great spear in his hand, infused with Wah-ay-ay-ik energy, successively smashing several low-level Xiang demons that lunged at him, and then charged directly in front of the Chaos Librarian. Beasts are just beasts, utterly savage and full of weaknesses. Today, let me teach you what combat is. The Chaos Librarian raised his mace, adopting a defensive stance. However, the next moment, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, several orc Big Mechs, previously sent flying by the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy, instantly appeared out of thin air around the Chaos Librarian. Although these orc Big Mechs weren't entirely sure what had happened, the orc Big Mechs were too lazy to ponder. Upon seeing the enemy in front of them, they fearlessly roared Wah-ay-ay-ik and charged. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have some brains. The Chaos Librarian sidestepped and delivered an elbow strike directly to the heart of one orc Big Mech. Immediately after, the chest of the struck orc Big Mech completely caved in. Although everything happened very suddenly, under the enhancement of psychic energy, the speed of these orc Big Mechs was still pitifully slow for the librarian. In less than a single breath's time, the Chaos Librarian swung his mace, and several orc Big Mechs were, without exception, all knocked down. However, in that short time, the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy had already closed in. He thrust the great spear in his hand, directly piercing the Chaos Librarian's abdomen. Seeing this, the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy grinned widely, laughing unrestrainedly, and twisted the spear shaft with both hands. Ha 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 ha, Wah-ay-ay-ik. Despite being injured, the Chaos Librarian didn't hesitate. He slammed his mace down onto the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy's great spear, directly breaking the spear shaft. Then, ignoring his injuries, the Chaos Librarian charged forward, attempting to knock down the orc in front of him. In fact, the Chaos Librarian succeeded, but what surprised him was that the moment the Wah-ay-ay-ik energy boy was sent flying, a large hand encased in power armor suddenly gripped the half-broken spear shaft still lodged in the librarian's lower abdomen. It's worth noting that the great spears wielded by greenskins are often adorned with many barbs and spikes to show off their individuality. Thus, as the spear tip was pulled out from within the power armor, some fragments of intestines and internal organs were also brought out with it. Blood gushed, but soon the blood platelets within the librarian's body stopped the bleeding. However, the severe internal injuries had already caused massive internal hemorrhaging. Ugh 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 ugh, you damned scum, the Chaos Librarian tore off his power armor helmet, revealing a hideous, feathered head with no nose or ears, but 6 eyes. Veins bulged, and blood mixed with shredded flesh was spat from his mouth. This caused the battle strength of this Xiang-worshipping librarian to plummet. Conversely, the Waiaic energy boy on the other side was also not feeling well. The previous psychic-infused collision had shattered his hard ceramite armor. The ceramite power armor, which was incredibly sturdy in the eyes of mortals and capable of withstanding some small-caliber cannon shells, was not much harder than paper in the hands of psychers. However, just as both the Chaos Librarian and the Waiaic energy boy simultaneously got up, preparing to fight again. Behind the Chaos Librarian, a large number of demons and Chaos Space Marines arrived. Acorn Space Marine, covered in blood, charged ahead, directly and recklessly slamming into the Chaos Librarian who was blocking his way, and swung his blood-stained, roaring chainsword towards the Waiaic energy boy's head. In the nick of time, the Waiaic energy boy suddenly pulled his head back. With the roar of the chainsword, the Waiaic energy boy's head, helmet and half of his skull were directly severed. Blood flowed from the top of the Waiaic energy boy's head, and his brain, soaked in cerebrospinal fluid, was clearly visible, but the Waiaic energy boy was not dead. Waiaic. Faced with the Kern Chaos Space Marine who disregarded martial ethics, the Waiaic energy boy was furious. The entire greenskin directly leaped up and pounced on the Kern Chaos Space Marine, then clenched his fists and relentlessly punched the Kern Chaos Space Marine. Against the greenskin's punches, which were infused with Waiaic energy, the blood-red power armor on the Kern Chaos Space Marine was directly deformed. Just as the other demons and the arriving Chaos Space Marines were about to rush forward together to deal with the greenskin in front of them, a roar mixed with death metal rock echoed from far to near. Waiaic. The next moment, a greenskin dreadnought, with accelerating exhaust flames spewing from its back and dynamic music playing, charged recklessly into the Chaos Space Marines and demons, causing a bloody storm. And all of this was merely an insignificant microcosm of the vast battlefield. Meanwhile, on the Revenge Soul, War Master Abaddon was listening to his subordinate's report. Commander, according to the demon's reconnaissance, this surrounding star system has been completely occupied by the Greenskins. In addition, they also possess several celestial weapons and a large number of Imperial warships. It is estimated that their warship count is nearly 7,000, and according to predictions, the minimum population of this unknown Greenskin tribe is 200 billion. Commander, if we fight these Greenskins to the bitter end, we might suffer heavy losses, and it could even affect your 14th Crusade plan. Should we retreat? The adjutant offered his opinion. How is that cunning furball, Lionel Johnson, doing now? Abaddon asked without looking up from the real-time battlefield map displayed on the holographic projector. Reporting, Commander, they are also entangled with the Greenskins. Clearly, they also underestimated the strength of this group of Greenskins. Hearing the adjutant's reply, a hint of mockery flashed in Abaddon's furious eyes, and then he slammed his fist on the table. This is what you call trying to gain a small advantage and ending up losing a lot. Order the 7th Fleet. Rather than dealing with those filthy Greenskins, prioritize annihilating the Dark Angels fleet. Understood. Also, order the rest of the warships to withdraw from the battlefield in batches, reform into a fleet, and then re-enter from the periphery to counter-encircle these damned Greenskins. And tell those librarians who have nothing to do to start sacrificing and open the warp portal. In terms of numbers, those ugly demons are endless. Don't be afraid of losses. Once we sacrifice all these Greenskins, we will definitely gain more. Although their souls are of low quality, their numbers are enough to compensate for everything. Understood. Soon, War Master Abaddon's orders were transmitted throughout the entire Chaos Fleet, causing the Chaos Fleet, which had been in a chaotic battle, to begin intentionally and unintentionally consolidating their lines and withdrawing in batches. This scene infuriated Lionel Johnson on the Dark Angel's main ship, which was also surrounded by Greenskin warships. Lionel Johnson had to admit his mistake. He never imagined that these Greenskins would react so quickly. Find every possible way, we must break through, the Dark Angel's adjutant reported with a frown beside Lionel Johnson. The current situation is very unfavorable for us. Not only are the Greenskins attacking us, but the Chaos Fleet closely following us is also attacking us. If this continues, we will be eliminated first. Then do you have any ideas? Lionel Johnson frowned in thought. I don't know why, but the space in this area, after we entered, seemed to suddenly lose contact with the warp. As a result, the planned retreat using warp jumps failed. After much thought, Lionel Johnson, unable to come up with a good solution, hardened his heart. Order the fleet to turn around. Since we cannot retreat, then do everything possible to entangle Abaddon and not let them escape either. If necessary, we can abandon our warships, break into smaller units and board and seize Greenskin warships and Chaos warships. Also, prepare an assault boat for me. This time, I will personally go and meet Abaddon. Lionel Johnson's eyes were full of fighting spirit. This time, that Imperial traitor must not escape. Compared to the Ultramarines, where superiors and subordinates could engage in necessary discussions about plans, the Dark Angels were an absolute autocracy under Lionel Johnson. And just as Lionel Johnson boarded the assault boat, on the Greenskins' planetary base, a Greenskin boss named De Cunning was stealthily approaching a magnificent and gigantic structure. However, before this Greenskin boss could get near the space crusher, he was directly blocked at the entrance by a huge void shield. As important property of the Duchin clan, and also as the only two alien technologies of the Duchin clan that could mine in the void, the security was naturally tight. "Hey, what are you doing?" Inside the void shield, a group of patrolling Greenskin bosses looked at the Greenskin boss who was awkwardly bubbling outside the void shield. I have a good idea." Having been discovered, the Greenskin boss was straightforward and immediately reiterated his idea. The general idea was still to shut down the space crushers so that the demons could directly descend, allowing them to have a good fight. This idea, in the eyes of any other race, would be incredibly absurd. But for the Greenskins, it did indeed hold a considerable temptation. After all, which Greenskin doesn't want to sit at home and have a fight come from the sky? Especially these Greenskin bosses responsible for guarding the space crusher, watching warship after warship ascend to fight the Yaik, they were practically crying with envy. Even the neighbor's kid couldn't resist this. "How about it, should we go ask? Maybe the boss has a way." One patrolling Greenskin boss was strongly tempted. Greenskin bosses are generally level 20, it can be said that they are the most warlike, and each of them is an absolute elite who survived brutal battlefields. "Then should we go ask?" Another Greenskin boss tentatively echoed. "Let's go, then we'll go ask." A group of patrolling Greenskins ran off, talking amongst themselves. This left the Greenskin boss, who had become the idea man outside the void shield, looking bewildered, scratching his metal helmet. "Hey, damn it, did it work or not?" Not long after, the 12 patrolling Greenskin bosses ran to the Talia space crusher, found their boss, Pangolin, and then repeated the idea they had just claimed as their own. "Well, boss, what do you think? How does that saying go? It's not bad people racking their brains that's scary, but Greenskins thinking randomly." With the tips from the patrolling Greenskins, Pangolin, who had been bored to death in the space crusher, felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. "That's right, what a good idea. What Greenskin doesn't fight? We fight, and it's awesome. We can open a passage and restrict an area, so we can let the enemies in and fight them. Ha 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 ha, Pangolin, truly have a clever head. When Greenskins think of something, they do it. Their execution is always strong. It's just unknown if the Emperor would feel a sense of déjà vu upon witnessing this scene." 17 Terra days passed in a flash, and although the chaotic battle between the two sides was still ongoing, the entire Chaos Fleet, excluding the 7th Branch Fleet and the Revenge Soul main fleet, had already rotated out, and after reorganization, they began to push forward again in a pincer movement, forming a siege. The planet was turned into a battlefield, with hundreds of millions of Greenskin aircraft in space, constantly engaging in battle with seemingly endless demons, like a Gestalt swarm. The battle will of countless Greenskins, the terrifying Yaik energy field, almost swept across several surrounding star systems. And under the effect of the Yaik energy field, the weapons in the Greenskins' hands began to become more powerful and efficient. Even the growth rate of mushrooms in the mushroom farm slowed down by nearly 1.7 times. The 10 Chaos Fleets had almost turned the entire star system into 10 battlefields. They began to intentionally divide the battlefield, while on the Revenge Soul, Lu Meng, with his little ones, had entered street hooligan mode. More accurately, Lu Meng and his group were lost. There was nothing they could do about it, because when Lu Meng brought his little ones to the Revenge Soul, after passing through the initial corridor, what met their eyes was a desolate, crimson continent. "Damn it, they're treating us like Japanese." Lu Meng's mentality was a bit collapsed as he looked at the huge skull statue not far away. This wasn't their first time passing through here. For the past half-month, Lu Meng and the nearly 1,000 genetically modified champion boys behind him had almost been circling in the vicinity. Although a few low-level demons occasionally passed by, they were all clueless and could only be used by the champion boys to vent their increasingly irritable emotions. Before this, Lu Meng had more than once tried to use Yaik energy to forcibly teleport himself and his group back to Combat Moon. But it all came to naught. Sitting on a small hill, Lu Meng took out some squig steaks and greenskin mushroom wine from his system backpack. "Father, let the little ones rest in place, and also distribute these squig roasted meat and mushroom wine." "Yes, your command, great leader." The father first performed an Aquila salute, then began to direct a few champion boys nearby to distribute the food together. Suddenly, a subtle change on the red sandy ground, which hadn't been there before, caught Lu Meng's attention. Lu Meng bent down and picked up an emblem the size of a fist, predominantly black but inlaid with gold thread and gemstones. "Double-winged longsword? This thing is not wrong, it seems to be the Legion emblem of the Dark Angels." However, just as Lu Meng was about to straighten up, Two soft objects suddenly pressed against his back. At the same time, a large hand with purple nails smoothly slid down Lu Mang's shoulder, meeting his large hand. Immediately after, Lu Mang felt his butt, clad in biomantic armor, being poked. And in the eyes of his little ones, they saw a beautiful greater demon suddenly emerge from behind Lu Mang, who had been leading the way throughout their journey. Gradually, her ears resembled an elf's, and the next moment a soft, charming female voice spoke, "Ha ha ha, young greenskin, in the warp, it's very dangerous to bend down to pick things up without covering your butt. Don't let it happen again." A shiver ran down Lu Mang's spine, and he abruptly sprang forward 2 steps, then spun 90 degrees. Without even looking at what was behind him, he delivered a quick elbow strike. However, it was an empty hit. The Slaanesh greater daemon, with its bat-like wings, merely flapped them gently, gliding several meters away. Before the surrounding champion boys could even approach, this unfamiliar Slaanesh greater daemon, which had suddenly appeared, tore open a warp rift and vanished. Wa'ak! The priest, belatedly realizing what had happened, held his power axe, which inflicted true damage, and along with a group of champion boys, scanned their surroundings for the enemy. But the next moment, Lu Mang landed a punch on his power helmet. "Damn it, you show up after the child's dead. Get lost." Fingering the badge on his hand and looking at the strange buildings around him, Lu Mang, who had reseated himself on the stone, had a feeling that something was about to happen. This wasn't Lu Mang being overly anxious. In fact, when one becomes powerful enough and establishes a certain connection with the warp, this sensation, similar to the great cosmic Gaia consciousness, frequently occurs. Due to his inherent characteristics, coupled with some of the divinity bestowed by Gork and Mork, Lu Mang could always intercept a portion of the countless creatures' emotions when they projected into the warp. If Lu Mang were to describe the current cosmic consciousness, it would be panic. It seemed some uncontrollable events were unfolding. Meanwhile, far from the Maelstrom starfield, in Ultramar, the human expedition fleet, having set sail from Ultramar, had spread out in a fan shape and completely subdued 99 worlds. In fact, with the Imperium still existing, large-scale wars rarely occurred during the expedition fleet's campaigns. What the expedition fleet did more often was to overthrow the corrupt rule of those imperial nobles. They incorporated all worlds still within backward social relationship systems into Ultramar's political framework. For this, Guilliman made many regulations, such as technological support, population censuses, trade cooperation, upward mobility for the poor, and knowledge exchange, among a series of policies. In the solemn hall of the governor's mansion, a corpulent middle-aged man with wavy long hair, thick foundation and blush on his face, lay back, expertly and elegantly cutting the steak in front of him with a knife and fork. After sipping a mouthful of red wine, this middle-aged planetary governor swirled the wine, which resembled red agate, and looked across the dining table. Luca Lulu's star is an enterprise left by my ancestors. 87% of the manufacturing, 93% of the exports, and 76% of the agricultural production on the entire planet belong to the Lulu's family. Besides that, we also support 760 million worker families and 350 million agricultural families. Oh, and we have exclusive sales contracts with rogue traders from surrounding star systems. Plus this, the planetary governor, his face powdered, said as he took a parchment scroll radiating a faint sacred psychic aura from a nearby butler, under the gaze of several Ultramar negotiators. As the parchment was unrolled, the planetary governor proudly stated, "Look closely. This is a decree signed by the great God Emperor during the Great Crusade to commend my family. It clearly states that Luca Lulu's star is a fief belonging to the Lulu's family, and it is hereditary. Therefore, Luca Lulu's star is protected by the Imperium and recognized by the God Emperor. Now you want to seize my factories and take my plantations? That is absolutely impossible. Even the regent cannot seize a vassal's fief without reason. Otherwise, who would still care about the authority of the Imperium?" The middle-aged man's voice grew increasingly forceful. In his opinion, the diplomat opposite him should now be completely awed by his superior authority. After all, he was a genius who had received full noble training and possessed a degree in superior management. Even his every movement at the dining table had psychological implications. At the same time, the planetary governor muttered to himself, "Ah, these cunning and damned politicians, you won't get any benefit from me." However, the diplomats, for their part, were looking at him with expressions of utter disbelief. The leading diplomat dipped the last bit of sauce on his plate with white bread and swallowed it, then drained the red wine in front of him. "Governor, this is the regent's order. Any world that is brought into compliance must undergo semi-military management. Furthermore, apart from personal property, all factories and land must be confiscated and then handed over to the tech priests for replanning the most suitable planetary development path. So, Governor, you must understand, this is an order, not a request. I don't care. Luca Lulu's star has never been short on any imperial taxes. You cannot do this. Why can't we just continue as before? We pay taxes, we provide you with soldiers, and we serve the Imperium. Even if it's handed over to your management, what then? Can you guarantee there won't be any corruption? Can you manage it better than I can? Even if you can guarantee it, what about the people who come after you? Whatever the regent requires, Lucululus will provide to the best of its ability. Who rules and how they rule, does it matter? As long as we can provide the supplies needed by the expedition fleet and then integrate into Ultramar according to your requirements, isn't that good enough? We have already surrendered, you cannot force us like this. The planetary governor reasoned with them, even resorting to pleading at the end. It proved that when one's wealth and resources are taken away, there is no essential difference between a wandering beggar and a powerful magnate. However, the diplomat sitting opposite the planetary governor had already lost interest, and rising, he said, "Governor, you still don't understand. The era where only the result mattered, not the process, is over. The Imperium wants reform, and it must cut away the rotten flesh. According to our investigation, Governor, the wealth you have accumulated is enough for you to buy another undeveloped planet, which is enough for you and your descendants to squander for thousands of years. Doesn't this reflect the regent's benevolence? Greed is the original sin." Saying this, the diplomat, under the gaze of a host of attendants and officials, pulled out a last pistol from his arms. Then, under the disbelieving gaze of the planetary governor, he shot him directly in the head. To his dying breath, the planetary governor couldn't understand, "This isn't right, I already surrendered, why? Attendant, come here." The diplomat from Ultramar, in charge of this negotiation, watched the planetary governor lying on the ground, blood still seeping from the back of his head. He took a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket, lit one, took a deep drag, and exhaled a smoke ring, all while the surrounding planetary officials, who were terrified, watched him. He waved to an attendant nearby, "Clean this up." Watching their master's corpse slumped before the table, several attendants standing in the corner, ready to serve at any moment, first paused for a moment, then stepped forward without a word and began to drag the planetary governor's body. They had done this kind of work before, it was just that the person they were dragging had changed today. The attendants would not seek revenge for their master, no one even thought about it, as they had already surrendered. Soon, the body was wrapped in a tablecloth and carried away, and the blood was wiped clean. "All right, now that the annoying fellow has left, we can continue the negotiation," the diplomat said, slamming his pistol on the table, causing the planetary officials opposite him to shiver involuntarily. At this moment, they remembered that a Guardian fleet, consisting of 3 Emperor-class battleships, 12 Gothic-class cruisers, and 36 Storm-class frigates, was still docked in orbit above their planet. When the diplomat walked out of the governor's mansion again, almost 7 Terra days had passed. And within these 7 Terra days, countless completely unequal treaties were signed, and the Ultramar officials who had accompanied the expedition fleet began to rapidly take over all aspects of the entire hive world. This process was bloody and violent. After all, these officials wanted to take not the shacks of the poor, but the factories of the noble lords. Even with transfer contracts signed by the nobles, many conflicts still occurred. But without exception, these conflicts and gang attacks were all crushed before the formidable might of the Ultramarines. And just as Guilliman was planning to spend 100 years building the Ultramar political and economic system, the warp became incredibly active. The temptation of a new world made the 4 gods temporarily cease their disputes with each other. Above the endless high heavens, amidst the unpredictable psychic energy, a large, green, chubby hand played with a chess piece in front of a huge round table. Around him, mosquitoes flew, constantly releasing corrupting power towards the 2 beings nearby. The 4 gods sat at the card table, each with some chips in front of them, and in the corners of the table, sat beings similar to Vashtor. At the same time, at the very top of the card table, a black hole, constantly devouring light and souls, twisted and hovered above the table, continuously drawing nourishment. Suddenly, from one side of the card table, from within a pink mist, a hand covered in pink scales stretched out and placed down a stack of chip-like entities. However, this small action, in the real universe, caused the Eye of Terror to begin expanding. In just a few moments, under the expansion of the Eye of Terror, tens of thousands of planets were swallowed into the Eye of Terror. At the same time, countless Slaanesh demons appeared without warning on the periphery of the Eye of Terror, their numbers so vast that they could be described as infinite. But they all seemed to have the same mission. Countless twisted demon warships, driven by daemon engines, began to gather in one direction. However, the weights on the scale were far more than these. Above the high heavens, as the 4 gods continuously placed chips on the table, the Eye of Terror also began to grow larger and larger. At the same time, with the expansion of the Eye of Terror, countless races faced utter destruction. Countless chaos demons from the warp tore through the reality barrier, thin as paper, and began to slaughter and sacrifice wantonly. From a macroscopic perspective, in a very short time, the entire galaxy was on the verge of fragmentation due to this mad act of the 4 gods. At the same time, This action of the four gods also caused countless Necron tomb worlds, which were originally still dormant, to awaken prematurely. Within Ultramar, feeling the trembling and entropy increase of the galaxy, the returned Silent King looked at Trazyn, the king of miniatures, who was sitting properly opposite him. Trazyn, tell me about the recovery of your dominion and your combat readiness. Reporting, Great Silent King, the dozen or so tomb worlds in the Solemnace region have all awakened. They are your subjects and are naturally willing to fight for you. In addition, the subjects in the Novoke region and the Veiled Path region are still in a dormant state. If you need them, I can awaken them. Great, Almighty Silent King, is the reason for your return that you have found a way to cure our curse and escape this steel body? Trazyn looked at the Silent King with hope in his hollow eyes. In fact, Trazyn had many more questions, such as whether the Silent King had learned about the Tyrannid and the Great Devourer during his self-exile, and what plans the regent had for the future of the Necron race. But compared to transforming back into flesh and blood, these questions had to wait. However, the Silent King's metallic face showed no expression. I searched outside the galaxy for tens of thousands of years, but still found nothing. The reason I returned this time is that I predicted the galaxy has entered an entropic threshold and must undergo a cleansing, otherwise the entire galaxy will face destruction. Go awaken the Great Sleepers, contact the other Necron overlords. Another battle, no less than the Heavenfall War, is about to begin again. Although very reluctant, the Silent King's majesty could not be questioned. It should be known that the Silent King alone almost controlled all the technology and wisdom of the entire Necron civilization. If the Silent King had not destroyed the control protocols during his self-exile, all Necrons would have been nothing more than puppet-like existences to the Silent King. At the same time, no one dared to be sure whether their ambitious king had left any contingencies. Yes, Your Majesty the Silent King, I will contact the awakened dynasties as soon as possible and have them come to see you. However, before he could finish speaking, Trazyn felt a violent tremor, followed by the collapse of the entire extra-dimensional space, so much so that several tomb worlds floating within the extra-dimensional space were forcibly squeezed out of it. At the same time, outside, terrifying warp rifts tore open, and countless chaos demons piloting daemon engines swarmed out. They landed on the tomb worlds and began to wreak havoc. Looking closely, it was not difficult to find that the servants of the four gods were all here, and uncharacteristically, they were not attacking each other. The chaos demons, driving their daemon engines, shrieked and roared as they burst forth from the warp rift, ready to enjoy their feast. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. All change is allowed. Nothing lasts forever. They shouted different slogans as they descended upon the Necron tomb worlds, attempting to transform the surrounding tomb worlds into their daemon outposts. But the next moment, several massive spherical constructs, no less massive than planets, were squeezed out of dimensional space by chaotic warp energy. Hey! The sudden anomaly caused all the demons, who had been reveling in their arrival in the real universe, to freeze in unison. The volatile Kern demons clearly smelled the scent of battle, and his entire body began to swell with excitement. However, to the demons' surprise, countless psychic obelisks made of black stone on several Necron megastructures shot green beams of light into the sky. The strange, endless energy provided by the star god fragments, scattered by the psychic obelisks, quickly transformed several surrounding star systems into anti-magic zones. And such an environment, for demons who rely on warp energy, was fatal, no less than a fish leaving water. Even some weaker, low-level demons similar to Nurgle's Nurglings, directly collapsed as their forms became unsustainable due to losing contact with the warp. At the same time, above the magnificent Necron tombs, dimensional gates opened one after another, and the Necron, whose dormancy had been disturbed, began to operate according to the tomb's automatic defense protocols. Amidst countless Canopitek scarabs, rows of expressionless Necron soldiers appeared, holding gauze rifles and with green light glowing in their eyes. They were perfectly uniform, like a group of emotionless killers. Immediately after, under the gaze of the Chaos Demon, these cold machines simultaneously raised their gauze rifles and began to fire. Those unfortunate Chaos Demons struck by the gauze rays had their bodies corroded, turning into fundamental cosmic particles. Countless demons fell, but were quickly replenished. It is often said that the Imperial Guardsmen are worthless, but Chaos Demons are even more worthless to the four gods. But the problem was that the demons seemed to pour out of the daemon engines endlessly, as if a warp rift was installed inside them. However, in reality, there was not just one warp rift within these daemon engines. As a dimensional gate opened, the Silent King and Trazyn walked out, one after another. How noisy, the Silent King said, his ancient, unmoving metal face observing the massive daemon engine fleet gradually gathering. The next moment, the Silent King's cloak, woven like stars, began to flutter without wind, even rustling in the vacuum of space. The mighty power from several star gods converged on this ancient king at this moment. The energy unleashed caused the stars in the galaxy to dim. The Pharaoh's scepter, crafted from star god essence, shimmered with power capable of altering the laws of the real universe. And within the daemon engine, a Xiang demon with tentacles on his face, like a warp Squidward's doppelganger, immediately felt a chill run down his spine upon sensing the unstoppable power emanating from the Silent King, and even the tentacles on his face began to tremble and curl into a ball. Compared to other Xiang demons, this Xiang demon's ability was to foresee danger and to judge the level of danger of an event through his own few tentacles. No good, quick! Flee! Retreat to the warp! It's not easy to come out once, I don't want to die here, I need to offer more schemes and conspiracies to the Great Lord of Change. Facing the Xiang demon's command, the Xiang demons responsible for driving the daemon engines couldn't help but shiver. But what made them even more despairing was that the surrounding space had already been firmly locked down by the black stone obelisks. As a result, all the chaos demons in the entire star system were now trapped like turtles in a jar. Ah! Useless, useless, the Xiang demon roared in impotent rage, listening to the report from the Xiang blue horrors. At the same time, besides feeling unlucky, the Xiang demon also secretly cursed in his heart, damn it, I should have checked the almanac before going out. However, as much as the Xiang demon was terrified, the Kern demon was just as excited. Nothing pleased their god more than charging at the strong skulls for the blood god. However, after a long time, this Kern demon, who was shouting to boost morale, did not receive any echo from his demon subordinates around him. This couldn't help but make the Kern demon secretly furious, these damn little brats are getting harder and harder to lead. Just as the Kern demon lowered his head, preparing to find a scapegoat to sacrifice to the blood god to assert his status, he saw all his subordinates looking in one direction as if they had seen a ghost. The curious Kern demon was truly curious, so he also turned his head to look. And so, this Kern demon saw a scene that would make even demons shudder. On the periphery of the daemon engines, two massive hands, larger than stars, were rapidly closing in, encompassing him and the entire demon fleet as if catching insects. Counterattack! Counterattack! The reacting Kern demon immediately grabbed a bloodletter, then used both hands to tear him in half, attempting to awaken the stunned demons around him with blood. However, regrettably, under the influence of the Star God Fragment's reality laws, all lower-tier demons had completely lost contact with the warp. At this moment, their souls were like disconnected computer mainframes. Amidst the unwilling roars and counterattacks of the Kern demon and the Xiang demon, they were directly crushed into dust by the Silent King. The fragments of the star gods are diverse, as if each star god masters one or more laws of the real universe. For example, Trazen has collected a blade that can cut through anything, and it is covered with a phase coating made of star god fragments. Looking at his achievements, the Silent King contentedly toyed with his scepter, saying nonchalantly, "Who would have thought that in the distant past, the star gods who consumed stars as food would become our weapons? Don't you agree, Trazen?" Listening to the Silent King's emotionless words, Trazen immediately knelt on one knee respectfully, his long-handled scepter resting on the ground. "You are forever the greatest leader of the Necron Empire, the great shatterer of star gods, the vanquisher of the old ones. Your wisdom, leadership, and judgment are the key to the Necron race's continued existence. To fight for your will and obey your commands is our duty." If the Silent King had intended to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, Trazen had to admit, the Silent King is awesome, the Silent King is incredible. After all, the Silent King's ability to effortlessly destroy an entire Chaos Demon's fleet with a raise of his hand was certainly enough to easily crush Trazen, who was a Necron overlord. And Trazen also recognized the scepter in the Silent King's hand. The Necron named this type of scepter the Star God Phase Sword. It is a weapon that allows the Necron to temporarily utilize the power of the star gods within the star god fragments to fight. In fact, the Necron possess many more such terrifying weapons. After all, when the Necron defeated the star gods and dismembered them for study, the Necron's technology made an explosive leap. Aside from the cosmic truths mastered through the star god fragments, the star god fragments are also the most miraculous existence in materials science. Often, only a thin 0.0001 thickness of star god fragment coating is needed to solve any material science dilemma faced by Necron technology. It is simply the cure-all among cure-alls. But compared to the star god phase swords wielded by several Necron overlords, the one in the Silent King's hand was completely a Pro-Max version. Last chapter is chapter 265.